Section 16 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Gregory VIII to Boniface VIII, A.D. 1074 to 1300, Part 5. Venice, which from its birth was a commercial city, enjoyed in the Middle Ages nearly the same renown which Tyre had among the trading cities of antiquity. The commencement of its grandeur may be dated from the end of the 10th century, and under the magistracy of the Doge Peter Ursula II, whom the Venetians regard as the true founder of their state, 992. From the Greek emperors he obtained for them an entire liberty and immunity of commerce in all the ports of that empire, and he procured them at the same time several very important advantages by the treaties which he concluded with the Emperor Otto III and with the caliphs of Egypt. The vast increase of their commerce inspired these republicans with a desire to extend the contracted bounds of their territory. One of their first conquests was the maritime cities of Istria, as well as those of Dalmatia, both of which occurred under the magistracy of Peter Ursula II, and in the year 997. They were obliged to make a surrender of the cities of Dalmatia by the emperors of the East, who regarded these cities as dependencies of their empire, while the kings of Croatia and Dalmatia also laid claim to them, Croatia having passed into the hands of the kings of Hungary. About the end of the 11th century, these same cities became a perpetual source of troubles and wars between the kings of Hungary and the Republic of Venice, and it was not till the 15th century that the Republic found means to confirm its authority in Dalmatia, the Venetians having become parties in the famous League of Lombardy in the 11th century, contributed by their efforts to render abortive the vast projects of the Emperor Frederick I. Pope Alexander III, as a testimony of his gratitude, granted them the sovereignty of the Hadriatic, 1177, and this circumstance gave rise to the singular ceremony of annually marrying this see to the Doge of Venice. Footnote. There appears some reason to doubt the statement of Dandolo, the historian of Venice. End of footnote. The aggrandizement of this republic was greatly accelerated by the Crusades, especially the Fourth, 1204, which was followed by the dismemberment of the Greek Empire. The Venetians, who had joined this crusade, obtained for their portion several cities and ports in Dalmatia, Albania, Greece, and the Morea, as also the islands of Corfu, Cephalonia, and Candia or Crete. At length, towards the end of the 13th century, this republic assumed the peculiar form of government which it retained till the day of its destruction. In the earlier ages, its constitution was democratic, and the power of the Doge limited by a Grand Council, which was chosen annually from among the different classes of the citizens by electors named by the people. As these forms gave occasion to troubles and intestine commotions, the Doge Pietro Grandi Inigo, to remove all cause of discontent in future, passed a law in 1298, which abrogated the custom of annual elections and fixed irrevocably in their office all those who then sat in the Grand Council, and this to descend to their posterity forever. The hereditary aristocracy thus introduced at Venice did not fail to excite the discontent of those whose families this new law had excluded from the government, and it was this which afterwards occasioned various insurrections, of which that of Tiepolo, 1310, is the most remarkable. The partisans of the ancient government and those of the new attempted to decide the matter by a battle in the city of Venice. Tiepolo and his party were defeated, and Carini, one of the chiefs, was killed in the action. A commission of 10 members was nominated to inform against the accomplishments of this secret conspiracy. This commission, which was meant to be but temporary, was afterwards declared perpetual, and under the name of the Council of 10, became one of the most formidable supports of the aristocracy. The city of Genoa, like that of Venice, owed her prosperity to the progress of her commerce, which she extended to the Levant, Constantinople, Syria, and Egypt. Governed at first by consuls, like the rest of the Italian states, she afterwards, 1190, chose a foreign podesta or governor to repress the violence of faction and put a check on the ambition of the nobles. This governor was afterwards made subordinate to a captain of the people, whom the Genoese chose for the first time in 1257, without being able yet to fix their government, which experienced frequent variations before assuming a settled and permanent form. These internal divisions of the Genoese did not impede the progress of their commerce and their marine. The Crusades of the 12th and 13th centuries, the powerful succors which these republicans gave to the Crusaders and to the Greeks, as well as the treaties which they concluded with the Moorish and African princes, procured them considerable establishments in the Levant, and also in Asia and Africa. Kava, a famous seaport on the Black Sea, and the port of Azov, the ancient Tanis, at the mouth of the Don, belonged to them, and served as entrepôts for their commerce with China and the Indies. Smyrna in Asia Minor is also the suburbs of Pera and Galata at Constantinople, and the Isles of Scio, Mytilene, and Tenedos in the archipelago were ceded to them by the Greek emperors. The kings of Cyprus were their tributaries, the Greek and German emperors the kings of Italy, Castile and Aragon, and the sultans of Egypt zealously sought their alliance and the protection of their marine. Encouraged by these successes, they formed a considerable territory in the continent of Italy. After the 12th century, of which nothing but a fragment now remains to them. Genoa had at that time in its immediate neighborhood a dangerous rival of its power and greatness. This rival was Pisa, a flourishing republic on the coast of Tuscany, which owed its prosperity entirely to the increase of its commerce and marine. The proximity of these two states, the similarity of their views and their interests, the desire of conquest, and the command of the sea, which both of them desired, created a marked jealousy between them and made them the natural and implacable enemies of each other. One of the principal subjects of dispute was the possession of Corsica and Sardinia, which the two republics contested at the point of the sword, after having, by means of their combined force, expelled the Moors toward the middle of the 11th century. Footnote. After the downfall of the Roman Empire in the 5th century, Corsica was conquered in turn by the Vandals, Greeks, Franks, and Arabs. The latter settled there in the 9th century and were expelled in the 11th. Sardinia experienced nearly the same revolution as Corsica. It fell successively into the hands of the Vandals, Greeks, Arabs, Genoese, and Pisans. Pope Boniface VIII vested the King of Aragon in Sardinia in 1297 as his vassal and tributary, who expelled the Pisans in 1324-26. End of footnote. Pisa, originally superior to Genoa in maritime strength, disputed with her the empire of the Mediterranean, and haughtily forbade the Genoese to appear within those seas with their ships of war. This rivalry nourished the animosity of the two republics and rendered it implacable, hence a continual source of mutual hostilities, which were renewed incessantly for the space of 200 years, and only terminated in 1290, when, by the conquest of Elba and the destruction of the ports of Pisa and Leghorn, the Genoese effected the ruin of the shipping and commerce of the Pisan Republic. Lower Italy, possessed by the Norman princes under the title of Duchy and Comte, became the seat of the new kingdom in the 11th century, that of the two Sicilies. On the extinction of the Dukes of Apulia and Calabria, descendants of Robert Guiscard, Roger, son of Roger, Count of Sicily, and sovereign of that island, united the dominions of the two branches of the Norman dynasty, 1127, and being desirous of procuring for himself the royal dignity, he attached to his interest the anti-pope, Anacletus II, who invested him with the royalty by a bull 1130, in which, however, he took care to reserve the territorial right and an annual tribute to the Church of Rome. This prince received the crown of Palermo from the hands of a cardinal, whom the Pope had deputed for the express purpose. On the death of the Emperor Lothair, he succeeded in dispossessing the Prince of Capua and subduing the Duchy of Naples, 1139, thus completing the conquest of all that is now denominated the Kingdom of Naples. William II, grandson of Roger, was the principal supporter of Pope Alexander III and of the famous League of Lombardy formed against the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. The male line of the Norman princes having been extinct in William II, the kingdom of the two Sicilies passed 1189 to the House of Hohenstaufen by the marriage which the Emperor Henry IV, son of Frederick Barbarossa, contracted with the Princess Constance and inheritors of the last king. Henry maintained the rights of his wife against the usurper Tancred and transmitted this kingdom to his son Frederick II, who acquired by his marriage with Yolande, daughter of John de Brienne, titular king of Jerusalem, the titles and arms of this latter kingdom. The efforts which Frederick made to annihilate the League of Lombardy and confirm his own authority in Italy drew down upon him the persecution of the court of Rome, who, taking advantage of the minority, the young Conradin, grandson of Frederick II, wrested the crown of the two Sicilies from this rival house, which alone was able to check its ambitious projects. Manfroy, natural son of Frederick II, disgusted with playing the part of tutor to the young Conradin, in which capacity he had at first acted, caused himself to be proclaimed and crowned as Palermo, king of the two Sicilies, 1258. The popes, Urban IV and Clement IV, dreading the genius and talents of this prince, made an offer of that kingdom to Charles of Anjou, Count of Provence, and brother of St. Louis. Clement IV granted the investiture of it 1265 to him and his descendants, male and female, on condition of his doing fealty and homage to the Holy See, and presenting him annually with a white riding horse and a tribute of 8 million ounces of gold. Charles, after being crowned at Rome, marched against Mayflower with an army chiefly composed of crusaders. He defeated that prince, who was slain at the Battle of Benevento, 1266, which was soon after followed by the reduction of the two kingdoms. One rival to Charles still survived, the young Conradin, the lawful heir to the throne of his ancestors. Charles vanquished him also 2 years afterwards in the plains of Tagliacozzo, and having made him prisoner, together with his young friend Frederick of Austria, he caused both of these princes to be beheaded at Naples, 29th October 1268. Charles did not long enjoy his new dignity. While he was preparing to undertake a crusade against Michael Palaeologus, a schismatic prince who had expelled the Latins from Constantinople, he had the mortification to see himself dispossessed of Sicily on the occasion of the famous Sicilian Vespers, 1282. This event, which is generally regarded as the result of a conspiracy planned with great address by a gentleman of Salerno named John de Procida, appears to have been but the sudden effect of an insurrection occasioned by the aversion of the Sicilians to the French yoke. During the hour of Vespers on the second day of Easter, 30th March, When the inhabitants of Palermo were on their way to the Church of the Holy Ghost, situated at some distance from the town, it happened that a Frenchman named Drouet had offered a private insult to a Sicilian woman. Hence a quarrel arose, which drew on a general insurrection at Palermo. All the French who were in the city or the neighborhood were massacred, with the exception of one gentleman from Provence, called William Porcelet, who had conciliated all hearts by his virtues. This revolt gradually extended to the other Sicilian cities. Everywhere the French were put to death on the spot. Messina was the last that caught the infection, but there the revolution did not take place till 30 days after the same event at Palermo, 29th April 1282. It is therefore not true that this massacre of the French happened at the same hour, and at the sound of the vesper bells, over all parts of the island, nor is it more probable that the plot had been contrived by Peter III, King of Aragon, since the Palmeridans displayed at first the banner of the Church, having resolved to surrender to the Pope, but being driven from this resolution and dreading the vengeance of Charles, they dispatched deputies to the King of Aragon, who was then cruising with a fleet off the African coast, and made him an offer of their crown. This prince yielded to the invitation of the Parliamentans. He landed at Trapani, and thus passed to Palermo, where he was crowned King of Sicily. The whole island submitted to him, and Charles of Anjou was obliged to raise the siege of Messina, which he had undertaken. Peter entered and took possession of the place, and from that time Sicily remained under the power of the kings of Aragon. It became the inheritance of a particular branch of the Aragonese princes, and the house of Anjou were reduced to the single kingdom of Naples. Spain, which was divided into several sovereignties, both Christian and Mohammedan, presented a continual spectacle of commotion and carnage. The Christian states of Castile and Aragon were gradually increased by the conquest made over the Mohammedans, while the kingdom of Navarre, less exposed to conquest by its local situation, remained nearly in its original state of mediocrity. This latter kingdom passed in succession to female heirs of different houses. Blanche of Navarre, daughter of Sancho VI, transferred it to the Counts of Champagne 1234. On the extinction of the male line of that house in Henry I of Navarre 1274, Joan I, his daughter and heiress, conveyed that kingdom, together with the Comtes of Champagne and Brie, to the crown of France. Philip the Fair, husband of that princess, and his 3 sons, Louis de Houghton, Philip the Long, and Charles the Fair, were at the same time kings both of France and Navarre. Finally, it was Queen Joan II, daughter of Louis de Houghton and Heritrix of Navarre, who transferred that kingdom to the family of the Counts de Vaux, and relinquished the Comtes of Champagne and Brie to Philip of Valois, successor of Charles the Fair to the throne of France, 1336. The family of the Counts of Barcelona ascended the throne of Aragon, 1131, by the marriage of Count Raymond Berenguer V with Donna Petronila, daughter and heiress of Wehmeyer II, King of Aragon. Don Pedro II, grandson of Raymond Berenguer, happening to be at Rome 1204, was there crowned King of Aragon by Pope Innocent III. On this occasion he did homage for his kingdom to that pontiff, and engaged for himself and successors to pay an annual tribute to the Holy See. Don James I, surnamed the Conqueror, son of John Pedro II, gained some important victories over the Mohammedans, from whom he took the Balearic Isles, 1230, and the Kingdom of Valencia, 1238. Footnote: the famous Castilian hero, Don Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, surnamed the Cid, had already seized the Kingdom of Valencia about the end of the 11th century, but the Arabs took possession of it after his death 1099. End of footnote. Don Pedro III, eldest son of Don James I, had dispossessed Charles I of Anjou and Sicily, which drew down upon him a violent persecution on the part of Pope Martin IV, who was on the eve of publishing a crusade against him and assigning over his estates to Charles of Valois, a younger brother of Philip called the Hardy, King of France. Don James II, younger son of Don Pedro III, succeeded in making his peace with the court of Rome, and even obtained from Pope Boniface VIII, 1297, the investiture of the island of Sardinia, on condition of acknowledging himself the vassal and tributary of the Holy See for that kingdom, which he afterwards obtained by conquest from the Republic of Pisa. The principal victories of the Christians over the Mohammedans in Spain were reserved for the kings of Castile, whose history is extremely fertile in great events. Alfonso VI, whom some call Alfonso I, after having taken Madrid and Toledo 1085, and subdued the whole kingdom of Toledo, was on the point of altogether expelling the Mohammedans from Spain, when a revolution which happened in Africa augmented their forces by fresh numbers, and thus arrested the progress of the Castilian prince. The Zirides, an Arab dynasty descended from Siri, son of Munad, reigned then over that part of Africa which comprehends Africa properly so called, viz. Tripoli, Tunis, and Algiers, and the Maghreb, comprehending Fez and Morocco, which they had conquered from the Fatimite caliphs of Egypt. It happened that a new apostle and conqueror named Abu Bakr, son of Omar, collected some tribes of Arabs in the vicinity of Salgumessa, a city in the kingdom of Fez, and got himself proclaimed commander of the faithful. His adherents took the name Bathin, a term which signifies zealously devoted to religion, and whence the Spaniards had formed the names Almoravides and Marabouts. Having made himself master of the city of Salgumessa, this warlike emir extended his conquest in the Maghreb, as well as in Africa proper, whence he expelled the Zirides. His successor, Yusuf, or Joseph, the son of Tashin, completed the conquest of these countries, and built the city of Morocco 1069, which he made the capital of the Maghreb, and the seat of his new empire. This prince joined the Mohammedans of Seville, to whose aid he marched with his victorious troops, defeated the king of Castile at the Battle of Badajoz, 1090, and subdued the Prince Mohammedan states of Spain, such as Granada and Seville, etc. The empire of the Almoravides was subverted in the 12th century by another Mohammedan sect called the Mohammedans, or Al-Hadis, a word signifying Unitarians. An upstart fanatic named Abdul Mumin was the founder of this sect. He was educated among the mountains of Sousse in Mauritania and assumed the quality of Emir 1120 and the surname of Mohadi, that is, the chief, the leader and director of the faithful. Having subdued Morocco, Africa, and the whole of the Maghreb, he annihilated the dynasty of the Almoravides, 1146, and at the same time vanquished the Mohammedan states in Spain. He took also 1160 from the Normans Tunis, Mohadi, and Tripoli, of which they had taken possession. One of his successors, named Nasser Muhammad, formed the project of reconquering the whole continent of Spain. The immense preparations which he made for this purpose alarmed Alfonso VIII, King of Castile, who immediately formed an alliance with the kings of Aragon and Navarre, and even engaged Pope Innocent III to proclaim a crusade against the Mohammedans. The armies of Europe and Africa met on the confines of Castile and Andalusia 1212, and in the environs of the city Ubeda was fought a bloody battle which so crippled the power of the Almohades as the occasion in a short time the downfall and dismemberment of their empire. Footnote: Digenes fixes the entire destruction of the Almohades in the year 1296. End of footnote. About this period, 1269, the Mohammedans of Spain revolted afresh from Africa and divided themselves into several petty states, of which the principal and only one that existed for several centuries was that of the descendants of Nasser, kings of Granada. Ferdinand III, king of Castile and Leon, took advantage of this event to renew his conquest of the Mohammedans. He took from them the kingdoms of Cordova, Murcia, and Seville, 1236 at Sec, and left them only the single kingdom of Granada. These wars against the Mohammedans were the occasion of several religious and military orders being founded in Spain. Of these, the most ancient was that founded and fixed at Alcantara, 1156, whence it took its name, having for its badge a decoration of green cross, in the form of the lily of fleur-de-lis. The Order of Calatrava was instituted in 1158. It was confirmed by Pope Alexander III, 1164, and assumed as its distinctive mark the red cross, also in form of the lily. The Order of St. James of Compostela, founded in 1161 and confirmed by the same Pope 1175, was distinguished by a red cross in the form of a sword. Finally, the Order of Montiso, 1317, supplanted that of the Templars in the Kingdom of Aragon. The kings of Castile and Aragon, having conquered from the Arabs a part of what is properly called Portugal, formed it into a distinct government under the name of Portucada, or Portugal. Henry of Burgundy, a French prince, grandson of Robert, called the Old, Duke of Burgundy, and great-grandson of Robert II, King of France, having distinguished himself by his bravery in the wars between the Castilians and the Mohammedans. Alfonso VI, King of Castile, wished to attach the young prince to him by the ties of blood, and for this purpose gave him in marriage his daughter, the infant Donna Teresa, and created him Count of Portugal, 1090. This state, including at first merely the cities of Oporto, Braga, Miranda, Lambargo, Visio, and Coimbra, began to assume its present form in the reign of Alfonso I, son of Count Henry. The Mohammedans, alarmed at the warlike propensities of the young Alfonso, had marched with a superior force to attack him by surprise. Far from being intimidated by the danger, this prince, to animate the courage of his troops, pretended that an apparition from heaven had authorized him to proclaim himself king in the face of the army, in virtue of an express order which he said he had received from Christ. Footnote. After the defeat of the Mohammedans, Alfonso, having assembled the bishops, declared on his oath that Jesus Christ appeared to him on the evening before the battle, promised him certain victory, and ordered him to be proclaimed king of the field of battle, and to take his arms, the 5 wounded inflicted on his body, and the 30 pieces of silver for which he was sold to the Jews. End of footnote. He then marched against the enemy and totally routed him in the plains of Ourique, 1139. This victory, famous in the annals of Portugal, paved the way for the conquest of the cities of Leiria, Santarém, Lisbon, Sintra, Alcazar de Sal, Evora, and Elvas, situated on the banks of the Tagus. Moreover, to secure the protection of the court of Rome against the kings of Leon, who disputed with him the independence of his new state, Alfonso took the resolution of acknowledging himself vassal and tributary to the Holy See, 1142. He afterwards convoked the estates of his kingdom at Lamigo, and there declared his independence by a fundamental law, which also regulated the order of succession to the throne. Sancho I, son and successor of Alfonso, took from the Mohammedans the city of Silvers in Algarve, and Alfonso III soon after, 1249, completed the conquest of that province. The first kings of Portugal, in order to gain the protection of the court of Rome, were obliged to grant extensive benefices to the ecclesiastics, with regalia and rights, and the exemption of the clergy from the secular jurisdiction. Their successors, however, finding themselves firmly established on the throne, soon changed their policy and manifested as much of indifference with the clergy as Alfonso I had testified of kindness and attachment to them. Hence originated a long series of broils and quarrels with the court of Rome. Pope Innocent IV deposed Sancho II, 1245, and appointed Alfonso III in his place. Denis, son and successor of this latter prince, was excommunicated for the same reason and compelled to sign a treaty 1289, by which the clergy were re-established in all their former rights. In France, the whole policy of the kings was directed against their powerful vassals, who shared among them the finest provinces of their kingdom, the Dukes of Burgundy, Normandy, and Aquitaine, the Counts of Flanders, Champagne, and Toulouse, the Dukes of Bretagne, the Counts of Poitiers, Bar, Blois, Anjou, and Maine, Alençon, Auvergne, Angoulême, Périgord, Carcassonne, etc., formed so many petty sovereigns equal in some respects to the electors and princes of the Germanic Empire. Footnote: the first 6 of these were the ancient lay peers of the crown. They were established in the reigns of Louis VII and IX, as well as 6 ecclesiastical peers. End of footnote. Several circumstances, however, contributed to maintain the balance in favor of royalty. The crown was hereditary, and the demesnes lands belonging to the king, which being very extensive, gave him a power which far outweighed that of any individual vassal. Besides, these same demesnes, being situate in the center of the kingdom, enabled the sovereign to observe the conduct of his vassals, to divide their forces and prevent anyone from preponderating over another. The perpetual wars which they waged with each other, the tyranny which they exercised over their dependents, and the enlightened policy of several of the French kings, by degrees re-established the royal authority, which had been almost annihilated under the last princes of the Carlovingian dynasty. End of section 16. Section 17 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Gregory VIII to Boniface VIII, A.D. 1074 to 1300, Part 6. It was at this period that the rivalry between France and England had its origin. The fault that Philip I committed in making no opposition to the conquest of England by William, Duke of Normandy, his vassal, served to kindle the flame of war between these princes. The war which took place in 1087 was the first that happened between the two nations. It was renewed under the subsequent reigns, and this rivalry was still more increased on occasion of the unfortunate divorce between Louis VII and Eleanor of Poitou, heiress of Guienne, Poitou, and Gascony. This divorced princess married, 1152, Henry, surnamed Plantagenet, Duke of Normandy, Count of Anjou and Maine, and afterwards King of England, and brought him in dowry the whole of her vast possession. But it was reserved for Philip Augustus to repair the faults of his predecessors. This great monarch, whose courage was equal to his prudence and his policy, recovered his superiority over England. He strengthened his power and authority by the numerous successions which he made to the crowned lands, 1180 to 1220. Footnote: the states of Germany, in order to preserve the feudal system, passed a law which forbade the princes to leave the grand fiefs of the empire vacant more than a year. End of footnote. Besides Artois, Vermandois, the earldoms of Evreux, Auvergne, and Alençon, which he annexed under different titles, He took advantage of the civil commotions which had arisen in England against King John to dispossess the English of Normandy, Anjou, Maine, Lorraine, and Poitou, 1203, and he maintained these conquests by the brilliant victory which he gained at Bouvines, 1214, over the combined forces of England, the Emperor Otho, and the Count of Flanders. Footnote: by the definitive peace concluded at Paris in 1259 between Louis IX and Henry III, Normandy, Lorraine, Maine, Anjou, and Poitou were ceded to France, who then surrendered to England, Limousin, Périgord, Quercy, etc., on condition of doing fealty and homage to the kings of France, and to be held under the title of the Duke of Aquitaine and Peer of France. End of footnote. Several of the French kings were exclusively occupied with the Crusades in the East. Louis VII, Philip Augustus, and Louis IX took the cross and marched in person to the Holy Land. These ultramarine expeditions, 1147-1248, which required great and powerful resources, could not but exhaust France, while on the contrary, the Crusades which Louis VIII undertook against the Albigenses and their protectors, the Counts of Toulouse and Carcassonne, considerably augmented the royal power. Pope Innocent III, by proclaiming this crusade, 1208, raised a tedious and bloody war which desolated Languedoc, and during which fanaticism perpetrated atrocities which make humanity shudder. Simon, Count Montfort, the chief or general of these crusaders, had the whole estates of the Counts of Toulouse adjudged him by the Pope. Amaury, the son and heir of Simon, surrendered his claims over these forfeitures to Louis VIII, King of France, 1226, and it was this circumstance that induced Louis to march in person at the head of the Crusaders against the Count of Toulouse, his vassal and cousin. He died at the close of this expedition, leaving to his son and successor, Louis IX, the task of finishing this disastrous war. By the peace which was concluded at Paris 1229, between the king and the count, the greater part of Languedoc was allowed to remain in the possession of Louis. One arrangement of this treaty was the marriage of the count's daughter with Alfonso, brother to the king, with this express clause that failing heirs of this marriage, the whole territory of Toulouse should revert to the crown. The same treaty adjudged to the Pope the county of Venaissin as an escheat of the Counts of Toulouse and the Count of Carcassonne, implicated also in the cause of the Albigenses, was compelled to cede to the king all right over the Viscounties of Béziers, Carcassonne, Angly, Rodez, Albi, and Nesme. One consequence of this bloody war was the establishment of the terrible tribunal of the Inquisition and the founding of the Order of the Dominicans. Footnote: the first origin of the Inquisition may be dated from a commission of inquisitors in 1212, which Innocent III established at Toulouse against the Albigenses. Gregory IX entrusted the Inquisition to the Dominicans, who erected it into an ordinary tribunal, before which they cited not only those suspected of heresy, but all who were accused of sorcery, magic, witchcraft, Judaism, etc. Domenico, sub-prior of the Church of Osma in Spain, conjointly with Diego d'Espes, the bishop of the church, undertook in 1206 the mission against the heretics in Languedoc. Innocent VIII in 1208 established a perpetual commission of preachers for that country, of which Domenico was declared chief, hence the origin of the Order of Preaching Friars. End of footnote. Henry II, a descendant of the house of Plantagenet, having mounted the throne of England in right of his mother, Matilda, annexed to that crown and duchy of Normandy the countries of Anjou, Touraine, and Maine, together with Guyenne, Gascon, and Poitou. He afterwards added Ireland, which he subdued in 1172. This island, which had never been conquered either by the Romans or the barbarians, who had desolated Europe, was at that time divided into 5 principal sovereignties, viz. Munster, Ulster, Connaught, Leinster, and Meath, whose several chiefs all assumed the title of kings. One of these princes enjoyed the dignity of monarch of the island, but he had neither authority sufficient to secure internal tranquility, nor power enough to repel with success the attacks of enemies from without. It was this state of weakness that induced Henry to attempt the conquest of the island. He obtained the sanction of Pope Adrian IV by a bull in 1155, and undertook in a formal engagement to subject the Irish to the jurisdiction of the Holy See and the payment of Peter's pence. Footnote: the Irish were converted to Christianity in the 5th century. St. Patrick was their first apostle. He founded the Archbishop of Armagh in 472. The supremacy of the Pope was not acknowledged in that island till the Council of Drogheda, 1152, when the Pope's pallium and the celibacy of the priests were introduced. End of footnote. The expulsion of Dermot, King of Leinster, who had rendered himself odious by his pride and his tyranny, furnished Henry with a pretext for sending troops into that island to assist the dethroned prince in recovering his dominions. The success of the English and the victories which they gained over Roderick, King of Connaught, who at that time was chief monarch of the island, determined Henry to undertake in person an expedition into Ireland in October 1172. He soon reduced the provinces of Leinster and Munster to submission, and after having constructed several forts and nominated a viceroy and other crown officers, he took his departure without completing the conquest of the island. Roderick, King of Connaught, submitted in 1175, but it was not till the reign of Queen Elizabeth that the entire reduction of Ireland was accomplished. In England, the rashness and rapacity of John, son of Henry II, occasioned a mighty revolution in the government. The discontented nobles, with the Archbishop of Canterbury at their head, joined in a league against the king. Pope Innocent III formally deposed him, made over his kingdom to the crown of France, and proclaimed a crusade against him in every country of Europe. John obtained an accommodation with the Pope, and in order to secure his protection, he consented to become a vassal of the Church, both for England and Ireland, engaging to pay His Holiness, besides Peter's pence, an annual tribute of 1,000 marks. But all in vain. The nobles persisted in their revolt, and forced the king to grant them the Grand Charter of the Magna Carta, by which he and his successors were forever deprived of the power of exacting subsidies without the counsel and advice of Parliament, which did not then include the Commons. He granted to the city of London and to all cities and burghs in the kingdom a renewal of their ancient liberties and privileges, and the right of not being taxed except with the advice and consent of the Common Council. Moreover, the lives and properties of the citizens were secured by this charter, one clause of which expressly provided that no subject could be either arrested, imprisoned, dispossessed of his fortune, or deprived of his life, except by a legal sentence of his peers, conform to the ancient law of the country. This charter, which was renewed in various subsequent reigns, forms at this day the basis of the English Constitution. King John, meantime, rebelled against this charter and caused it to be rescinded by Pope Innocent III, who even issued a bull of excommunication against the barons. But they, far from being disconcerted or intimidated, made an offer of their crown to Louis, son of Philip Augustus, King of France. This prince repaired to England, and there received the fealty and homage of the grandees and the nation. John, abandoned by all his subjects, attempted to take refuge in Scotland, but he died in his flight at the castle of Newark. His death made a sudden change in the minds and sentiments of the English. The barons forsook the standard of the French prince and rallied round that of young Henry, son of King John, whose long and unfortunate reign was a succession of troubles and intestine wars. Edward I, son and successor of Henry III, as determined and courageous as his father had been weak and indolent, restored tranquility to England, and made his name illustrious by the conquest which he made of the Principality of Wales. This district, from the most remote antiquity, was ruled by its own native princes, descended from the ancient British kings. Although they had been vassals and tributaries of the kings of England, they exercised nevertheless the rights of sovereignty in their own country. Llywelyn, Prince of Wales, having espoused the cause of the insurgents in the reign of Henry III, and made some attempts to withdraw from the vassalage of the English crown, Edward I declared war against him, 1282, and in a battle fought near the Manal, Llywelyn was defeated and slain, with 2,000 of his followers. David, his brother and successor, met with a fate still more melancholy. Having been taken prisoner by Edward, he was condemned to death and executed like a traitor, 1283. The territory of Wales was annexed to the crown. The king created his eldest son Edward Prince of Wales, a title which has since been borne by the eldest sons of the kings of England. At this period, the kingdoms of the north presented in general little else than a spectacle of horror and carnage. The warlike and ferocious temper of the northern nations, the want of fixed and specific laws in the succession of their kings, gave rise to innumerable factions, encouraged insolence, and fomented troubles and intestine wars. Footnote. In Denmark, the throne was elective in the reigning family. It was equally so in Norway, where, by a strange custom, natural sons were admitted to the crown, and allowed the privilege of attesting their descent from the royal line by the ordeal of fire. End of footnote. In extravagant and superstitious devotion, by loading the church with wealth, aggravated still more the evils with which these kingdoms were distracted. The bishops and the new metropolitans, enriched at the expense of the crown lands, and rendered bold by their power, and the strength of their castles, domineered in the Senate and the assemblies of the states, and neglected no opportunity of encroaching on the sovereign's authority. Footnote. The power of the clergy in the north was considerably increased by the introduction of metropolitans. The Archbishopric of London was erected in 1152 and that of Uppsala in 1163. End of footnote. They obtained by compulsion the introduction of tithes and the immunity of the ecclesiastics, and thus more and more increased and cemented the sacerdotal power. Footnote. The introduction of tithes met with great opposition in all the north, nor were they generally received till near the end of the 13th century. Canute IV was put to death in Denmark, principally for having attempted to introduce tithes. End of footnote. This state of trouble and internal commotion tended to abate that ardor for maritime incursions which had so long agitated the Scandinavian nations. It did not, however, prevent the kings of Denmark and Sweden from undertaking from time to time expeditions by sea, under the name of crusades, for the conversion of the pagan nations of the north, whose territories they were ambitious to conquer. The Slavians, who inhabited the coasts of the Baltic, were then constantly committing piracies in imitation of the ancient Normans, plundering and ravaging the provinces and islands of Denmark. Valdemar I, wishing to put an end to these devastations, and thirsting moreover for the glory of converting to Christianity those nations against whom all the efforts of the Germans had failed, attacked them at different times with his numerous flotillas. He took and pillaged several of their towns, such as Arcona and Corinth, or Gauds, in the Isle of Rügen, 1168, Julin, now called Wallen, and Stettin, two seaports in Pomerania, 1175-6. He made the princes of Rügen his vassals and tributaries, and is generally regarded as the founder of Danzig, 1165, which originally was merely a fort constructed by the Danes. Canute VI, son and successor of Valdemar I, followed the example of his father. He reduced the princes of Pomerania, 1183, and Mecklenburg, 1186, and the counts of Schwerin, 1201, to a state of dependence. He made himself master of Hamburg and Lubeck, and subdued the whole of Holstein. Waldemar II assumed the title of King of the Slavians and Lord of Nordthuringia. He added Lauenburg, a part of Prussia, Estonia, and the Isle of Ursel, to the conquest of his predecessors, and became the founder of the cities of Stralsund and Revel, 1209 and 1222. This prince, master of nearly the whole southern coast of the Baltic, and raised to the summit of prosperity by the superiority of his commercial and maritime power, commanded for a time the attention of all Europe. But an unforeseen event eclipsed his glory and deprived him of all the advantages of his victories and his conquests. Henry, Count of Schwerin, one of the vassals of Valdemar, wishing to avenge an outrage which he pretended to have received from him, seized that prince by surprise 1223 and detained him for 3 years prisoner in the castle of Schwerin. This circumstance aroused the courage of the other vanquished nations, who instantly took to arms. Adolphus, Count of Schoenberg, penetrated into Holstein and subdued the princes of Mecklenburg and Pomerania, with the cities of Hamburg and Lubeck. Valdemar, restored to liberty, made several efforts to reconquer his revolted provinces, but a powerful confederacy being formed against him, he was defeated in a battle fought 1227 at Bornhovert, near Segeberg, in Holstein. Of all his conquests he retained only the Isle of Rügen, Estonia, and the town of Revel, which in course of time were lost or abandoned by his successors. Sweden, which had been governed in succession by the dynasties of Stenkel, Schwerkar, and St. Eric, was long a prey to internal dissensions, which arose principally from the 2 different forms of worship professed and authorized by the state. The whole nation, divided in their religious sentiments, saw themselves arranged into 2 factions and under 2 reigning families, mutually hating and exasperated against each other for nearly half a century. 2 and sometimes more princes were seen reigning at once, from 1080 till 1133, when the throne began to be occupied ultimately by the descendants of Svend and St. Eric. During all this time, violence usurped the place of right, and the crown of Sweden was more than once the prize of assassination and treason. In the midst of these intestine disorders, we find the Swedes even attempting foreign conquests. To these, they were instigated both by the genius of the age, which encouraged crusades and military missions, as well as by the desire of avenging the piracies which the Finlanders and other pagan tribes of the north committed from time to time on the coast of Sweden. St. Eric became at once the apostle and the conqueror of Finland, 1157. He established also a Swedish colony in Nyland, and subdued the provinces of Helsingland and Jämtland. Charles I, son of Sverker, united the kingdom of Gotland to Sweden, and was the first that took the title of these 2 kingdoms. Eric, surnamed Lasby, or the Lisper, resumed the crusading system of warfare, and in the character of missionary, conquered the vast land in the eastern part of Bothnia. Berge, a prince of the Fulgungian dynasty who ascended the throne of Sweden in 1250, conquered, under the same pretext, Karelia and Silverlax, and fortified Viborg. He compelled the inhabitants of these countries to embrace the Christian religion, 1293, and annexed them to Finland. We find also several of the Swedish kings undertaking missionary expeditions against their pagan neighbors, the Estonians, who, from time to time, committed dreadful ravages on the coast of Sweden. These expeditions, which were always esteemed sacred, served as an excuse for the sovereigns of the north in avoiding the crusades to the Holy Land, in which they took no part. Footnote. Except Sigurd I, King of Norway, who undertook a crusade to the Holy Land in 1107 at the head of an army of 10,000 men and a fleet of 60 sail. End of footnote. Prussia and the Prussians are totally unknown in history before the end of the 10th century. Footnote. Tacitus and the writers of the Middle Ages before the 10th century seem to have included the Prussians and the people inhabiting the coast of the Baltic eastward of the Vistula under the name of Estonians. End of footnote. The author of the Life of St. Adalbert of Prague, who suffered martyrdom in Prussia in the reign of Otto III, is the first that mentions them under this new name, 997, 200 years after the Abbey of Oliva, surnamed the Christian, became the apostle of the Prussians and was appointed by Pope Innocent III, the first bishop of Prussia, 1215. This idolatrous nation, haughty and independent, and attached to the reigning superstition, having repulsed all the efforts that were repeatedly made to convert them to Christianity, Pope Honorius III, in the spirit of his age, published a crusade against them, 1218, to proselytize them by force. Armies of crusaders were poured into Prussia and overran the whole country with fire and sword. The Prussians took cruel vengeance on the Polonaise of Masovia, who had made common cause against them with the Crusaders of the East. At length Conrad, Duke of Masovia, finding himself too weak to withstand the fury of the Prussians, called in the Teutonic Knights to his aid, and anxious to secure forever the assistance and protection of that order, he made them grant the territory of Culm, and moreover promised them whatever lands he might conquer from the common enemy, 1226. This contract having been sanctioned by the Emperor Frederick II, the knights speedily came into possession of their new dominions, 1230. They extended themselves by degrees all over Prussia after a long and murderous war, which they had carried on against the idolatrous natives. That country, which had been peopled by numerous German colonies in succession, did not submit to the yoke of the Teutonic Order until the greater part of its ancient inhabitants had been destroyed. The knights took care to confirm their authority and their religion in Prussia by constructing cities and forts and founding bishoprics and convents. The city of Königsberg on the Pregu was built in 1255, and that of Marienburg on the Mogat, which became the capital of the order, is supposed to have been founded in 1280. Footnote. It is alleged this city took its name from Ottokar II, King of Bohemia, who headed an army of crusaders and encouraged the building of it. End of footnote. The Teutonic Knights completed the conquest of that country, 1283, by the reduction of Suabia, the last of the 11 provinces which composed ancient Prussia. We can scarcely conceive how a handful of these knights should have been able in so short a time to vanquish a warlike and powerful nation, inspired with the love of liberty and emboldened by fanaticism, to make the most intrepid and obstinate defense. But we ought to take into consideration that the indulgences of the court of Rome allured continually into Prussia a multitude of crusaders from all the provinces of the empire, and that the knights gained these over to their ranks by distributing among them the lands which they had won by conquest. In this way, their numbers were incessantly recruited by new colonies of crusaders, and the nobles flocked in crowds to their standard to seek territorial acquisitions in Prussia. The increase of commerce on the Baltic in the 12th century led the Germans to discover the coast of Livonia. Some merchants from Bremen, on their way to Wisby in the island of Gothland, a seaport on the Baltic very much frequented at that time, were thrown by a tempest on the coast near the mouth of the Dwina, 1158. The desire of gain induced them to enter into a correspondence with the natives of the country, and from a wish to give stability to a branch of commerce which might become very lucrative, they attempted to introduce the Christian religion into Livonia. A monk of Segenberg in Halstan, named Maynard, undertook this mission. He was the first bishop of Livonia, 1192, and fixed his residence at the castle of Uxkol, which he strengthened by fortifications. Berthold, his successor, wishing to accelerate the progress of Christianity, as well as to avoid the dangers to which his mission exposed him, caused the Pope to publish a crusade against the Livonians. This zealous prelate perished sword in hand, fighting against the people whom he intended to convert. The priests after this were either massacred or expelled from Livonia, but in a short time a new army of crusaders marched into the country under the banner of Albert, the third bishop, who built the city of Riga, 1200, which became the seat of his bishopric, and afterwards the metropolitan see of all Prussia and Livonia. The same prelate founded the military order of the Knights of Christ, or sword-bearers, to whom he ceded the third of all the countries he had conquered. This order, confirmed by Pope Innocent III, 1204, finding themselves too weak to oppose the pagans of Livonia, agreed to unite with the Teutonic Order, 1237, who at that time nominated the generals of provincial masters in Livonia, known by the names of Heermeister and Landmeister. Pope Gregory IX, in confirming the union of these two orders, exacted the surrender of the districts of Revel, Wesenberg, Weisenstein, and Sapsau to Waldemar II, which the knights, with consent of the Bishop of Dorpat, had taken from him during his captivity. Its retrocession was made by an act passed at Strensby, 1238. Several documents which still exist in the private archives of the Teutonic Order of Königsberg, and especially two, dated 1249 and 1254, prove that, at this period, the bishops of Riga still exercised superiority, both temporal and spiritual, over these knights sword-bearers, although they were united with the Teutonic Order, which was independent of these bishops. The combination of these two orders rendered them so powerful that they gradually extended their conquests all over Prussia, Livonia, Courland, and Semigalia, but they could never succeed farther than to subject these nations to a rigorous servitude under pretense of conversion. End of section 17. Section 18 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Gregory VIII to Boniface VIII, AD 1074 to 1300, Part 7. Before we speak of Russia and the other eastern countries of Europe, it would be necessary to turn our attention for a little to the Mongols, whose conquests and depredations extended in the 13th century from the extremity of northern Asia over Russia and the greater part of Europe. The native country of this people is found to be those same regions which they still inhabit in our day, and which are situated to the north of the Great Wall of China, between eastern Tartary and modern Bukharia. They are generally confounded with the Tartars, from whom they differ essentially, both in their appearance and manners, as well as in their religion and political institutions. This nation is divided into two principal branches, the Eloths, or Aulots, better known by the name of Kalmuks, and the Mongols, properly so called. These latter, separated from the Kalmuks by the mountains of Altai, are now subject to the dominion of China. The Mongols, scarcely known at present in the history of Europe, owed their greatness to the genius of one man, the famous Genghis Khan. This extraordinary person, whose real name was Temujin, or, according to Pallas, Temujin, was born in the year 1163, and originally nothing more than the chief of a particular horde of Mongols who had settled on the banks of the rivers Onan and Kurlan, and were tributary to the empire of Qin. His first exploits were against the other hordes of Mongols, whom he compelled to acknowledge his authority. Emboldened by success, he conceived the romantic idea of aspiring to be the conqueror of the world. For this purpose, he assembled near the source of the river Onan in 1206 all the chiefs of the Mongol hordes and the generals of his armies. A certain pretender to inspiration, whom the people regarded as a holy man, appeared in the assembly and declared that it was the will of God that Temujin should rule over the whole earth, that all nations should submit to him, and that henceforth he should be bear the title of Tenjin Khan, or Most Great Emperor. Footnote. In the Mongol language, Zin or Jin signifies great, and Kis very, so that the word means Most Great Khan or Emperor. According to others who quote the constitution of the Mongols, this new name was taken from the cry of an extraordinary and divine bird, which sat on the tree during the assembly in question and uttered the word Tenjikins. This name was adopted as a special and favorable augury from heaven and applied to the new conqueror. End of footnote. In a short time, this new conqueror subdued the two great empires of the Tartars, one of which, called the Empire of Qin, embraced the whole of eastern Tartary and the northern part of China. The other, that of Kara-Kitai, or the Khitans, extended over western Tartary and had its capital at Kashgar in Bukharia. Footnote. The Uyghurs were dependent on this latter empire, a Turkish people to the northwest of China. It is alleged that they cultivated the arts and sciences and communicated letters in the alphabet to the other Turkish and Mogul tribes. End of footnote. He afterwards attacked the Kharismian sultans who ruled over Turkestan, Turksoniana, Kharism, Khorasan, and all Persia, from Derbent to Iraq, Arabia, and the Indies. This powerful monarchy was overturned by Genghis Khan in the course of 6 campaigns, and it was during this war that the Mongols were marching under the conduct of Tushi, the eldest son of Genghis Khan, against the Kipchaks, or Carthaginians, to the north of the Caspian Sea, made their first inroad into the Russian Empire. Genghis, after having subdued the whole of Tangut, died in the 65th year of his age, 1227. Historians have remarked in him the traits of a great man, born to command others, but whose noble qualities were tarnished by the ferocity of his nature, which took delight in carnage, plunder, and devastation. Humanity shudders at the recital of the inexpressible horrors exercised by this barbarian, whose maxim was to exterminate without mercy all who offered the least resistance to his victorious arms. The successors of this Mogul conqueror followed him in his career of victory. They achieved the conquest of all China, overturned the Caliphate of Baghdad, and rendered the sultans of Iconium their tributaries. Footnote. The former of these events took place in 1279, and the latter in 1243. The caliphs of Baghdad were annihilated by the Moguls under the reign of Mangu Khan, A.D. 1258. End of footnote. Oghti Khan, the immediate successor of Genghis, dispatched from the center of China 2 powerful armies, the one against Korea and the other against the nations that lie to the north and northwest of the Caspian Sea. This latter expedition, which had for its chiefs Gioachin, son of Ogdi, and Batu, eldest son of Tushi, and grandson of Genghis Khan, after having subdued all Kipchak, penetrated into Russia, which they conquered in 1237. Hence they spread over Poland, Silesia, Moravia, Hungary, and the countries bordering on the Adriatic Sea. They plundered cities, laid waste the country, and carried terror and destruction wherever they went. Footnote. It is related that the Emperor Frederick II, when summoned by the Great Khan to submit and offered an office of high trust at his court, replied to his singular message by way of pleasantry that he knew enough of fowling to qualify him for Grand Falconer. End of footnote. All Europe trembled at the sight of these barbarians, who seemed as if they wished to make the whole earth one vast empire of desolation. The empire of the Moguls attained its highest point of elevation under Kublai, grandson of Sekus. Towards the end of the 13th century, from south to north it extended from the Chinese Sea and the Indies to the extremity of Siberia, and from east to west from Japan to Asia Minor, and the frontiers of Poland in Europe. China and Chinese territory formed the seat of the empire and the residence of the Great Khan, while the other parts of the dominions were governed by princes of the family of Genghis Khan, who either acknowledged the Great Khan as their supreme master, or had their own particular kings and chiefs that paid him tribute. The principal subordinate Khans of the race of Zingis were those of Persia, Zagatai, and Cbteddy. Their dependence on the Great Khan, or Emperor of China, ceased entirely on the death of Kublai, 1294, and the power of the Moguls soon became extinct in China. Footnote. The dynasty of the Moguls in Persia ended in 1410. That of the Zagatai fell into the hands of the usurpers in the 14th century. This dynasty produced the famous Timur. End of footnote. As for the Moguls of Kipchak, their dominion extended over all the Tartar countries situated to the north of the Caspian and the Euxine, as also over Russia and the Crimea. Batu Khan, eldest son of Tushi, was the founder of this dynasty. Being addicted to a wandering life, the Khans of Kipchak encamped on the banks of the Volga, passing from one place to another with their tents and flocks, according to the custom of the Mogul and the Tartar nations. Footnote. Batu Khan was in the habit of ascending the Volga with his whole tribe from January till August, when he began to descend the river in his way to the south. End of footnote. The principal sect of these Khans was called the Grand Golden Horde, or the Horde of Kipchak, which was long an object of the greatest terror of the Russians, Poles, Lithuanians, and Hungarians. Its glory declined towards the end of the 14th century and entirely disappeared under the last Khan Ahmed in 1481. A few separate hordes were all that remained, detached from the Grand Horde, such as those of Kasan, Astrakhan, Siberia, and the Crimea, all of which were in their turn subdued or extirpated by the Russians. Footnote. Horde, in the Chinese or Tartar language, meant a tent or dwelling place. End of footnote. A crowd of princes, descendants of Vladimir the Great, had shared among them the vast dominions of Russia. One of these princes, invested with the dignity of Grand Duke, exercised certain rights of superiority over the rest, who nevertheless acted the part of petty sovereigns and made war on each other. The capital of these Grand Dukes was Kiao, which was also regarded as the metropolis of the empire. Andrew I, Prince of Suzdal, having assumed the title of Grand Duke 1157, fixed his residence at Vladimir, on the river Klyazma, and thus gave rise to a kind of political schism, the consequences of which were most fatal to the Russians. The Grand Duchy of Kiao, with its dependent principalities, detached themselves by degrees from the rest of the empire, and finally became a prey to the Lithuanians and Poles. In the midst of these divisions and intestine broils, and when Russia was struggling with difficulty against the Bulgarians, Polowesians, and other barbarous tribes in the neighborhood, she had the misfortune to be attacked by the Moguls under Genghis Khan. Footnote: these tribes dwelt to the north of the Caspian Sea, between the Jalik, the Volga, and the Tanis. End of footnote. Tushi, eldest son of that conqueror, having marched round the Caspian in order to attack the Polowesians, encountered on his passage the princes of Kiev, who were allies of that people. The battle which he fought 1223 on the banks of the river Kalka was one of the most sanguinary recorded in history. The Russians were totally defeated. 6 of their princes perished on the field of battle, and the whole of western Russia was laid open to the conqueror. The Moguls penetrated as far as Novgorod, wasting the whole country on their march with fire and sword. They returned by the same route, but without extending their ravages further. In 1237, they made a second invasion under the conduct of Batu, son of Tushi, and governor of the northern parts of the Mogul Empire. This prince, after having vanquished the Polowesians and Bulgarians, that is, the whole country of Kipzak, entered the north of Russia, where they took Rugin and Moscow, and cut to pieces an army of the Russians near Kolomna. Several of the towns in this part of Russia were sacked by the Moguls in the commencement of the following year. The family of the Grand Duke Juri II perished in the sack of Vladimir, and he himself fell in the battle which he fought with the Moguls near the river Sita. Batu extended his conquest in northern Russia as far as the city Torshuk, in the territory of Novgorod. For some years he continued his ravages over the whole of western Russia, where, among others, he took Kiev, Kamiak in Podulia, Valdemir, and Halashitz. From this we may date the fall of the Grand Duchy of Kiev, or western Russia, which, with its dependent principalities in the following century, came into the possession of the Lithuanians and Poles. As for the Grand Duchy of Valdemir, which comprehended eastern and northern Russia, it was subdued by the Mongols or Tartars, whose terrible yoke it bore for more than 200 years. Footnote: the Mongols of Kipzak, who ruled over Russia, are known rather by the name of the Tartars and Mongols, as they adopted by degrees the language and manners of the Tartars among whom they lived. End of footnote. An extraordinary person who appeared in this disastrous crisis preserved that part of Russia from sinking into total ruin. This was Prince Alexander, son of the Grand Duke Jaroslav II, who obtained the epithet or surname of Newski from a victory which he gained over the Knights of Livonia near the Neva, 1241. Elevated by the Khan Batu to the dignity of Grand Duke, 1245, he secured by his prudent conduct, his punctuality in paying tribute, and preserving his allegiance to the Mogul emperors, the goodwill of these new masters of Russia during his whole reign. When this great prince died in 1261, his name was enrolled in their calendar of saints. Peter the Great built, in honor of his memory, a convent on the banks of the Neva, to which he gave the name of Alexander Newski, and the Empress Catherine I instituted an order of knighthood that was also called after the name of that prince. Poland, which was divided among several princes of the Piast dynasty, had become, at the time of which we speak, a prey to intestine factions and exposed to the incursions of the neighboring barbarians. These divisions, the principal source of all the evils that afflicted Poland, continued down to the death of Boleslaus II, 1138, who, having portioned His estates among his sons ordered that the elder should retain the district of Krakow under the title of monarch, and that he should exercise the right of superiority over the provincial dukes and princes, his brothers. This clause, which might have prevented the dismemberment of the state, served only to kindle the flame of discord among these colligatory princes. Eulotus, who is generally considered as the eldest of these sons, having attempted to dispossess his brothers 1146, they rose in arms, expelled him from Poland, and obliged his descendants to content themselves with Silesia. His sons founded in that country numerous families of dukes and princes who introduced German colonies into Silesia, all of which in course of time became subject to the kings of Bohemia. Conrad, son of Casimir the Just, and grandson of Boleslas III, was the ancestor of the dukes of Kujavia and Masovia. It was this prince who called in the assistance of the Teutonic Knights against the pagans of Prussia, and established that order in the territory of Kulm, 1230. The Mongols, after having vanquished Russia, took possession of Poland, 1240. Having gained the victory at the Battle of Szydło, they set fire to Krakow and then marched to Lütznitz in Silesia, where a numerous army of crusaders were assembled under the command of Henry, Duke of Breslau. This prince was defeated and slain in the action. The whole of Silesia, as well as Moravia, was cruelly pillaged and desolated by the Mongols. Hungary, at this period, presented the spectacle of a warlike and barbarous nation, the ferocity of whose manners cannot be better attested than by the laws passed in the reigns of Ladislaus and Koloman about the end of the 11th and beginning of the 12th century. Crimes were then punished either with the loss of liberty or from some member of the body, such as the eye, the nose, the tongue, etc. These laws were published in their general assemblies, which were composed of the king, the great officers of the town, and the representatives of the clergy and the free men. All the other branches of the executive power pertained to the kings, who made war and peace at their pleasure. All the counts or governors of provinces claimed no power, either personal or hereditary. Footnote. An author who wrote in the 12th century remarks that the Hungarians still lived in tents in summer and autumn. The few houses in that kingdom were built of wood or of stone. That the grandees, when they went to court, brought their seats or chairs with them, and that the same thing was practiced by those who went to visit their neighbors in winter. End of footnote. Under a government so despotic, it was easy for the kings of Hungary to enlarge the boundaries of their states. Ladislaus took from the Greeks the duchy of Sirmium, 1080, comprising the lower part of Sclavonia. This same prince extended his conquest into Croatia, a country which was governed for several ages by the Slavian princes, who possessed Upper Sclavonia, and ruled over a great part of ancient Illyria and Dalmatia, to which they gave the name of Croatia. Tersilas was the first of these princes that took the title of king in 984. Demetrius Swiminar, one of his successors, did homage to the Pope in order to obtain the protection of the Holy See, 1076. The line of these kings having become extinct some time after, Ladislaus, whose sister had been married to Demetrius Swimir, took advantage of the commotion that had arisen in Croatia and conquered a great part of the kingdom, 1091, and especially Upper Sclavonia, which was one of its dependencies. Koloman completed their conquest in 1102, and the same year he was crowned at Belgrade, king of Croatia and Dalmatia. In course of a few years, he subdued the maritime cities of Dalmatia, such as Spalatro, Trau, and Zara, which he took from the Republic of Venice. Footnote. The invasion of Dalmatia became a source of troubles and wars between the kings of Hungary and the Republic of Vienna. and it was not till the 15th century that the Venetians succeeded in getting possession of the maritime towns of Dalmatia. End of footnote. The kingdom of Rama, or Bosnia, fell at the same time under his power. He took the title of King of Rama 1103, and Bela II, his successor, made over the Duchy of Bosnia to Ladislaus, his younger son. The sovereignty of the kings of Hungary was also occasionally acknowledged by the princes and kings of Bulgaria and Serbia, and even by the Russian princes of Halish and Vladimir. These conquests gave rise to an abuse which soon proved fatal to Hungary. The kings claimed for themselves the right of disposing of the newly conquered provinces in favor of their younger sons, to whom they granted them under the title of duchies and with the rights of sovereignty. These latter made use of their supreme power to excite factions and stir up civil wars. The reign of King Andrew II was rendered remarkable by a revolution, which happened in the government 1217. This prince, having undertaken an expedition to the Holy Land, which he equipped at an extravagant and ruinous expense, the nobles availed themselves of his absence to augment their own power and usurped the estates and revenues of the crown. Corruption had pervaded every branch of the administration, and the king, after his return, made several ineffectual efforts to remedy the disorders of the government and recruit his exhausted finances. At length he adopted the plan of assembling a great diet, 1222, in which was passed the famous decree, a golden bull, which forms the basis of that defective constitution which prevails in Hungary at this day. The property of the clergy and the noblesse were there declared exempt from taxes and military cess. The nobles acquired hereditary possession of the royal grants, which they had received in recompense for their services. They were freed from the obligation of marching at their own expense on any expedition out of the kingdom, and even the right of resistance was allowed then, in case the king should infringe any article of the decree. It was this king, also Andrew II, that conferred several important privileges and immunities on the Saxons, or Germans of Transylvania, who had been invited thither by Geisa II about the year 1142. Under the reign of Bela IV, 1241, Hungary was suddenly inundated with an army of Mongols, commanded by several chiefs, the principal of whom were Batu, the son of Tushi, and Gioachin, son of the great Khan Oktai. The Hungarians, sunk in effeminacy and living in perfect security, had neglected to provide in time for their defense. Having at length rallied round the banner of their king, they pitched their camp very negligently on the banks of the Sajo, where they were surprised by the Mongols, who made terrible havoc of them. Koloman, the king's brother, was slain in the action, and the king himself succeeded with difficulty in saving himself among the isles of Dalmatia. The whole of Hungary was now at the mercy of the conqueror, who penetrated with his victorious troops into Sclavonia, Croatia, Dalmatia, Bosnia, Serbia, and Bulgaria, everywhere glutting his fury with the blood of the people, which he shed in torrents. These barbarians seemed determined to fix their residence in Hungary, when the news of the death of the Khan Oktai and the accession of his son Gioachin to the throne of China induced them to abandon their conquest in less than 3 years and return to the east loaded with immense booty. On hearing this intelligence, Bela ventured from his place of retreat and repaired to Hungary, where he assembled the remains of his subjects, who were wandering in the forest or concealed among the mountains. He rebuilt the cities that were laid in ashes, imported new colonies from Croatia, Bohemia, Moravia, and Saxony, and by degrees restored life and vigor to the state, which had been almost annihilated by the Mongols. The empire of the Greeks at this time was gradually verging toward its downfall. Harassed on the east by the Seljukian Turks infested on the side of the Danube by the Hungarians, the Patsinitsites, the Uzis, and the Comans, and torn to pieces by factious and intestine wars, that empire was making but a feeble resistance to the incessant attacks of its enemies, when it was suddenly threatened with entire destruction by the effects of the Fourth Crusade. Footnote: the Comans established one of their colonies in a part of ancient Dacia, now Moldavia and Wallachia, which took from them the name of Cumania. End the footnote. The Emperor Isaac Angelus had been dethroned by his brother Alexius III, 1195, who had cruelly caused his eyes to be put out. The son of Isaac, called also Alexius, found means to save his life. He repaired to Zara in Dalmatia, 1203, to implore the aid of the Crusaders who, after having assisted the Venetians to recover that rebellious city, were on the point of setting sail for Palestine. The young Alexius offered to indemnify the Crusaders for the expenses of any expedition which they might undertake in his favor. It gave them reason to expect a reunion of the two churches, and considerable supplies, both in men and money, to assist them in reconquering the Holy Land. Yielding in these solicitations, the allied chiefs, instead of passing directly to Syria, set sail for Constantinople. They immediately laid siege to the city, expelled the usurper, and restored Isaac to the throne, in conjunction with his son Alexius. Scarcely had the Crusaders quitted Constantinople when a new revolution happened there. Another Alexius, surnamed Murzaph, excited an insurrection among the Greeks, and having procured the death of the Emperor Isaac and Alexius, he made himself master of the throne. The Crusaders immediately returned, again laid siege to Constantinople, which they took by assault, and after having slain the usurper, they elected a new emperor in the person of Baldwin, Earl of Flanders, and one of the noble Crusaders. Footnote: Baldwin was succeeded by his brother Henry, and he by his brother-in-law Pierre de Courtenay, grandson of Louis VI of France. That prince left two sons, Robert and Baldwin, who both reigned at Constantinople, and were the last of the Latin emperors. End of footnote. This event transferred the Greek Empire to the Latins, 1204. It was followed by a union of the two churches, which, however, was neither general nor permanent, as it terminated with the reign of the Latins at Constantinople. Meantime, the Crusaders divided among themselves the provinces of the Greek Empire, both those which they had already seized and those which yet remained to be conquered. The greater part of the maritime coast of the Adriatic, Greece, the archipelago, the Propontis, and the Euxine, the islands of the Cyclades and Sporades, and those of the Adriatic, were adjudged to the Republic of Venice. Boniface, Marquis of Montferrat, and commander-in-chief of the crusade, obtained for his share the island of Crete or Candia, and all that belonged to the empire beyond the Bosphorus. He afterwards sold Candida to the Venetians, who took possession of it in 1207. The other chiefs of the Crusaders had also their portions of the dismembered provinces. None of them, however, were to possess the countries they were assigned them, except under the title of vassals to the empire, and by acknowledging the sovereignty of Baldwin. In the midst of this general overthrow, several of the Greek princes attempted to preserve the feeble remains of the empire. Theodore Lascaris, son-in-law of the Emperor Alexius III, resolved on the conquest of the Greek provinces in Asia. He had made himself master of Bithynia, Lydia, part of the coast of the archipelago, and Phrygia, and was crowned emperor at Nice in 1206. About the same period, Alexius and David Comensus, grandsons of the Emperor Andronicus I. having taken shelter in Pontus, laid there the foundation of a new empire, which had for its capital the city of Trebizond. At length Michael Angelus Comensus took possession of Durazzo, which he erected into a considerable state, extending from Durazzo to the Gulf of Lepanto and comprehending Ephesus, Acanthus, Aetolia, and part of Thessaly. All these princes assumed the rank and dignity of emperors. The most powerful among them was Theodore Lascaris, Emperor of Nice. His successors found little difficulty in resuming by degrees his superior over the Latin emperors. They reduced them at last to the single city of Constantinople, of which Michael Palaeologus, Emperor of Nice, undertook the siege, and with the assistance of the Genoese vessels, he made himself master of it in 1261. Baldwin II, the last of the Latin emperors, fled to the Isle of Negropont, where he passed into Italy, and his conqueror became the ancestor of all the emperors of the house of Palaeologus that reigned in Constantinople until the taking of the capital by the Turks in 1453. It now remains for us to cast a glance at the revolutions of Asia, closely connected with those of Europe, on account of the Crusades and the expeditions to the Holy Land. The empire of the Seljukian Turks had been divided into several dynasties of distinct sovereignties. The Atabeks of Iraq and a number of petty princes reigned in Syria and the neighboring countries. The Fatimite caliphs of Egypt were masters of Jerusalem and part of Palestine, when the mania of the Crusades converted that region of the East into a theater of carnage and devastation. For 200 years, Asia was seen contending with Europe, and the Christian nations making the most extraordinary efforts to maintain the conquest of Palestine and the neighboring states against the arms of the Mohammedans. At length, there arose among the Mussulmans a man of superior genius, who rendered himself formidable by his warlike prowess to the Christians in the East, and deprived them of the fruits of their numerous victories. This conqueror was the famous Saladin, or Salaheddin, the son of Ayub or Job, and founder of the dynasty of the Ayyubites. The Atabek Nureddin, son of Ahmadin Zengi, had sent him into Egypt in 1168 to assist the Fatimite Caliph against the Franks or Crusaders of the West. While there, he was declared vizier and general of the armies of the Caliph, and so well had he established his power in that country that he effected the substitution of the Abyssinian caliphs in place of the Fatimites, and ultimately caused himself to be proclaimed sultan on the death of Nureddin, 1171, under whom he had served in the quality of lieutenant. Having vanquished Egypt, he next subdued the dominions of Nureddin in Syria, and after having extended his victories over this province, as well as Mesopotamia, Assyria, Armenia, and Arabia, he turned his arms against the Christians in Palestine, whom he had hemmed in, as it were, with his conquests. These princes, separated into petty sovereignties, divided by mutual jealousy, and a prey to the distractions of anarchy, soon yielded to the valor of the heroic Mussulman. The battle which they fought in 1187 at Hittin, near Tiberias or Tiberia, was decisive. The Christians sustained a total defeat, and Guy of Lusignan, a weak prince without talents and the last king of Jerusalem, fell into the hands of the conqueror. All the cities of Palestine opened their gates to Saladin, either voluntarily or at the point of the sword. Jerusalem surrendered after a siege of 14 days. This defeat rekindled the zeal of the Christians in the West, and the most powerful sovereigns in Europe were again seen conducting innumerable armies to the relief of the Holy Land. But the talents and bravery of Saladin rendered all their efforts unavailing, and it was not till after a murderous siege for 3 years that they succeeded in retaking the city of Ptolemais, or Acre, and thus arresting for a short space the total extermination of the Christians in the East. On the death of Saladin, whose heroism is extolled by Christian as well as Mohammedan authors, his empire was divided among his sons, several princes his dependents, and known by the name of Ayyubites, reigned afterwards in Egypt, Syria, Armenia, and Yemen, or Arabia the Happy. These princes quarreling and making war with each other. Their territories fell in the 13th century under the dominion of the Mamelukes. These Mamelukes, an Arabic word which signifies a slave, were Turkish or Tartar captives, whom the Syrian merchants purchased from the Moguls and sent into Egypt under the reign of the Sultan Salah of the Ayyubite dynasty. That prince bought them in vast numbers and ordered them to be trained to the exercise of arms in one of the maritime cities of Egypt. Footnote: they took the name of Baharites, which in Arabic signifies maritimes or dwellers near the sea. End of footnote. From this school he raised them to the highest offices of trust in the state, and even selected from them his own bodyguard. In a very short time, these slaves became so numerous and so powerful that in the end they seized the government after having assassinated the Sultan Tora Shah, son and successor of Salah, who had in vain attempted to disentangle himself with their chains and recover the authority which they had usurped over him. This revolution, 1250, happened in the very presence of St. Louis, who, having been taken prisoner at the Battle of Mansoura, had just concluded a truce of 10 years with the Sultan of Egypt. The Mameluke Aibek, who was at first appointed regent at Atabek, was soon after proclaimed Sultan of Egypt. The dominion of the Mamelukes existed in Egypt for the space of 263 years, their numbers being constantly recruited by Turkish or Circassian slaves. They disposed of the throne of Egypt at their pleasure, and the crown generally fell to the share of the most audacious of the gang, provided he was a native of Turkestan. These Mamelukes had even the courage to attack the Moguls, and took from them the kingdoms of Damascus and Aleppo in Syria, 1210, of which the latter had dispossessed the Ayyubite princess. All the princes of this latter dynasty, with those of Syria and Yemen, adopted the expedient of submitting to the Mamelukes, who, in order to become masters of all Syria, had only to reduce the cities and territories which the Franks or Christians of the West still retained in their possession. They first attacked the Principality of Antioch, which they soon conquered, 1268. They next turned their arms against the county of Tripoli, the capital of which they took by assault, 1289. The city of Ptolemais shared the same fate. After an obstinate and murderous siege, it was carried sword in hand. Tyre surrendered on capitulation, and the Franks were entirely expelled from Syria in the east in the year 1291. End of section 18. Section 19 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Boniface VIII to the taking of Constantinople by the Turks, A.D. 1300 to 1453, Part 1. At the commencement of this period, the pontifical power was in the zenith of its grandeur. The popes proudly assumed the title of masters of the world, and asserted that their authority by divine right comprehended every other, both spiritual and temporal. Boniface VIII went even farther than his predecessors had done. According to him, The secular power was nothing else than a mere emanation from the ecclesiastical, and this double power of the Pope was even made an article of belief and founded on the sacred scriptures. God has entrusted, said he, to St. Peter and his successors 2 swords, the one spiritual and the other temporal. The former can be exercised by the Church alone, the other by the secular princes for the service of the Church and in submission to the will of the Pope. This latter, that is, the temporal sword, is subordinate to the former, and all temporal authority necessarily depends on the spiritual, which judges it, whereas God alone can judge the spiritual power. Finally, added he, it is absolutely indispensable to salvation that every human creature be subject to the Pope of Rome. This same Pope published the first Jubilee, 1300, with plenary indulgence for all who should visit the churches of St. Peter and St. Paul at Rome. An immense crowd from all parts of Christendom flocked to this capital of the Western world, and filled its treasury with their pious contributions. Footnote. This Jubilee, which, according to the bull of Boniface VIII, was so celebrated only once in 100 years, was reduced to 50 by Clement VI, to 30 by Urban VI, and 25 by Paul II, and Sextus IV. End of footnote. The spiritual power of the popes and the jurisdiction of the clergy was moreover increased every day by means of dispensations and appeals, which had multiplied exceedingly since the introduction of the decretals of Gregory IX. They disposed in the most absolute manner of the dignities and benefices of the Church, and imposed taxes at their pleasure on all the clergy in Christendom. Collectors or treasurers were established by them, who superintended the levying of the dues they had found means to exact. Under a multitude of different denominations, these collectors were empowered by means of ecclesiastical censure to proceed against those who should refuse to pay. They were supported by the authority of the legates who resided in the ecclesiastical provinces, and seized with avidity every occasion to extend the usurpation of the Pope. Moreover, in support of these legates appeared a vast number of religious and mendicant orders, founded in those ages of ignorance, besides legions of monks dispersed over all the states of Christendom. Nothing is more remarkable than the influence of the papal authority over the temporalities of princes. We find them interfering in all their quarrels, addressing their commands to all without distinction, enjoining some to lay down their arms, receiving others under their protection, rescinding and annulling their acts and proceedings, summoning them to their court and acting as arbiters in their disputes. The history of the popes is the history of all Europe. They assumed the privilege of legitimating the sons of kings in order to qualify them for the succession. They forbade sovereigns to tax the clergy. They claimed a feudal superiority over all, and exercised it over a very great number. They conferred royalty on those who were ambitious of power. They released subjects from their oath of allegiance, dethroned sovereigns at their pleasure, and laid kingdoms and empires under interdict to avenge their own quarrels. We find them disposing of the states of excommunicated princes, as well as those of heretics and their followers, of islands and kingdoms newly discovered, of the property of infidels or schismatics, and even of Catholics who refused to bow before the insolent tyranny of the popes. Footnote. Martin V, Nicholas V, and Calixtus II gave to the Portuguese all the territories which they might discover, from the Canaries to the Indies. Adrian IV, who adjudged Ireland to Henry II in 1155, had claimed that all islands in which Christianity was introduced should belong to St. Peter. End of footnote. Thus, it is obvious that the court of Rome at the time of which we speak enjoyed a conspicuous preponderance in the political system of Europe, But in the ordinary course of human affairs, this power, vast and formidable as it was, began from the 14th century gradually to diminish. The mightiest empires have their appointed term, and the highest stage of their elevation is often the first step of their decline. Kings, becoming more and more enlightened as to their true interests, learn to support the rights and the majesty of their crowns against the encroachments of the popes. Those who were vassals and tributaries of the Holy See gradually shook off the yoke. Even the clergy, who groaned under the weight of this spiritual despotism, joined the secular princes in repressing these abuses and restraining within proper bounds a power which was making incessant encroachments on their just prerogatives. Among the causes which operated the downfall of the pontifical power may be ranked the excess of the power itself and the abuses of it made by the popes. By issuing too often their anathemas and interdicts, they rendered them useless and contemptible, and by their haughty treatment of the greatest princes, they learned to become inflexible and boundless in their own pretensions. An instance of this may be recorded in the famous dispute which arose between Boniface VIII and Philip the Fair, King of France. Not content with constituting himself judge between the king and his vassal, the Count of Flanders, that pontiff maintained that the king could not exact subsidies from the clergy without his permission, and that the right of regalia, or the revenues of vacant bishoprics, which the crown enjoyed, was an abuse which should not be tolerated. Footnote. The kings of France maintained the exercise of that right in spite of the efforts which the court of Rome made to deprive them of it. End of footnote. He treated as a piece of insanity the prohibition of Philip against exporting either gold or silver out of the kingdom, and sent an order to all the prelates in France to repair in person to Rome on the 1st of November, there to advise measures for correcting the king and reforming the state. He declared formally that the king was subject to the pope, as well in temporal as spiritual matters, and that it was a foolish persuasion to suppose that the king had no superior on earth and was not dependent on the supreme pontiff. Philip ordered the papal bull which contained these extravagant assertions to be burnt. He forbade his ecclesiastics to leave the realm, and having twice assembled the States General of the kingdom, 1302-3, he adopted with their advice and approbation measures against these dangerous pretensions of the court of Rome. The three estates, who appeared for the first time at these assemblies, declared themselves strongly in favor of the king and the independence of the crown. In consequence, the excommunication which the pope had threatened against the king proved ineffectual. Philip made his appeal to a future assembly, to which the three orders of the state adhered. Footnote. The king even sent to Italy the Chevalier William Norbert with a body of troops, who surprised the Pope of Anagni, made him prisoner, and pillaged his treasures, as well as those of the cardinals in his suit. End of footnote. The Emperor Louis of Bavaria, a prince of superior merit, having incurred the censures of the Church for defending the rights and prerogatives of his crown, could not obtain absolution, notwithstanding the most humiliating condescensions, and the offer which he made to resign the imperial dignity and surrender himself his crown and his property to the discretion of the Pope. He was loaded with curses and anathemas after a series of various proceedings which had been instituted against him. The bull of Pope Clement VI on this occasion far surpassed all those of his predecessors. "May God," said he in speaking of the emperor, "smite him with madness and disease. May heaven crush him with its thunderbolts. May the wrath of God and that of St. Peter and St. Paul fall on him in this world and the next. May the whole universe combine against him. May the earth swallow him up alive. May his name perish in the first generation, and his memory disappear from the earth. May all the elements conspire against him. May his children, delivered into the hands of his enemies, be massacred before the eyes of their father. The indignity of such proceedings roused the attention of the princes and states of the empire, and on the representation of the Electoral College, they thought proper to check these boundless pretensions of the popes by a decree which was passed at the Diet of Frankfurt in 1338. This decree, regarded as the fundamental law of the empire, declared in substance that the imperial dignity held only of God, that he whom the electors had chosen emperor by a plurality of suffrages was, in virtue of that election, a true king and emperor, and needed neither confirmation nor coronation from the hands of the Pope, and that all persons who should maintain the contrary should be treated as guilty of high treason. Among other events prejudicial to the authority of the popes, one was the translation of the pontifical see from Rome to Avignon. Clement V, Archbishop of Bordeaux, having been advanced to the papacy 1305, instead of repairing to Rome, had his coronation celebrated at Lyon, and thence he transferred his residence to Avignon, 1309, out of complaisance to Philip the Fair, to whom he owed his elevation. The successors of this pope continued their court at Avignon until 1367, when Gregory XI again removed the see to Rome. This sojourn at Avignon tended to weaken the authority of the popes and diminish the respect and veneration which till then had been paid them. The prevailing opinion beyond the Alps admitted no other city than that of Rome for the true capital of St. Peter, and they despised the popes of Avignon as aliens, who, besides, were there surrounded with powerful princes, to whose caprice they were often obliged to yield, and to make condescensions prejudicial to the authority they had usurped. This circumstance, joined to the lapse of nearly 70 years, caused the residents at Avignon to be stigmatized by the Italians under the name of the Babylonish captivity. It occasioned also the diminution of the papal authority at Rome, and in the ecclesiastical states, the Italians, no longer restrained by the presence of the sovereign pontiffs, yielded but a reluctant obedience to their representatives, while the remembrance of their ancient republicanism induced them to lead a docile ear to those who preached up insurrection and revolt. The historian Rienzi informs us that one Nicholas Cabrini, a man of great eloquence and whose audacity was equal to his ambition, took advantage of these republican propensities of the Romans to constitute himself master of the city under the popular title of Tribune, 1347. He projected the scheme of a new government called the Good Estate, which he pretended would obtain the acceptation of all the princes and republics of Italy. But the despotic power which he exercised over the citizens, whose liberator and lawgiver he affected to be, soon reduced him to his original insignificance, and the city of Rome again assumed its ancient form of government. Meantime, the popes did not recover their former authority. Most of the cities and states of the ecclesiastical dominions, after having been long a prey to faction and discord, fell under the power of the nobles, who made an easy conquest of them, scarcely leaving to the Pope a vestige of the sovereign authority. It required all the insidious policy of Alexander VI and the vigilant activity of Julius II to repair the injury which the territorial influence of the pontiffs had suffered from their residence at Avignon. Another circumstance that contributed to humble the papal authority was the schisms which rent the church towards the end of the 14th and beginning of the 15th century. Gregory XI, who had abandoned Avignon for Rome, being dead 1378, the Italians elected a pope of their own nation, who took the name of Urban VI and fixed his residence at Rome. The French cardinals, on the other hand, declared in favor of the Cardinal Robert of Geneva, known by the name of Clement VII, who fixed his capital at Avignon. The whole of Christendom was divided between these two popes, and this great schism continued from 1378 to 1417. At Rome, Urban VI was succeeded by Boniface IX, Innocent VII, and Gregory XII, while Clement VII had Benedict XIII for his successor at Avignon. In order to terminate this schism, every expedient was tried to induce the rival popes to give in their abdication, but both having refused, several of the cardinals withdrew their allegiance and assembled a council at Pisa, 1409, whereby 2 refractory popes were deposed, and the pontifical dignity conferred on Alexander V, who was afterwards succeeded by John XXIII. This election of the council only tended to increase the schism. Instead of 2 popes, there arose 3, and if his peace and holiness gained partisans, the popes of Rome and Avignon contrived also to maintain each a number of supporters. All these popes, wishing to maintain their rank and dignity with that splendor and magnificence which their predecessors had displayed before the schism, set themselves to invent new means of oppressing the people. Hence the immense number of abuses and exactions which subverted the discipline of the Church and roused the exasperated nations against the court of Rome. A new general council was convoked at Constance, 1414, by order of the Emperor Sigismund, and it was there that the maxim of the unity and permanency of councils was established, as well as of its superiority over the Pope in all that pertains to matters of faith, to the extirpation of schism, and the reformation of the Church both in its supreme head and in its subordinate members. The grand schism was here terminated by the abdication of the Roman pontiff and the deposition of those of Pisa and Avignon. It was this famous council that gave their decision against John Huss, the reformer of Bohemia, and a follower of the celebrated Wycliffe. His doctrines were condemned, and he himself burnt at Constance, as was Jerome of Prague, one of his most zealous partisans. As to the measures that were taken at Constance for effecting the reformation of the Church, they practically ended in nothing, as their main object was to reform the court of Rome by suppressing or limiting the new prerogatives which the popes for several centuries had usurped, and which referred, among other things, to the subject of benefices and pecuniary exactions. All those who had an interest in maintaining these abuses instantly set themselves to defeat the proposed amendments and elude redress. The council had formed a committee composed of the deputies of different nations to advise means for accomplishing this reformation, which the whole world so ardently desired. This committee, known by the name of the College of Reformers, had already made considerable progress in their task when a question was started, whether it was proper to proceed to any reformation without the consent and cooperation of the visible head of the Church. It was carried in the negative, through the intrigues of the cardinals, and before they could accomplish the salutary work of reformation, the election of a new pope had taken place, 1417. The choice fell on Otto di Colonna, who assumed the name of Martin V, and in conformity with the previous decision of the council, he then laid before them a scheme of reform. This proceeding having been disapproved by the different nations of Europe, the whole matter was remitted to the next council, and in the meanwhile they did nothing more than pass some concordance with the new pope as to what steps they should take until the decision of the approaching council. This new council, which was assembled at Basel in 1431 by Martin V, resumed the suspended work of reformation. The former decrees that a general council was superior to the Pope and could not be dissolved or prorogued, except by their own free consent, were here renewed, and the greater part of the reserves, reversions, and other exactions of the popes were regularly abolished. The liberty of appeals to the court of Rome was also circumscribed. Eugenius IV, successor to Martin V, alarmed at the destruction thus aimed at his authority, twice proclaimed the dissolution of the council. The first dissolution, which occurred in the 17th of December 1431, was revoked at the urgent application of the Emperor Sigismund by a bull of the same pope issued on the 15th of December 1433. In this he acknowledged the validity of the council and annulled all that he had formerly done to invalidate its authority. The second dissolution took place on the 1st of October 1437. Eugenius then transferred the council to Ferrara, and from Ferrara to Florence, on pretext of his negotiating a union with the Greek Church. His conduct of the Pope occasioned a new schism. The prelates who remained at Basel instituted a procedure against him. They first suspended him for contumacy, and finally deposed him. Amadeus VIII, ex-Duke of Saxony, was elected in his place under the name of Felix V, and recognized by all the partisans of the council as the legitimate pope. This latter schism lasted 10 years. Felix V at length gave in his demission, and the council, which had withdrawn from Basel to Lausanne, terminated its sitting in 1449. The French nation adopted several of the decrees of the Council of Basel, and the famous Pragmatic Sanction, which Charles VII caused to be drawn up at Bourges, 1438, and whose stipulations served as the basis of what is called the liberties of the Gallican Church. The example of the French was speedily followed by the Germans, who acceded to these decrees. At the Diet of Mayence in 1439, the court of Rome at length regained a part of these honorable and lucrative rights, of which the Council of Basel had deprived them, by the concordance which the Germans concluded 1448 with Nicholas V, and the French 1516 with Leo X. The councils of which we have now spoken tended materially to limit the exorbitant power of the Roman pontiffs by giving sanction to the principle which established the superiority of general councils over the popes. This maxim put a check to the enterprising ambition of the court of Rome, and kings availed themselves of it to recover by degrees the prerogatives of their crowns. The popes, moreover, sensible of their weakness and of the need they had for the protection of the sovereigns, learned to treat them with more attention and respect. At length, the new light which began to dawn about the 14th century hastened on the progress of this revolution by gradually dissipating the darkness of superstition into which the nations of Europe were almost universally sunk. In the midst of the distractions which agitated the empire and the church, and during the papal schism, several learned and intrepid men made their appearance, who, while investigating the origin and abuse of the new power of the popes, had the courage to revive the doctrine of the ancient canons, to enlighten the minds of sovereigns as to their true rights, and to examine with care into the just limits of the sacerdotal authority. Among the first of these reformers was John of Paris, a famous Dominican, who undertook the defense of Philip the Fair, King of France, against Pope Boniface VIII. His example was followed by the celebrated poet Dante Alighieri, who took the part of the Emperor Louis of Bavaria against the court of Rome. Marsilio di Padua, John di Janduna, William Ockham, Leopold di Babenberg, etc., marched in the track of the Italian poet, and among the crowd of writers that signalized themselves after the Grand Schism, 3 French authors particularly distinguished themselves: Peter Daly, Nicolas de Clamange, and John Gerson, whose writings met with general applause. Most of these literary productions, however, were characterized by bad taste. The philosophy of Aristotle, studied in Arabic translations and disfigured by scholastic subtleties, reigned in all the schools, imposed its fetters on the human mind, and nearly extinguished every vestige of useful knowledge. The belles lettres were quite neglected, and as yet had shed no luster on the sciences. Sometimes, however, genius broke with the transient splendor through the darkness of this moral horizon, and several extraordinary persons, despising the vain cavils of the schools, began to study truth in the volume of nature, and to copy after the beautiful models of antiquity. Such was Roger Bacon, 1294, an Englishman, and a Franciscan friar, who has become so famous by his discoveries in chemistry and mechanical philosophy. Dante, 1321, nurtured in the spirit of the ancients, was the first that undertook to refine the Italian language into poetry, and gave it the polish of elegance and grace in his compositions. He was succeeded by two other celebrated authors, Petrarca and Boccaccio, 1374-5. End of section 19. Section 20 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Boniface VIII to the taking of Constantinople by the Turks A.D. 1300 to 1453. Part 2. The period of which we speak gave birth to several new inventions, which proved useful auxiliaries to men of genius, and tended to accelerate the progress of knowledge, letters, and arts. Among the principal of these may be mentioned the invention of writing paper, oil painting, printing, gunpowder, and the mariner's compass, to the effects of which Europe, in a great measure, owes its civilization and the new order of things, which appeared in the 15th century. Before the invention of paper from Lenin, parchment was generally used in Europe for the transcribing of books, or the drawing out of public deeds. Cotton paper, which the Arabs brought from the East, was but a poor remedy for the scarceness and dearth of parchment. It would appear that the invention of paper from Lenin, and the custom of using it in Europe, is not of older date than the 13th century. The famous Wilhelm von Koch acknowledges that, in spite of all his researches, both in France and Italy, he could never find any manuscript or charter written on our ordinary paper, older than the year 1270, the time when St. Louis died. The truth is, we know neither the exact date of the invention of this sort of paper nor the name of the inventor. Footnote. If we can believe an Arabic author from Mecca of the 13th century, paper of cotton most probably was invented at Mecca by one Joseph Ambrou about the year 706. According to others, the Arabs found an excellent paper manufactory at Samarkand, where they conquered that country in 704. The invention of paper among the Chinese is very ancient. End of footnote. It is certain, however, that the manufacture of paper from cotton must have introduced that of paper from linen, and the only question is to determine at what time the use of linen became so common in Europe as to lead us to suppose they might convert it into rags into paper. The cultivation of hemp and flax being originally peculiar to the northern countries, it is probable that the first attempts at making paper of linen rags were made in Germany, and the countries abounding in flax and hemp, rather than in the southern provinces of Europe. The most ancient manufactory of paper from linen to be met with in Germany was established at Nuremberg, 1390. The invention of oil painting is generally ascribed to the two brothers Van Eyck, the younger of whom, known by the name of John of Bruges, had gained considerable celebrity about the end of the 14th century. There is, however, reason to believe that this invention is of an older date. There are two authors who have carried it back to the 11th century, viz. Theophilus and Heraclius, whose works in manuscript have been preserved in the library at Wolfenbüttel and in that of Trinity College, Cambridge, and who speaks of this art as already known in their time. According to them, all sorts of colors could be mixed up with linseed oil and employed in painting, but they agree as to the inconvenience of applying this kind of painting to images or portraits, on account of the difficulty in drying colors mixed with oil. Admitting the credibility of these two authors and the high antiquity of their works, it would appear nevertheless that they made no great use of this invention, whether it may be that painters preferred to retain their former mode, or that the difficulty of drying oil colors had discouraged them. It is, however, too true that the finest inventions have often languished in unmerited neglect, long before men had learned to reap any adequate advantage from them. Were the Van Eycks the first that practiced this style of painting? Or did John of Bruges, the younger of the brothers and who carried it to the highest degree of perfection, invent some mixture or composition for increasing the exsicative qualities of linseed or nut oil, especially with regard to colors not easily dried? It belongs to connoisseurs and artists to examine these questions, as well as to decide whether the pictures alleged to have been painted in oil colors before the time of the Van Eycks were executed with any degree of perfection in that style of painting. Footnote: Monsieur de Michel mentions 3 pictures in the Gallery of Vienna, one of the year 1297 and the other 2 of 1357, as having been painted in oil colors on wood. End of footnote. This invention totally changed the system and the principle of the art of painting. It gave birth to rules as to light and shade, and procured modern painters one advantage over the ancients, that of rendering their works much more durable. One of the most important inventions of that kind of painting, which was borrowed, it would appear, from the art of engraving on wood, while this latter owes its origin to the molding or imprinting of common cards, which seems to have suggested the first idea of it. The use of cards was borrowed from Italy, though we find this custom established in Germany soon after the commencement of the 14th century, where card makers formed a distinct trade about 24 years before the invention of printing. It is probable that the Germans were the first to design models and proper cast for the impression of the cards. Footnote: the first cards were painted and designed which rendered them very dear. Great variety of cards are found among different nations. Pico became the national game of the French, tarot of the Italians. The Spaniards invented Andre and quadrille, and the Germans Lanzquenet. End of footnote. The desire of gain suggested to these card makers the idea of engraving on wood, after the same manner. All kinds of figures or scenes from sacred history, accompanied with legends or narratives intended to explain their meaning. It was from these legends, printed in single folios, and published also in the form of books, or rather of impressions from engravings on solid blocks of wood, that the art of typography took its origin. Footnote: one of the oldest of these folios is that found in the library of Boxen, near Meiningen. It represents the image of St. Christopher illumined with a legend dated 1423. Printing by blocks of wood was practiced in China since the year 950. End of footnote. This wonderful art, to which Europe owes its astonishing progress in the sciences, consists of 2 distinct inventions, that of the movable types and that of the font. The former belongs to John Gutenberg, a gentleman of Mayence, who made his first attempt in movable types at Strasbourg in 1436. The other, which is generally attributed to Peter Scheffler of Grensheim, took place at Mayence in 1452. Gutenberg resided at Strasbourg from 1424 till 1445. Being a noble senator of that city, he married a lady of rank, and during the 20 years of his residence there, he cultivated all sorts of occult arts, especially that of printing. It was chiefly in reference to this latter art that he contracted an acquaintance with several of his wealthy fellow citizens, one of whom, named Andrew Drizzen, having died, his heirs brought an action against Gutenberg on account of some claims which they laid to his charge. The magistrate ordered an inquiry to be instituted, by the original copy of which, drawn up in 1439, was discovered by Schriftlein, 1745, in the archives of the city, and is still preserved in the public library at Strasbourg. According to this authentic document, it appears that from the year 1436 there existed a printing press at Strasbourg, under the direction of Gutenberg, and in the house of Andrew Drizzen, his associate, that this press consisted of forms that were fastened or locked by means of screws, and that the types, either cut or engraved, which were enclosed within these forms, were movable. Footnote: Gutenberg, who still kept his art a secret on the death of Drizzen, sent different persons into his house, and charged them to unscrew the press and take it to pieces, that no one might discover how or in what he was employed. End of footnote. Gutenberg, after his return to Mayence, still continued his typographical labors. While there, he contracted an acquaintance with a new associate in the exercise of his art, 1445, the famous John Faust, a citizen of Mayence. This second alliance continued only 5 years, and it is within this interval, as is generally supposed, that the invention of the font or casting of types should be placed, as well as that of the die in the mold or matrix, by the help of which the art of typography was brought nearly to its present state of perfection. Footnote: Schriftlein dates the invention of the font about the year 1452. The honor of it is commonly ascribed to Peter Scheffler, the companion of Faust. End of footnote. Some disputes which had arisen between these two associates having dissolved their partnership, Faust obtained the press of Gutenberg, with all its printing apparatus, which had fallen to him by sequestration. Gutenberg, however, fitted up another press and continued to print till the time of his death in 1468. Not one of the books which issued from the press of this celebrated man, either at Strasbourg or Mayence, bears the name of the inventor or the date of the impression. Whether it was that Gutenberg made a secret of his invention, or that the prejudices at the caste to which he belonged prevented him from boasting of his discovery. Footnote: In a deed made by Gutenberg and his brother in 1459, he took a formal engagement to give to the library of the convent of St. Clair at Mayence the books which he had already printed, or might print, which proves that Gutenberg had printed books long before 1459, and that he still intended to print. End of footnote. Faust, on the contrary, no sooner saw himself master of Gutenberg's presses than he became ambitious of notoriety, an example of which he gave by prefixing his name and that of Peter Scheffler to the famous Psalter, which they published in 1457. The arts of which we have just spoken, in all probability, suggested the idea of engraving on copper, of which we can discover certain traces towards the middle of the 15th century. The honor of this invention is generally ascribed to a goldsmith of Florence, named Maso Finigera, who is supposed to have made this discovery about the year 1460, while engraving figures on silver plate. Baccio Baldini, another Florentine, Andrew Mantegna, and Mark Antony Raimondi, both Italians, followed in the steps of Finneguerra and brought this art to a high degree of perfection. There is, however, some cause to doubt whether Finneguerra was exactly the first to whom the idea of this sort of engraving occurred, since in different cabinets in Europe we find specimens of engraving on copper of a date earlier than that what had been assigned to Finneguerra. If, however, the glory of this invention belongs in reality to the Italians, it is quite certain that the art of engraving on copper as well as on wood was cultivated from its infancy and brought to perfection in Germany. The first native engravers in that country who are known either by their names or their signatures in the 15th century were Martin Schurn, a painter and engraver at Colmar, where he died in 1486, the two Israels von Mechlin, father and son, who resided at Bocholt in Westphalia, and Michael Wolgemuth of Nuremberg, the master of the celebrated Albert Dürer, who made so conspicuous a figure about the end of the 15th and beginning of the 16th century. Next to the invention of printing, there is no other that so much arrests our attention as that of gunpowder, which, by introducing artillery and a new method of fortifying, attacking, and defending cities, brought a complete change in the whole art and tactics of war. This invention comprises several discoveries which it is necessary to distinguish from each other. 1. The discovery of niter, the principal ingredient in gunpowder and the cause of its detonation. 2. The mixture of niter with sulfur and charcoal, which, properly speaking, forms the invention of gunpowder. 3. The application of powder to fireworks. 4. Its employment as an agent or propelling power for throwing stones, bullets, or other heavy and combustible bodies. 5. Its employment in springing mines and destroying fortifications. All these discoveries belong to different epochs. The knowledge of saltpeter or niter and its explosive properties called detonation is very ancient. Most probably it was brought to us from the East, India or China, where saltpeter is found in a natural state of preparation. It is not less probable that the nations of the East were acquainted with the composition of gunpowder before the Europeans, and that it was the Arabs who first introduced the use of it into Europe. The celebrated Roger Bacon, an English monk or friar of the 13th century, was acquainted with the composition of powder and its employment in fireworks and public festivities, and according to all appearances he obtained this information from the Arabic authors, who excelled in their skill at the chemical sciences. The employment of gunpowder in Europe as an agent for throwing balls and stones is ascertained to have been about the commencement of the 14th century, and it was the Arabs who first availed themselves of its advantages in their wars against the Spaniards. From Spain, the use of gunpowder and artillery passed to France, and thence it gradually extended over the other states of Europe. As to the application of powder to mines and the destruction of fortified works, it does not appear to have been in practice before the end of the 15th century. Footnote. According to Cassiri, there can be no doubt as to the existence of cannon among the Moors in the years 1342 to 44. The first undoubted proof of the employment of cannon in France is of the year 1345. The Genoese, it is alleged, employed mines for the first time at the siege of Saronessa against the Florentines in 1487, and the Spaniards against the French at the siege of the castle of Urf in 1503. End of footnote. The introduction of bombs and mortars seems to have been of an earlier date, 1467. The invention of these in Europe is attributed to Sigismund Pandolf Malatesta, Prince of Rimini, but in France they were not in use till about the reign of Louis XIII. Muskets and matchlocks began to be introduced early in the 15th century. They were without spring locks till 1517, when the first time muskets and pistols with spring locks were manufactured at Nuremberg. Several circumstances tended to check the progress of firearms and the improvement of artillery. Custom made most people prefer the ancient engines of war. The construction of cannons was but imperfect. The manufacture of gunpowder bad, and there was a very general aversion to the newly invented arms, as contrary to humanity, and calculated to extinguish military bravery. Footnote: the first cannons were constructed of wood, iron, or lead. Gustavus Adolphus used cannons made of leather. They could not support near the quantity of powder of those in modern times. End of footnote. Above all, the knights, whose science was rendered completely useless by the introduction of firearms, set themselves with all their might to oppose their invention. From what we have just said, it is obvious that the common tradition which ascribes the invention of gunpowder to a certain monk named Berthold Schwartz merits no credit whatever. This tradition is founded on mere hearsay, and no writers agree as to the name, the country, or the circumstances of this pretended inventor, nor as to the time and place when he made this extraordinary discovery. Lastly, the mariner's compass, so essential to the art of navigation, was likewise the production of the barbarous ages to which we now refer. The ancients were aware of the property of the magnet to attract iron, but its direction towards the pole and the manner of communicating its magnetic virtues to iron and steel were unknown even to all those nations of antiquity, who were renowned for their navigation and commerce. This discovery is usually attributed to a citizen of Amalfi, named Flavio Giola, who is said to have lived about the beginning of the 14th century. This tradition, ancient though it may be, cannot be admitted, because we have incontestable evidence that, before this period, the polarity of the lodestone and the magnetic needle were known in Europe, and that from the commencement of the 13th century, the Provençal mariners made use of the compass in navigation. Footnote: Guillaume de Provence, who wrote a satirical poem called The Bible, about the end of the 12th century, speaks most distinctly of the mariner's compass, which was used in his time in navigation. End of footnote. It must be confessed, however, that we can neither point out the original author of this valuable discovery, nor the true time when it was made. All that can be well ascertained is that the mariner's compass was rectified by degrees, and that the English had no small share in these corrections. It is to this polar virtue or quality of the lodestone and the magnetic needle that we owe the astonishing progress of commerce and navigation in Europe from the end of the 15th century. These were already very considerable at the time of which we speak, although navigation was as yet confined to the Mediterranean, the Baltic, and the shores of the Indian Ocean. The cities of Italy, the Hanseatic towns, and those of the Low Countries engrossed at that time the principal commerce of Europe. The Venetians, the Genoese, and the Florentines were masters of the Levant. The Genoese had more especially the command of the Black Sea, while the Venetians laid claim exclusively to the commerce of India and the East, which they carried on through the ports of Egypt and Syria. This rivalry in trade embroiled these two republics in frequent disputes, and involved them in long and sanguinary wars. The result turned in favor of the Venetians, who found means to maintain the empire of the Mediterranean against the Genoese. The manufactories of silk after having passed from Greece into Sicily, and from Sicily into the other parts of Italy, at length fixed their principal residence at Venice. This city came at length to furnish the greater part of Europe with silk mercery, and the productions of Arabia and India. The Italian merchants, commonly known by the name of Lombards, extended their traffic through all the different states of Europe, favored by the privileges and immunities which various sovereigns had granted them. They soon became masters of the commerce and the current money of every country when they established themselves, and in all probability they were the first that adopted the practice of letters or bills of exchange, of which we may discover traces towards the middle of the 13th century. The Hanseatic League, which the maritime cities on the Baltic had formed in the 13th century for the protection of their commerce against pirates and brigands, gained very considerable accessions of strength in the following century, and even became a very formidable maritime power. A great number of the commercial cities of the empire, from the Scheldt and the Isles of Zealand to the confines of Livonia, entered successfully into this league, and many towns in the interior, in order to enjoy their protection, solicited the favor of being admitted under its flag. The first public act of a general confederation among these cities was drawn up at the assembly of their deputies, held at Cologne in 1364. The whole of the allied towns were subdivided into quarters or circles, the most ancient of which were the Venetian quarter, containing the southern and eastern coasts of the Baltic, the Westphalian, with the towns on the western side, and the Saxon, comprehending the inland and intermediate towns. A fourth circle or quarter was afterwards added, that of the cities of Prussia and Livonia. The boundaries of these different circles and their capital towns varied from time to time. The general assemblies of the League were held regularly, every 3 years in the city of Lubeck, which was considered as the capital of the whole League, while each of the 3 or 4 circles had also their particular provincial assemblies. The most flourishing epoch of this league was about the end of the 14th and the early part of the 15th century. At that time, the deputies of more than 80 cities appeared at its assemblies, and even some towns who had not the privilege of sending deputies were, nevertheless, regarded as allies of the League. Having the command of the whole commerce of the Baltic, their cities exercised at their pleasure the rights of peace and war, and even of forming alliances. They equipped numerous and powerful fleets, and offered battle to the sovereigns of the north, whenever they presumed to interfere with their monopoly, or to restrict the privileges and exemptions which they had the weakness to grant them. The productions of the north, such as hemp, flax, timber, potash, tar, corn, hides, fur, and copper, with the produce of the large and small fisheries on the coast of Shoen, Norway, Lapland, and Iceland, formed the staple of the Hanseatic commerce. Footnote: the herring fisheries on the coast of Scania in the 14th and 15th century proved a mine of wealth for the Hanseatic trade, so much the more gainful as all Europe then observed Lent. End of footnote. They exchanged these commodities in the western parts of Europe for wines, fruits, drugs, and all sorts of cloths, which they carried back to the north in return. Their principal factories and warehouses were at Bruges for Flanders, at London for England, and Novgorod for Russia, and at Bergen for Norway. The merchandise of Italy in the east was imported into Flanders, and Genoese or Venetian bottoms, which at that time carried on most of the commerce of the Levant and the Mediterranean. Extensive as the trade of the Hanseatic cities was, it proved neither solid nor durable, as they were themselves deficient in the articles of raw materials and large manufactories, and entirely dependent on foreign traffic. The industry of other nations, especially of those who skilled in the arts, had a ruinous effect on their commerce, and in course of time turned the current of merchandise into other channels. Besides, the want of union among these cities, their factions and intestine divisions, and their distance from each other, prevented them from ever forming a territorial or colonial power, or obtaining possession of the Sound, which alone was able to secure them the exclusive commerce of the Baltic. The sovereigns of Europe, perceiving at length more clearly their true interests, and sensible of the mistake they had committed in surrendering the whole commerce of their kingdom to the Hanseatic merchants, used every means to limit and abridge their privileges more and more. This, in consequence, involved the Confederate towns in several destructive wars with the kings of the North, which exhausted their finances and induced one city after another to abandon the League. The English and the Dutch, encouraged by the Danish kings, took advantage of this favorable opportunity to send their vessels to the Baltic, and by degrees they appropriated to themselves the greater part of the trade that had been engrossed by the Hanseatic Union. But what is of more importance to remark is that this league, as well as that of Lombardy, having been formed in consequence of the state of anarchy into which the empire had fallen in the Middle Ages, the natural result was that it should lose its credit and its influence in proportion as the feudal anarchy declined. And when the administration of the empire has assumed a new form, and the landed nobility, emboldened by the accessions which the 17th century had made to their power, had found means to compel their dependent cities to return to their allegiance, after having made repeated efforts to throw off their authority, encouraged as they were by the protection which the League held out to them. In this manner did the famous Hanseatic League, so formidable at the time of which we now speak, decline by degrees during the course of the 17th century, and in the early part of the 18th, and during the 30 Years' War it became entirely extinct. The cities of Lubeck, Hamburg, and Bremen, abandoned by all their confederates, entered into a new union for the interest of their commerce, and preserved the ancient custom of treating in common with foreign powers under the name of the Hanse towns. End of section 20. Section 21 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Boniface VIII to the taking of Constantinople by the Turks, AD 1300 to 1453, Part 3. The cities of Italy in the north were not the only ones that made commerce their pursuit in the 14th and 15th centuries. Ghent, Bruges, Antwerp, and other towns in the Netherlands contributed greatly to the prosperity of trade by their manufactures of cloth, cotton, camlets, and tapestry, articles with which they supplied the greater part of Europe. The English exchanged their raw wool with the Belgians for the finished manufactures of their looms, while the Italians furnished them with the productions of the Levant and the silk stuffs of India. Nothing is more surprising than the immense population of these cities, whose wealth and affluence raised their rulers to the rank of the most powerful princes in Europe. The city of Bruges was, as it were, the center and principal repository for the merchandise of the North and the South. Such an entrepot was necessary at a time when navigation was yet in its infancy. For this purpose, Flanders and Brabant were extremely proper, as these provinces had an easy communication with all the principal nations of the continent, and as the great number of their manufactories, together with the abundance of fish which their rivers afforded, naturally attracted a vast concourse of foreign traders. This superiority, as the commercial capital of the Low Countries, Bruges retained till nearly the end of the 15th century, when it lost this preponderance, which was then transferred to the city of Antwerp. The intestine dissensions with which the cities of Flanders and Brabant were agitated, the restraints which were incessantly imposed on their commerce, and the frequent wars which desolated the Low Countries induced from time to time a great many Flemish operatives about the 14th century and the reign of Edward III to take refuge in England, where they established their cloth manufactories under the immediate protection of the crown. One circumstance which more particularly contributed to the prosperity of the Dutch commerce was the new method of salting and barreling herring, which was discovered about the end of the 14th century, or 1400, by a name by William Buchelson, a native of Beervoort, near Sluis. The new passage of the Texel, which the sea opened up about the same time, proved a most favorable accident for the city of Amsterdam, which immediately monopolized the principal commerce of the fisheries and began to be frequented with the Hanseatic traders. We now return to the history of Germany. The imperial throne, always elective, was conferred in 1308 on the princes of the House of Luxembourg, who occupied it till 1438, when the House of Habsburg obtained the imperial dignity. It was under the reign of these two dynasties that the government of the empire, which till then had been vacillating and uncertain, began to assume a constitutional form and a new and settled code of laws. That which was published at the Diet of Frankfurt in 1338 secured the independence of the empire against the popes. It was preceded by a league, ratified at Rennes by the electors, and known by the name of the General Union of the Electors. The Golden Bull, drawn up by the Emperor Charles IV, 1356, in the Diets of Nuremberg and Metz, fixed the order and the form of electing the emperors, and the ceremonial of their coronation. It ordained that this election should be determined by a majority of the suffrages of the 7 electors, and that the vote of the elector, who might happen to be chosen, should also be included. Moreover, to prevent those electoral divisions which had more than once excited factions and civil wars in the empire, this law fixed irrevocably the right of suffrage in the principalities, then entitled electorates. It forbade any division of these principalities, and for this end it introduced the principle of birthright and the order of succession called agdate, or direct male line from the same father. Finally, the Golden Bull determined more particularly the rights and privileges of the electors, and confirmed to the electors of the Palatinate in Saxony the viceroyalty or government of the empire during any interregnum. The efforts which the Council of Basel made for the reformation of the Church excited the attention of the Estates of the Empire. In a diet held at Mayence, 1439, they adopted several decrees of that council, by a solemn act drawn up in presence of the ambassadors of the council, and of the kings of France, Castile, Aragon, and Portugal. Among these adopted decrees, which were not afterwards altered, we observe those which established the superiority of councils above the popes, which prohibited those appeals called omissa medio, or immediate, and enjoined the pope to settle all appeals referred to his court, by commissioners appointed by him upon the spot. 2 concordats, concluded at Rome and Vienna 1447-48, between the papal court and the German nation, confirmed these stipulations. The latter of these concordats, however, restored to the Pope several of the reserves of which the pragmatic sanction had deprived him. He was also allowed to retain the right of confirming the prelates and enjoying the annats and the alternate months. the ties which united the numerous states of the German Empire having been relaxed by the introduction of the hereditary feudalism and the downfall of imperial authority. The consequence was that those states which were more remote from the seat of authority by degrees asserted their independence or were reduced to subjection by their more powerful neighbors. It was in this manner that several provinces of the ancient kingdom of Burgundy, or Arles, passed in succession to the crown of France. Philip the Fair, taking advantage of the disputes which had arisen between the archbishop and the citizens of Lyon, obliged the archbishop, Peter de Savoy, to surrender to him by Treaty 1312 the sovereignty of the city and its dependencies. The same kingdom acquired the province of Dauphiny in virtue of the grant which the last Dauphin, Humbert II, made 1349 of his estates to Charles, grandson of Philip de Valois, and first Dauphin of France. Provence was likewise added 1481 to the dominions of that crown by the testament of Charles, last Count of Provence, of the House of Anjou. As to the city of Avignon, it was sold 1348 by Joan I, Queen of Naples and Countess of Provence, to Pope Clement VI, who at the same time obtained letters patent from the Emperor Charles IV, renouncing the claims of the empire to the sovereignty of that city, as well as to all lands belonging to the Church. A most important revolution happened about this time in Switzerland. That country, formerly dependent upon the kingdom of Burgundy, had become an immediate province of the empire 1218, on the extinction of the Dukes of Zähringen, who had governed it under the title of regents. About the beginning of the 14th century, Switzerland was divided into a number of petty states, both secular and ecclesiastical. Among these we find the Bishop of Basel, the Abbey of St. Gall, the Counts of Habsburg, Toggenburg, Savoy, Gruyères, Neufchâtel, Württemberg, Buchek, etc. The towns of Zurich, Soleil, Basel, Bern, and others had the rank of free and imperial cities. A part of the inhabitants of Uri, Schweiz, and Unterwalden, who held immediately of the empire, were governed by their own magistrates under the title of cantons. They were placed by the emperor under the jurisdiction of governors, who exercised in his name and that of the empire the power of the sword in all these cantons. Such was the constitution of Switzerland when the Emperor Albert I of Austria, son of Rodolph of Habsburg, conceived the project of extending his dominion in that country, where he already had considerable possessions, in his capacity of Count of Habsburg, Kyburg, Baden, and Lutzburg. Being desirous of forming Switzerland into a principality, in favor of one of his sons, he made in course of time several new acquisitions of territory, with the view of enlarging his estates. The abbeys of Murbach, Einsiedel, Interlaken, and De Santis, and the canons of Lucerne, sold them their rights and possessions in Glarus, Lucerne, Schweiz, and Unterwalden. He next directed his policy against the three immediate cantons of Uri, Schweiz, and Unterwalden, and endeavored to make them acknowledge the superiority of Austria by tolerating the oppressions which the governors exercised, whom he had appointed to rule them in the name of the empire. It was under these circumstances that three intrepid individuals, Werner von Stauffach, a native of the canton of Schweiz, Walter Fürst of Uri, and Arnold de Mellenthal of Unterwalden, took the resolution of delivering their country from tyranny of a foreign yoke. Footnote: William Tell is commonly regarded as the first founder of the Swiss liberty. End of footnote. The conspiracy which they formed for this purpose broke out on the 1st of January 1308. The governors, surprised in their castles by the conspirators, were banished the country and their castles razed to the ground. The deputies of the three cantons assembled and entered into a league of 10 years for the maintenance of their liberties and their privileges, reserving, however, to the empire its proper rights, as also those claimed by the superiors, whether lay or ecclesiastical. Thus, a conspiracy, which was originally turned only against Austria, terminated in withdrawing Switzerland from the sovereignty of the German Empire. The victory which the Confederates gained over the Austrians at Morgarten, on the borders of the canton of Schweiz, encouraged them to renew their league at Brunn in 1315, and to render it perpetual. As it was confirmed by oath, the Confederates from this circumstance got the name of Eidgenossen, which means bound by oath. This league became henceforth the basis of the federal system of the Swiss, who were not long in strengthening their cause by the accession of other cantons. The city of Lucerne, having shaken off the yoke of Habsburg, joined the League of Brunn in 1332, Zurich in 1351, Glarus and Zurich 1353, and Bern in 1355. These formed the 8 ancient cantons. The situation of the Confederates, however, could not fail to be very embarrassing, so long as the Austrians retained the vast possessions which they had in the very center of Switzerland. The proscription which the Emperor Sigismund and the Council of Constance issued against Frederick, Duke of Austria, 1415, as an adherent and protector of John the 23rd, at length furnished the Swiss with a favorable occasion for depriving the House of Austria of their possessions. The Bernese were the first to set the example. They took from the Austrian dukes the towns of Zofingen, Aron, and Bruck, with the counties of Habsburg and Würzburg, and the greater part of Argovia. Kyburg fell into the hands of the Zurichers. The Lucernese made themselves master of Circe, and the free bailiwicks, with the county of Baden, the towns of Melgen and Bremgarten, were subdued by the combined forces of the ancient cantons, who since then have possessed them in common. In the kingdom of Lorraine, a new power rose about this time, 1363, that of the Dukes of Burgundy. Philip the Hardy, younger son of John the Good, King of France, having been created Duke of Burgundy by the king his father, married Margaret, daughter and heiress of Louis III, last Count of Flanders. By this marriage he obtained Flanders, Artois, Franche-Comté, Nevis, Rethel, Malines, and Antwerp, and transmitted these estates to his son John the Fearless and his grandson Philip the Good. This latter prince increased them still more by several new acquisitions. The Count of Nemours sold him his whole patrimony in 1428. He inherited from his cousin Philip of Burgundy the duchies of Brabant and Limburg, 1430. Another cousin, the famous Jacqueline de Bavaria, made over to him by treaty 1433 the counties of Hainault, Holland, Zealand, and Friesland. Finally, he acquired also the duchy of Luxembourg and the county of Chiny, by a compact which he made with the Princess Elizabeth, 1443, niece of the Emperor Sigismund. These different accessions were so much the more important as the Low Countries, especially Flanders and Brabant, were at that time the seat of the most flourishing manufactories and the principal mart of European commerce. Hence it happened that the Dukes of Burgundy began to compete with the first powers in Europe, and even to rival the kings of France. Among the principal reigning families of the empire, several revolutions took place. The ancient Slavonic dynasty of the dukes and kings of Bohemia became extinct with Wenceslas V, who was assassinated in 1306. The Emperor Henry VIII of the House of Luxembourg seized this opportunity of transferring to his own family the Kingdom of Bohemia, in which he invested his son John, 1309, who had married the Princess Elizabeth, sister to the last king of Bohemia. John, having made considerable acquisitions in Bohemia, was induced to cede by treaty with Poland the sovereignty of that province. The Emperor Charles IV, son of John, incorporated Silesia and also Lusatia with the Kingdom of Bohemia by the Pragmatics, which he published in 1355 and 1370. The war with the Hussites broke out on the death of the Emperor Wenceslaus, King of Bohemia, 1418, because of the followers of John Hus and Jerome of Prague had refused to acknowledge a successor of that prince, the Emperor Sigismund, his brother and heir, whom they blamed for the martyrdom of their leaders. This war, one of the most sanguinary which the spirit of intolerance and fanaticism ever excited, continued for a long series of years. John de Troxnova, surnamed Ziska, general-in-chief of the Hussites, defeated several times those numerous armies of crusaders which were sent against him into Bohemia, and it was not till long after the death of that extraordinary man that Sigismund succeeded in allaying the tempest and re-establishing his own authority in that kingdom. The House of Wittelsbach, which possessed at the same time the Palatinate and Bavaria, was divided into two principal branches, viz. That of the Electors Palatine and the Dukes of Bavaria. By the Treaty of Division, which was entered into at Pavia, 1329, they agreed on a reciprocal succession of the two branches, in case the one or the other should happen to fail of male heirs. The direct line of the Electors of Saxony of the Ascanian House happening to become extinct, the Emperor Sigismund, without paying any regard to the claims of the younger branches of Saxony, conferred that electorate 1423 as a vacant fief of the empire on Frederick the Warlike, Margrave of Misnia, who had rendered him signal assistance in the war against the Hussites. This prince had two grandsons, Ernest and Albert, from whom are descended the two principal branches which still divide the House of Saxony. The Ascanian dynasty did not lose merely the electorate of Saxony. As we have just stated, it was also deprived in the preceding century of the electorate of Brandenburg. Albert, surnamed the Bear, a scion of this house, had transmitted this latter electorate, of which he was the founder, to his descendants in direct line, the male heirs of which failed about the beginning of the 14th century. The Emperor Louis of Bavaria then bestowed it on his eldest son, Louis 1324, to the exclusion of the collateral branches of Saxony and Anhalt. The Bavarian princes, however, did not long preserve this electorate. They surrendered it 1373 to the Emperor Charles IV, whose son Sigismund ceded it to Frederick Burgrave of Nuremberg of the House of Hohenzollern, who had advanced him considerable sums to defray his expeditions into Hungary. This prince was solemnly invested with the electoral dignity by the emperor at the Council of Constance, 1417, and became the ancestor of all the electors and margraves of Brandenburg, as well as the kings of Prussia. The numerous republics which had sprung up in Italy in the 12th and 13th centuries were torn to pieces by contending factions, and a prey to mutual and incessant hostilities. What contributed to augment the trouble and confusion in that unhappy country was that, during a long series of years, no emperor had repaired thither in person, or made the smallest attempt to restore the imperial authority in those states. The feeble efforts of Henry VII, Louis of Bavaria, and Charles IV only served to prove that in Italy the royal prerogative was without vigor or effect. Anarchy everywhere prevailed, and that spirit of liberty and republicanism which had once animated the Italians gradually disappeared. Disgusted at length with privileges which had become so fatal to them, some of these republics adopted the plan of choosing new masters, while others were subjected against their inclinations by the more powerful of the nobles. The Marquises of Este seized Modena and Reggio, 1336, and obtained the ducal dignity, 1452, from the Emperor Frederick III. Mantua fell to the house of Gonzaga, who possessed that sovereignty first under the title of Margraves, and afterwards that of Dukes, which was conferred on them by the Emperor Charles V in 1530. But the greater part of these Italian republics fell to the share of the Visconti of Milan. The person who founded the prosperity of their house was Matthew Visconti, nephew of Otho Visconti, Archbishop of Milan. Invested with the titles of captain and imperial viceroy in Lombardy, he continued to make himself acknowledged as sovereign of Milan 1315, and conquered in succession all the principal towns and republics of Lombardy. His successors followed his example. They enlarged their territories by several new conquests, till at length John Gallius, great-grandson of Matthew Visconti, obtained from the Emperor Wenceslaus 1395, for a sum of 100,000 florins of gold which he paid him, the title of Duke of Milan for himself and all his descendants. The Visconti family reigned at Milan till 1447, when they were replaced by that of Sforza. Among the republics of Italy, who escaped the catastrophe of the 14th century, the most conspicuous were those of Florence, Genoa, and Venice. The city of Florence, like all the others in Tuscany, formed itself into a republic about the end of the 12th century. Its government underwent frequent changes after the introduction of a democracy about the middle of the 13th century. The various factions which had agitated the republic induced the Florentines to elect a magistrate, 1292, called Confiteor di Justice, or Captain of Justice, invested with power to assemble the inhabitants under his standard whenever the means of conciliation were insufficient to suppress faction and restore peace. These internal agitations, however, did not prevent the Florentines from enriching themselves by means of their commerce and manufactures. They succeeded in course of time in subjecting the greater part of the free cities of Tuscany, and especially that of Pisa, which they conquered in 1406. The Republic of Lucca was the only one that maintained its independence, in spite of all the efforts which the Florentines made to subdue it. The republican form of government continued in Florence till the year 1530, when the family of the Medici usurped the sovereignty under the protection of Emperor Charles V. The same rivalry which had set the Genoese to quarrel with the Pisans excited their jealousy against the Venetians. The interests of two republics thwarted each other, both in the Levant and the Mediterranean. This gave rise to a long and disastrous series of wars, the last and most memorable of which was that of Gioachin, 1376-82. The Genoese, after a signal victory which they obtained over the Venetians before Pola in the Adriatic Gulf, penetrated to the very midst of the lagoons of Venice and attacked the port of Gioachin. Peter Doria made himself master of this port. He would have even surprised Venice had he taken advantage of the first consternation of the Venetians, who were already deliberating whether they should abandon their city and take refuge in the Isle of Candia. The tardiness of the Genoese admiral gave them time to recover themselves. Impelled by a noble despair, they made extraordinary efforts to equip a new fleet, with which they attacked the Genoese near Gioachin. This place was retaken 24th June 1380, and the severe check which the Genoese there received may be said to have decided the command of the sea in favor of the Venetians. But what contributed still more to the downfall of the Genoese was the instability of their government and the internal commotions of the Republic. Agitated by continual divisions between the nobles and the common citizens, and incapable of managing their own affairs, they at length surrendered themselves to the power of strangers, volatile and inconstant, and equally impatient of liberty as of servitude. These fickle republicans underwent a frequent change of masters. Twice, 1396 to 1458, they put themselves under the protection of the kings of France. At length they discarded the French, and chose for their protector either the Marquis of Montferrat or the Duke of Milan. Finally, from the year 1464, the city of Genoa was constantly regarded as a dependency of the Duchy of Milan, until 1528, when it recovered once more its ancient state of independence. End of section 21. Section 22 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Boniface VIII to the taking of Constantinople by the Turks, A.D. 1300 to 1453, Part 4. While the Republic of Genoa was gradually declining, that of Venice was every day acquiring new accessions of power. The numerous establishments which they had formed in the Adriatic Gulf and the Eastern Seas, together with the additional vigor which they derived from the introduction of the hereditary aristocracy, were highly advantageous to the progress of their commerce and marine. The treaty which they concluded with the Sultan of Egypt, 1343, by guaranteeing to their republic an entire liberty of commerce in the ports of Syria and Egypt, as also the privilege of having consuls at Alexandria and Damascus, put it in their power gradually to appropriate to themselves the whole trade of India, and to maintain it against the Genoese, who had disputed with them the commerce of the East, as well as the command of the sea. These successes encouraged the Venetians to make new acquisitions, the turbulent state of Lombardy having afforded them an opportunity of enlarging their dominions on the continent of Italy, where at first they had possessed only the single doge-ship of Venice and the small province of Istria. They seized on Treviso and the whole Treviso in March 1388, which they took from the powerful house of Carrara. In 1420 they again got possession of Dalmatia, which they conquered from Sigismund, king of Hungary. This conquest paved the way for that of Friuli, which they took about the same time from the Patriarch of Aquileia, an ally of the king of Hungary. At length, by a succession of good fortune, they detached from the Duchy of Milan, 1404, the cities and territories of Vicenza, Bologna, Verona, Padua, Brescia, Bergamo, and Cremona, 1454, and thus formed a considerable estate on the mainland. Naples, during the course of this period, was governed by a descendant of Charles, of the first house of Anjou, and younger brother of St. Louis. Queen Joan I, daughter of Robert, King of Naples, having no children of her own, adopted a younger prince of the Angevin family, Charles of Durazzo, whom she destined as her successor, after having given him her niece in marriage. This ungrateful prince, in his eagerness to possess the crown, took arms against the queen, his benefactress, and compelled her to solicit the aid of foreign powers. It was on this occasion that Joan, after rescinding and annulling her former deed of adoption, made another in favor of Louis I, younger brother of Charles V, King of France, and founder of the second house of Anjou. But the succors of that prince came too late to save the queen from the hands of her cruel enemy. Charles, having made himself master of Naples and of the queen's person, 1382, immediately put her to death, and maintained himself on the throne in spite of his adversary, Louis of Anjou, who obtained nothing more of the queen's estates than the single county of Provence, which he transmitted to his descendants, together with his claim on the kingdom of Naples. Joan II, daughter and heiress of Charles of Durazzo, having been attacked by Louis III of Anjou, who wished to enforce the rights of adoption which had descended to him from his grandfather Louis I. She implored the protection of Alfonso V, King of Aragon, whom she adopted and declared her heir, 1421. But afterwards, having quarreled with that prince, she changed her resolution and passed a new act of adoption, 1423, in favor of that same Louis of Anjou, who had just made war against her, René of Anjou. The brother and successor of that prince took possession of the kingdom of Naples on the death of Joan II, 1435, but he was expelled by the King of Aragon, 1445, who had procured from Pope Eugenius IV the investiture of that kingdom, which he transmitted to his natural son Ferdinand, descended from a particular branch of the kings of Naples. The rights of the second race of Angevin princes were transferred to the kings of France along with the county of Provence, 1481. Spain, which was divided into a variety of sovereignties, both Christian and Mohammedan, presented at this time a kind of separate or distinct continent, whose interests had almost nothing in common with the rest of Europe. The kings of Navarre, Castile, and Aragon, disagreeing among themselves and occupied with the internal affairs of their own kingdoms, had but little leisure to attempt to accomplish any foreign enterprise. Of all the kings of Castile at this period, the most famous in the wars against the Moors was Alfonso XI. The Mohammedan kings of Morocco and Granada, having united their forces, laid siege to the city of Tarifa in Andalusia, where Alfonso, assisted by the King of Portugal, ventured to attack them in the neighborhood of that place. He gained a complete victory over the Moors 1340, and this was followed by the conquest of various other cities and districts, among others Alcala Real and Algeciras. While the kings of Castile were extending their conquests in the interior of Spain, those of Aragon, hemmed in by the Castilians, were obliged to look for aggrandizement abroad. They possessed the country of Barcelona or Catalonia, in virtue of the marriage of Count Raymond Berenger IV with Donna of Petronile, heiress of the kingdom of Aragon. To this they added the county of Roussillon and the seigneury or lordship of Montpellier, both of which, as well as Catalonia, belonged to the sovereignty of France. Don James I, who conquered the kingdom of Valencia and the Balearic Isles, gave these with Roussillon and Montpellier to Don James, his younger son, and from whom were descended the kings of Majorca, the last of whom, Don James III, sold Montpellier to France, 1349. Don Pedro III, King of Aragon, and eldest son of Don James I, took Sicily, as we have already seen from Charles I of Anjou. Ferdinand II, a younger son of Don Pedro, formed a separate branch of the kings of Sicily, on the extinction of which, 1409, that kingdom reverted to the crown of Aragon. Sardinia was incorporated with the kingdom of Aragon by Don James II, who had conquered it from the Pisons. Finally, Alfonso V, King of Aragon, having deprived the Angevins of the kingdom of Naples, established a distinct line of Neapolitan kings. This kingdom was at length united with the monarchy of Aragon by Ferdinand the Catholic. In Portugal, the legitimate line of kings, descendants of Henry of Burgundy, had failed in Don Ferdinand, son and successor of Don Pedro III. This prince had an only daughter named Beatrix, born in criminal intercourse with Eleanor Gilles de Meneses, whom he had taken from her lawful husband. Being desirous to make this princess his successor, he married her at the age of 11 to John I, King of Castile, securing the throne to the son who should be born of this union, and failing him to the King of Castile, his son-in-law. Ferdinand dying soon after this marriage, Don Juan, his natural brother and Grand Master of the Order of Avies, knowing the aversion of the Portuguese for the Castilian sway, turned this to his own advantage by seizing the regency of which he had deprived the Queen Dowager. The King of Castile immediately laid siege to Lisbon, but having miscarried in this enterprise, the states of Portugal assembled at Coimbra and conferred the crown on Don Juan, known in history by the name of John the Bastard. This prince, aided with troops from England, engaged the Castilians and their allies, the French, at the famous battle fought on the plains of Aljubarrota, 14th August, 1385. The Portuguese remained masters of the field, and John the Bastard succeeded in maintaining himself on the throne of Portugal. The war, however, continued several years between the Portuguese and the Castilians, and did not terminate till 1411. By the peace which was then concluded, Henry III, son of John I, King of Castile, agreed never to urge the claims of Queen Beatrix, his mother-in-law, who had no children. John the Bastard founded a new dynasty of kings who occupied the throne of Portugal from 1385 to 1580. In France, the direct line of kings descendants of Hugh Capet, having become extinct in the sons of Philip the Fair, the crown passed to the collateral branch of Valois, 1328, which furnished a series of 13 kings during a period of 261 years. The rivalry between France and England, which had sprung up during the preceding period, assumed a more hostile character on the accession of the family of Valois. Till then, the quarrels of the two nations had been limited to some particular territory or province, but now they disputed even the succession to the throne of France, which the kings of England claimed as their right. Edward III, by his mother Isabella of France, was nephew to Charles IV, the last of the Capetian kings in a direct line. He claimed the succession in opposition to Philip VI, surnamed de Valois, who, being cousin german to Charles, was 1 degree more remote than the King of England. The claim of Edward was opposed by the Salic law, which excluded females from the succession to the throne. But according to the interpretation of that prince, the law admitted his right and must be understood as referring to females personally, who were excluded on account of the weakness of their sex, and not to their male descendants, granting that his mother Isabella could not herself aspire to the crown. He maintained that she gave him the right of proximity, which qualified him for the succession. The states of France, however, having decided in favor of Philip, the King of England, did fealty and homage to that prince with the Duchy of Gioachin, but he laid no claim to the crown until 1337, when he assumed the title and arms of the King of France. The war, which began in 1338, was renewed during several reigns for the space of 100 years, and ended with the entire expulsion of the English from France. Nothing could be more wretched than the situation of this kingdom during the reign of Charles VI, that prince having fallen into a state of insanity in the flower of his age. Two parties, those of Burgundy and Orleans, who had disputed with each other about the regency, divided the court into factions, and kindled the flames of civil war in the four corners of the kingdom. John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, and uncle to the king, caused Louis, Duke of Orleans, the king's own brother, to be assassinated at Paris, 1407. He himself was assassinated in his turn, 1419, on the bridge of Montereau, in the very presence of the Dauphin, who was afterwards king under the name of Charles VII. These dissensions gave the English an opportunity for renewing the war. Henry V of England gained the famous Battle of Agincourt, which was followed by the conquest of all Normandy. Isabella of Bavaria then abandoned the faction of Orleans and the party of her son the Dauphin, and joined that of Burgundy. Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, the son of John the Fearless, being determined to revenge the death of his father, which he laid to the charge of the Dauphin, entered into a negotiation with England, into which he contrived to draw Queen Isabella and the imbecile Charles VI. By the Treaty of Peace concluded at Troyes in Champagne, 1420, it was agreed that Catherine of France, daughter of Charles VI, and Isabella of Bavaria, should espouse Henry V, and that on the death of the king the crown should pass to Henry, and the children of his marriage with the Princess of France, to the exclusion of the Dauphin, who, as an accomplice in the murder of the Duke of Burgundy, was declared to have lost his rights to the crown, and was banished from the kingdom. Henry V died in the flower of his age, and his death was followed soon after by that of Charles VI, Henry VI, son of Henry V, and Catherine of France, being then proclaimed King of England and France, fixed his residence at Paris, and had for his regents his two uncles, the Dukes of Bedford and Gloucester. Such was the preponderance of the English and Burgundian party in France at this period, that Charles VII, commonly called the Dauphin, more than once saw himself upon the point of being expelled the kingdom. He owed his safety entirely to the appearance of the famous Joan of Arc, called the Maid of Orleans. This extraordinary woman revived the drooping courage of the French. She compelled the English to raise the siege of Orleans, and brought the king to be crowned at Rheims, 1429. But what contributed still more to retreat the party of Charles VII was the reconciliation of that prince with the Duke of Burgundy, which took place at the Peace of Arras, 1435. The Duke having then united his forces with those of the king, the English were in their turn expelled from France, 1453, the single city of Calais being all that remained to them of their former conquests. An important revolution happened in the government of France under the reign of Charles VII. The royal authority gained fresh vigor by the expulsion of the English and the reconciliation of various parties that took place in consequence. The feudal system, which till then had prevailed in France, fell by degrees into disuse. Charles was the first king who established a permanent militia, and taught his successors to abandon the feudal mode of warfare. This prince also instituted companies of ordnance, 1445, and to defray the expense of their maintenance, he ordered of his own authority a certain impost to be levied, called the tax of the gendarmes. This standing army, which at first amounted only to 6,000 men, was augmented in course of time while the royal finances increased in proportion. By means of these establishments, the kings obtained such an ascendancy over their vassals that they soon found themselves in a condition to prescribe laws to them, and thus gradually to abolish the feudal system. The most powerful of the nobles could make little resistance against a sovereign who was always armed, while the kings, imposing taxes at their pleasure, by degrees dispensed with the necessity of assembling the States General. The same prince secured the liberties of the Gallican Church against the encroachments of the court of Rome, by solemnly adopting several of the decrees of the Council of Basel, which he caused to be passed in the National Council held at Bourges, and published under the title of the Pragmatic Sanction, 1438. In England, two branches of the reigning family of the Plantagenets, those of Lancaster and York, contested for a long time the right to the crown. Henry IV, the first king of the House of Lancaster, was the son of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, and grandson of Edward III, King of England. He usurped the crown from Richard II, whom he deposed by Act of Parliament 1399. But instead of enforcing the rights which he inherited from his father and grandfather, he rested his claims entirely upon those which he alleged had devolved to him in right of his mother, Blanche of Lancaster, great-granddaughter of Edward, surnamed Hunchback, Earl of Lancaster. This prince, according to a popular tradition, was the eldest son of Henry III, who, it was said, had been excluded from the throne by his younger brother, Edward I, on account of his deformity. This tradition proved useful to Henry IV in excluding the rights of the House of Clarence, who preceded him in the order of succession. This latter family was descended from Lionel, Duke of Clarence, and elder brother of John of Gaunt. Philippine, daughter of Lionel, was married to Edward Mortimer, by whom she had a son, Roger, whom the Parliament, by an act passed in 1386, declared presumptive heir to the crown. Anne Mortimer, the daughter of Roger, married Richard, Duke of York, son of Edward Langley, who was the younger brother of John of Gaunt, and thus transferred the right of Lionel to the royal house of York. The princes of the House of Lancaster are known in English history by the name of the Red Rose, while those of York were designated by that of the White Rose. The former of these houses occupied the throne for a period of 63 years, during the reigns of Henry IV, V, VI. It was under the feeble reign of Henry VI that the House of York began to advance their right to the crown, and that the Civil War broke out between the two Roses. Richard, Duke of York, and heir to the claims of Lionel and Mortimer, was the first to raise the standard in this war of competition in 1452, which continued more than 30 years, and was one of the most cruel and sanguinary recorded in history. 12 pitched battles were fought between the two Roses. 80 princes of the blood perished in the contest, and England, during the whole time, presented a tragical spectacle of horror and carnage. Edward IV, son of Richard, Duke of York, and grandson of Anne Mortimer, ascended the throne in 1461, which he had stained with the blood of Henry IV and of several other princes of the House of Lancaster. In Scotland, the male line of the ancient kings having become extinct at Alexander III, a crowd of claimants appeared on the field, who disputed with each other the succession of the throne. The chief of these competitors were the two Scottish families of Balliol and Bruce, both descended by the mother's side from the royal family. 4 princes of these contending families reigned in Scotland until the year 1371, when the crown passed from the house of Bruce to that of Stuart. Robert II, son of Walter Stuart and Marjorie Bruce, succeeded his uncle, David II, and in his family the throne remained until the Union, when Scotland was united to England about the beginning of the 17th century. Under the government of the Stuarts, the royal authority acquired fresh energy after being long restrained and circumscribed by a turbulent nobility. Towards the middle of the 15th century, James I, a very accomplished prince, gave the first blow to the feudal system and the exorbitant power of the grandees. He deprived them of several of the crown lands which they had usurped, and confiscated the property of some of the most audacious, whom he had condemned to execution. James II followed the example of his father. He strengthened the royal authority by humbling the powerful family of Douglas, as well as by the wise laws which he prevailed with the Parliament to adopt. The 3 kingdoms of the north, after having been long agitated by internal dissensions, were at length united into a single monarchy by Margaret, called the Semiramis of the North. This princess was daughter of Valdemar III, the last king of Denmark of the ancient reigning family, and widow of Haakon VII, king of Norway. She was first elected queen of Denmark and then of Norway, after the death of her son Olaus V, whom she had by her marriage with Haakon, and who died without leaving any posterity, 1387. The Swedes, discontented with their king, Albert of Mecklenburg, likewise bestowed their crown upon this princess. Albert was vanquished and made prisoner at the Battle of Folkeping, 1389. The whole of Sweden from that time acknowledged the authority of Queen Margaret. Being desirous of uniting the 3 kingdoms into one single body politic, she assembled their respective estates at Kalmar, 1397, and there caused her grandnephew Eric, son of Vassislas, Duke of Pomerania, and Mary of Mecklenburg, daughter of Ingeborg, her own sister, to be received and crowned as her successor. The act which ratified the perpetual and irrevocable union of the three kingdoms was approved in that assembly. It provided that the United States should, in future, have but one and the same king, who should be chosen with the common consent of the senators and deputies of the three kingdoms, that they should always give the preference to the descendants of Eric, if there were any, that the three kingdoms should assist each other with their combined forces against all foreign enemies, that each kingdom should preserve its own constitution, its senate and the national legislature, and be governed conformably to its own laws. This union, how formidable soever it might appear at first sight, was by no means firmly consolidated. A federal system of three monarchies divided by mutual jealousies and by dissimilarity in their laws, manners, and institutions could present nothing either solid or durable. The predilection besides which the kings of the Union who succeeded Margaret showed for the Danes, the preference which they gave them in the distribution of favors and places of trust, and the tone of superiority which they affected towards their allies, tended naturally to foster animosity and hatred, and above all to exasperate the Swedes against the Union. Eric, after a very turbulent reign, was deposed, and his nephew, Christopher the Bavarian, was elected king of the Union in his place. This latter prince having died without issue, the Swedes took this opportunity of breaking the Union and choosing a king of their own, Charles Constantinople Bond, known by the title of Charles VIII. It was he who induced the Danes to venture likewise on a new election, and the same year they transferred their crown to Christian, son of Thierry, and Count of Oldenburg, descended by the female side from the race of their ancient kings. This prince had the good fortune to renew the union with Norway 1450. He likewise governed Sweden by the year 1437, when Charles VIII was expelled by his subjects, till 1464 when he was recalled. But what deserves more particularly to be remarked is the acquisition which Christian made of the provinces of Schleswig and Holstein, to which he succeeded 1459, by a disposition of the states of these provinces, after the death of Duke Adolphus, the maternal uncle of the new king of Denmark, and last male heir of the counts of Holstein, of the ancient house of Schoenberg. Christian I was the progenitor of all the kings who have since reigned in Denmark and Norway. His grandson lost Sweden, but in the last century the thrones both of Russia and Sweden were occupied by princes of his family. Russia, during the whole of this period, groaned under the degrading yoke of the Moguls and the Tartars. The Grand Dukes, as well as the other Russian princes, were obliged to solicit the confirmation of their dignity from the Khan of Kipzak, who granted or refused it at his pleasure. The dissensions which arose among these northern princes were in like manner submitted to his decision. When summoned to appear at his court, they were obliged to repair thither without delay, and often suffered the punishment of ignominy and death. Footnote: the Grand Duke Michael Jaroslavets was executed by the horde in 1318. Demetrius Michaelovitz met with the same fate in 1326. The Russian princes, on going to an audience with the Khan, were obliged to walk between two fires to purify themselves in the presents which they brought. They were even compelled to do reverence to an image which was placed at the entrance of the Khan's tent. End of footnote. The contributions which the Khans at first exacted from the Russians in the shape of gratuitous donations were converted in course of time into regular tribute. Bariki Khan, the successor of Batu, was the first to levy this tribute by officers of his own nation. His successors increased still more the load of these taxes. They even subjected the Russian princes to the performance of military service. The Grand Ducal dignity, which for a long time belonged exclusively to the chiefs of the principalities of Vladimir and Kiaso, became common about the end of the 14th century, to several of the other principalities who shared among them the dominion of Russia. The princes of Ryazan, Tver, Smolensk, and several others took the titles of Grand Dukes, who distinguished themselves from the petty princes who were established within their principalities. These divisions, together with the internal broils to which they gave rise, emboldened the Lithuanians and Poles to carry their victorious arms into Russia, and by degrees they dismembered the whole western part of the ancient empire. End of section 22. Section 23 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Boniface VIII to the taking of Constantinople by the Turks, A.D. 1300 to 1453, Part 5. The Lithuanians, who are supposed to have been of the same race with the ancient Prussians, Lithuanians, Livonians, and Esthonians, inhabited originally the banks of the rivers Hehman and Vilia, an inconsiderable state comprehending Samogitia and the part of the ancient Palatinates of Tokri and Vilna. Footnote: the first mention which the annals of Nestor made of the Livonians and their wars with the Russians is about the year 1040. End of footnote. After having been tributaries to the Russians for a long time, the princes of Lithuania shook off their yoke and began to aggrandize themselves at the expense of the Grand Dukes, their former masters. Towards the middle of the 11th century, they passed to Vilia, founded the town of Kirtnau, and took from the Russians Braklau, Novgorod, Grodno, Borzek, Bielsk, Pinsk, Moser, Polotsk, Minsk, Vitebsk, Orza, and Veskila, with their extensive dependencies. Ringgold was the first of these princes that assumed the dignity of Grand Duke about the middle of the 13th century. His successor, Mendog, or Mindo, harassed by the Teutonic Knights, embraced Christianity about the year 1252, and was declared king of Lithuania by the Pope, though he afterwards returned to paganism and became one of the most cruel enemies of the Christian name. Gedimind, who ascended the throne of the Grand Duke 1315, rendered himself famous by his new conquests. After a series of victories which he gained over the Russian princes, who were supported by the Tartars, he took possession of the city and principality of Kiev, 1320. The whole of the Grand Duchy of Kiev and its dependent principalities on this side of the Dnieper were conquered in succession. The Grand Dukes of Lithuania, who had become formidable to all their neighbors, weakened their power by partitioning their estates among their sons, reserving to one, under the title of Grand Duke, the right of superiority over the rest. The civil dissensions which resulted from these divisions gave the Poles an opportunity of seizing the principalities of Leopold, Przemysl, and Halish, 1340, and of taking from the Lithuanians in their Grand Duke Olgerd the whole of Volhynia and Podolia, of which they had deprived the Russians 1349. Nothing more then remained of the ancient Russian Empire except the Grand Duchy of Volodymyr, so called from the town of that name on the river Klyazma, where the Grand Dukes of eastern and northern Russia had their residence before they had fixed their capital at Moscow, which happened about the end of the 13th at the beginning of the 14th century. This Grand Duchy, which had several dependent and subordinate principalities, was conferred by the Khan of Kipzak 1320 on Ivan, or John Demilovich, Prince of Moscow, who transmitted it to his descendants. Demetrius Ivanovich, grandson of Ivan, took advantage of the turbulence which distracted the Grand Horde and turned his arms against the Tartars. Assisted by several of the Russian princes, his vassals, he gained a signal victory near the Don, 1380, over the Khan, Temnik Mehmed, the first which gained the Russians any celebrity, and which procured Demetrius the proud epithet of Donsky, or conqueror of the Don. This prince, however, gained little advantage by his victory, and for a long time after the Tartars gave law to the Russians, and made them their tributaries. Tomatish Khan, after having vanquished and humbled Mehmed, penetrated as far as Moscow, sacked the city, and massacred a great number of the inhabitants. Demetrius was forced to implore the mercy of the conqueror, and to send his son a hostage to the horde in security for his allegiance. The chief residence of the Teutonic Order, which had formerly been at Verdun, was fixed at Marienburg, a city newly built, which from this time became the capital of all Prussia. The Teutonic Knights did not limit their conquest to Prussia. They took from the Poles Danzig, or eastern Pomerania, 1311, situated between the Nedsee, the Vistula, and the Baltic Sea, and known since by the name of Pomerelia. This province was definitively ceded to them, with the territory of Kulm and Michelau, by a treaty of peace which was signed at Kalitz for 1343. The city of Danzig, which was their capital, increased considerably under the dominion of the order, and became one of the principal extrapods for the commerce of the Baltic. Of all the exploits of these knights, the most enterprising was that which had for its object the conquest of Lithuania. Religion and a pretended gift of the Emperor Louis of Bavaria served them as a pretext for attacking the Lithuanians, who were pagans, in a murderous war, which continued almost without interruption for the space of a century. The Grand Dukes of Lithuania, always more formidable after their defeat, defended their liberties and independence with a courage and perseverance almost miraculous, and it was only by taking advantage of the dissensions which had arisen in the family of the Grand Duke that they succeeded in obtaining possession of Samogitia by the treaty of peace which concluded at Raziance, 1404. The Knights of Livonia, united to the Teutonic Order under the authority of one and the same Grand Master, added to their former conquests the province of Estonia, which was sold to them by Valdemar IV, King of Denmark. Footnote: various contracts were made before their sale was accomplished. The first was in 1341, and the price was 13,000 marks of silver. In 1346, the Margrave Louis sold his rights over Estonia to the Teutonic Order for 6,000 marks. End of footnote. The Teutonic Knights were at the zenith of their greatness about the beginning of the 15th century. At that time, they will become a formidable power in the north, having under their dominion the whole of Prussia, comprehending Pomerania and the New March, and also Samogitia, Courland, Livonia, and Estonia. Footnote: Livonia did not belong exclusively to the Teutonic Order at this time. The Archbishop of Riga was independent and master of the city where he resided. End of footnote. A population proportioned to the extent of their dominions, a well-regulated treasury, and a flourishing commerce seemed to guarantee them a solid and durable empire. Nevertheless, the jealousy of their neighbors, the union of Lithuania with Poland, and the conversion of the Lithuanians to Christianity, which deprived the knights of the assistance of the Crusaders, soon became fatal to their order and accelerated their downfall. The Lithuanians again obtained possession of Samogitia, which, with Sudetia, was ceded to them by the various treaties which they concluded with that order between 1411 and 1436. The oppressive government of the Teutonic Knights, their own private dissensions, and the intolerable burden of taxation, the fatal consequence of incessant war, induced the nobles and cities of Prussia and Pomerania to form a confederacy against the order and to solicit the protection of the kings of Poland. This was granted to them on their signing a deed of submission to that kingdom, 1454. The result was a long and bloody war with Poland, which did not terminate till the Peace of Thorn, 1466. Poland then obtained the cession of Kulm, Michelau, and Danzig. That is to say, all the countries now comprehended under the name of Polish Prussia. The rest of Prussia was retained by the Teutonic Order, who promised by means of their Grand Master to do fealty and homage for it to the kings of Poland. The chief residence of the order was then transferred to Königsberg, where it continued until the time when the knights were deprived of Prussia by the House of Brandenburg. At length, however, Poland recovered from this state of weakness, into which the unfortunate divisions of Boleslaus III and his descendants had plunged it. Uladislaus IV, surnamed the Dwarf, having combined several of these principalities, was crowned King of Poland at Krakow, 1320. From that time, the royal dignity became permanent in Poland and was transmitted to all the successors of Uladislaus. Footnote: before Uladislaus, there were only some of the sovereigns of Poland invested with the royal dignity, and the tradition which carries back the uninterrupted succession of the Polish kings to Boleslaus in the year 1000 is contrary to the evidence of history. End of footnote. The immediate successor of that prince was his son Casimir the Great, who renounced his rights of sovereignty over Silesia in favor of the king of Bohemia, and afterwards compensated this loss by the acquisition of several of the provinces of ancient Russia. He likewise took possession of Red Russia, 1340, and also of the provinces of Volhynia, Podolia, Chelm, and Belz, which he conquered from the Grand Duke of Lithuania, 1349, who had formerly dismembered them from the Russian Empire. Under Casimir the Great, another revolution happened in the government of Poland. That prince, having no children of his own, and wishing to bequeath the crown to his nephew Louis, his sister's son, by Charles Robert, King of Hungary, convoked a general assembly of the nation at Krakow, 1339, and there got the succession of the Hungarian prince ratified, in opposition to the legitimate rights of the Piast dynasty, who reigned in Masovia and Silesia. This subversion of the hereditary right of the different branches of the Piast gave the Polish nobles a pretext for interfering in the election of their kings, until at last the throne became completely elective. It also afforded them an opportunity for limiting the power of their kings and laying the foundation of a republican and aristocratic government. Deputies were sent into Hungary 1355, even during the life of Casimir, who obliged King Louis, his intended successor, to subscribe an act which provided that, on his accession to the crown, he should bind himself and his successors to disburden the Polish nobility of all taxes and contributions, that he should never, under any pretext, exact subsidies from them, and that in traveling he should claim nothing for the support of his court in any place during his journey. The ancient race of the Piast sovereigns of Poland ended with Casimir 1370, after having occupied the throne of that kingdom for several centuries. His successor in Poland and Hungary was Louis, surnamed the Great. In a diet assembled in 1382, he obtained the concurrence of the Poles in the choice which he had made of Sigismund of Luxembourg as his son-in-law and successor in both kingdoms. But on the death of Louis, which happened immediately after, the Poles broke their engagement and conferred their crown on Hedwiga, a younger daughter of that prince. It was stipulated that she should marry Gioachin, Grand Duke of Lithuania, who agreed to incorporate Lithuania with Poland, to renounce paganism and embrace Christianity, himself and all his subjects. Gioachin was baptized when he received the name of Uladislaus, and was crowned King of Poland at Krakow, 1386. Footnote: the conversion of the Lithuanians to Christianity was resolved on in a General Assembly of the nation held in 1387. It consisted simply of the ceremony of baptism. The Polish priests who were employed on this mission, being ignorant of the Lithuanian language, King Gioachin became himself a preacher. One custom which he practiced succeeded better than all the force of reasoning or argument. The Lithuanians till then had used only clothes of skins or linen. The king caused woolen dresses, of which he had ordered a large quantity to be imported from Poland, to be distributed to all those who were baptized. Thousands of the Lithuanians then flocked to the administration of that rite. The Samogitians embraced Christianity about the 13th century. End of footnote. It was on the accession of Gioachin that Poland and Lithuania, long opposed in their interests and implacable enemies of each other, were united into one body politic under the authority of one and the same king. Nevertheless, for nearly 2 centuries, Lithuania still preserved its own Grand Dukes, who acknowledged the sovereignty of Poland, and it was not, properly speaking, till the reign of Sigismund Augustus that the union of the 2 states was finally accomplished, 1569. This important union rendered Poland the preponderating power of the North. It became fatal to the influence of the Teutonic Order, who soon yielded to the united efforts of the Poles and Lithuanians. Władysław Gioachin did not obtain the assent of the Polish nobility to the succession of his son, except by adding due privileges to those which they had obtained from his predecessor. He was the first of the Polish kings who, for the purpose of imposing an extraordinary taxation, called in the nuncios or deputies of the nobility to the General Diet 1404, and established the use of dietines, or provincial diets. His descendants enjoyed the crown until they became extinct in the 16th century. The succession, however, was mixed, and although the princes of the house of Gioachin might regard themselves as hereditary possessors of the kingdom, nevertheless, on every change of reign, it was necessary that the crown should be conferred by the choice and consent of the nobility. In Hungary, the male race of the ancient kings, descendants of Duke Arpad, had become extinct in Andrew III, 1301. The crown was then contested by several competitors, and at length fell into the hands of the House of Anjou, the reigning family of Naples. Charles Robert, grandson of Charles II, King of Naples, by Mary of Hungary, outstripped his rivals and transmitted the crown to his son Louis, surnamed the Great, 1308. This prince, characterized by his eminent qualities, made a distinguished figure among the kings of Hungary. He conquered from the Venetians the whole of Dalmatia, from the frontiers of Istria as far as Durazzo. He reduced the princes of Moldavia, Wallachia, Bosnia, and Bulgaria to a state of dependence, and at length mounted the throne of Poland on the death of his uncle, Casimir the Great. Footnote: the Wallachians, as their language proves, are a mixture of the descendants of the Roman colonies of ancient Asia, with the Slavians and Goths. They adhered to the Greek Church in the 9th century. End of footnote. Mary, his eldest daughter, succeeded him in the kingdom of Hungary, 1382. This princess married Sigismund of Luxembourg, who thus united the monarchy of Hungary to the imperial crown. The reign of Sigismund in Hungary was most unfortunate and a prey to continual disturbances. He had to sustain the first war against the Ottoman Turks, and with the Emperor of Constantinople as his ally, he assembled a formidable army, with which he undertook the siege of Nicopolis in Bulgaria. Here he sustained a complete defeat by the Turks. In his retreat, he was compelled to embark on the Danube and directed his flight towards Constantinople. This disaster was followed by new misfortunes. The malcontents of Hungary offered their crown to Ladislaus, called the Magnanimous, King of Naples, who took possession of Dalmatia, which he afterwards surrendered to the Venetians. Desirous to provide for the defense and security of his kingdom, Sigismund acquired by treaty with the Prince of Servia the fortress of Belgrade, 1425, which, by the situation at the confluence of the Danube and the Save, seemed to him a proper bulwark to protect Hungary against the Turks. He transmitted the crown of Hungary to his son-in-law Albert of Austria, who reigned only 2 years. The war with the Turks was renewed under Ladislaus of Poland, son of Gioachin and successor of Albert. That prince fought a bloody battle with them near Varu in Bulgaria, 1444. The Hungarians again sustained a total defeat, and the king himself lost his life in the action. Footnote: Philip Callimachus, the historian of Ladislaus, was descended of an illustrious family in Tuscany, and one of those fine geniuses which Italy produced in the 15th century. Being persecuted at Rome, he returned to Poland to Casimir IV, who entrusted him with the education of his children and made him his secretary. End of footnote. The safety of Hungary then depended entirely on the bravery of the celebrated John Honiades, governor of the kingdom during the minority of Ladislaus, the posthumous son of Albert of Austria. That general signalized himself in various actions against the Turks and obliged Muhammad II to raise the siege of Belgrade, 1456, where he lost about 25,000 men and was himself severely wounded. The Greek Empire was gradually approaching its downfall under the feeble administration of the house of Palaeologus, who had occupied the throne of Constantinople since the year 1261. The same vices of which we have already spoken, the great power of the patriarchs and the monks, the rancor of the theological disputes, the fury of sectaries and schismatics, and the internal dissension to which they gave rise, aggravated the misfortunes and disorders of the state, and were instrumental in hastening on its final destruction. John I and his successors, the last emperors of Constantinople, being reduced to the sad necessity of paying tribute to the Turks and marching on military expeditions at the command of the sultans, owed the preservation of their shattered and declining empire for some time entirely to the reverses of fortune which had befallen the Ottomans, and to the difficulties which the siege of their capital presented to a barbarous nation unacquainted with the arts of blockade. The power of the Ottoman Turks took its rise about the end of the 13th century. A Turkish emir called Ottoman, or Osman, was its original founder in Asia Minor. He was one of the number of those emirs who, after the subversion of the Seljukians of Rome, or Iconian, by the Moguls, shared among them the spoils of their ancient masters. A part of Bithynia, the whole country lying round Mount Olympus, fell to the share of Ottoman, who afterwards formed an alliance with the other emirs and invaded the possessions of the Greek Empire. Under the feeble reign of the Emperor Andronicus II, Prusa, or Bursa, the principal city of Bithynia, was conquered by Ottoman in 1327. He and his successors made it the capital of their new state, which in course of time gained the ascendancy over all the other Turkish sovereignties, formed like that of Ottoman, from the ruins of Iconium and the Greek Empire. Orkan, the son and successor of Ottoman, instituted the famous order of the Janissaries, to which in a great measure the Turks owed their success. He took from the Greeks the cities of Nice and Nicomedia in Bithynia, and after having subdued most of the Turkish emirs in Asia Minor, he took the title of Sultan or King, as well as that of Paka, which is equivalent to the title of Emperor. His son Solomon crossed the Hellespont by his orders near the ruins of ancient Troy, and took the city of Gallipoli in the Thracian Nocias, 1358. The conquest of this place opened a passage for the Turks into Europe, when Thrace and the whole of Greece was soon inundated by these new invaders. Amurath I, the son and successor of Orkan, made himself master of Adrianople and the whole of Thrace, 1360. He next attacked Macedonia, Servia, and Bulgaria, and appointed the first Beglebeg, or Governor-General of Rumelia. Several Turkish princes of Asia Minor were obliged to acknowledge his authority. He made himself master of Crutaja, the metropolis of Phrygia, which afterwards became the capital of Anatolia, and the residence of the governor of that province, 1389. Amurath was slain at the Battle of Kosova, which he fought with the despot of Servia, assisted by his numerous allies. In this bloody battle, the despot himself was slain, and both sides equally claimed the victory. Bajazet I, the successor of Amurath, put an end to all the Turkish sovereignties which still sustained in Asia Minor. He completed the reduction of Bulgaria, and maintained the possession of it by the signal victory which he gained at Nicopolis, 1396, over Sigismund, king of Hungary. The Greek Empire would have yielded to the persevering efforts of that prince, who had maintained for 10 years the siege of Constantinople, had he not been attacked in the midst of these enterprises by the famous Timur, the new conqueror of Asia. Timur, commonly called Tamerlane, was one of those Mogul emirs who had divided amongst them the sovereignty of Transoxiana after the extinction of the Mogul dynasty of Cbteddy. Transoxiana was the theater of his first exploits. There he usurped the whole power of the Khans, or emperors of Cbteddy, and fixed the capital of his new dominions at the city of Samarkand, 1369. Persia, the whole of Upper Asia, Kipchak, and Hindustan were vanquished by him in succession. Wherever he marched, he renewed the same scenes of horror, bloodshed, and carnage which had marked the footsteps of the first Mughal conqueror. Footnote: the conquest of Hindustan by Timur is fixed to the years 1398-1399. His dearest trophies were huge towers, formed of the heads which he had cut from his enemies. He raised 120 of these after the taking of Baghdad in 1401. End of footnote. Timur at length attacked the dominions of Bajazet in Anatolia 1400. He fought a bloody and decisive battle near Angora in the ancient Galagracia, which proved fatal to the Ottoman Empire. Bajazet sustained an entire defeat and fell himself into the hands of the conqueror. All Anatolia was then conquered and pillaged by the Moguls, and there Timur fixed his winter quarters. Meantime, he treated his captive Bajazet with kindness and generosity, and the anecdote of the iron cage, in which he said to have confined his prisoner, merits no credit. Sheriffeddin Ali, who accompanied Timur in his expedition against Bajazet, makes no mention of it. On the contrary, he avers that Timur consented to leave him the empire, and that he granted the investiture of it to him and 2 of his sons. Bajazet did not long survive his misfortune. He died in an attack of apoplexy 1403, with which he was struck in the camp of Timur and Karamania. Timur, a short time after, formed the project of an expedition into China, but he died on the route in 1405 at the age of 69. His vast dominions were dismembered after his death. One of his descendants, named Babur, founded a powerful empire in India, the remains of which are still preserved under the name of the Empire of the Great Mogul. The invasion of Timur retarded for some time the progress of the Turkish Empire. The fatal dissensions which arose among the sons of Bajazet set them at an open war with each other. At length Amurath II, the son of Muhammad I, the grandson of Bajazet, succeeded in putting a stop to these divisions and restored the empire to its primitive splendor. He deprived the Greeks of all the places which still remained in the hands of the Black Sea, along the coast of Thrace and Macedonia and Thessaly. He even took by assault the wall and forts which they had constructed at the entrance of the Isthmus of Corinth, and carried his ravages to the very center of the Peloponnesus. The two heroes of the Christians, John Homniadus and Sandberg, arrested the progress of the Ottoman Sultan. The former, who was general of the Hungarians, boldly repulsed the Sultan of Servia, whom he was ambitious to conquer. The other, a Greek prince, who possessed one of the petty states of Albania, of which Croja was the capital, resisted with success the repeated attacks of the Turks. Supported by a small but well-disciplined army and favored by the mountains with which his territory was surrounded, he twice compelled Amurath to raise the siege of Croja. At length appeared Muhammad II, the son and successor of Amurath, 1451. This prince, who was raised to the Ottoman throne in the 20th year of his age, conceived the design of achieving the conquest of the Greek Empire by the taking of Constantinople. He succeeded in overcoming all the difficulties which obstructed this enterprise, in which several of his predecessors had failed. At the head of an army of 300,000 combatants, supported by a fleet of 300 sail, he appeared before the capital and commenced the siege on the 6th April, 1453. The besieged, having only from 8,000 to 10,000 men to oppose the superior force of the enemy, yielded to the powerful and redoubled efforts of the Turks. After a vigorous defense of 53 days, the city was carried by assault 29th May and delivered up to the unrestrained pillage of the soldiers. Constantine, surnamed Turkes, the last of the Greek emperors, perished in the first onset, and all the inhabitants of that great and opulent city were carried into slavery. Footnote: in the short space of 6 or 7 hours, the Turks had cleared the city entirely of all its inhabitants. End of footnote. Muhammad, on entering the very day of the sack, saw nothing but one vast and dismal solitude. Wishing afterwards to attract new inhabitants to this city, which he proposed to make the seat of his empire, he guaranteed an entire liberty of conscience to the Greeks who might come to settle there, and authorized them to proceed to the election of a new patriarch, whose dignity enhanced by the honors and privileges which he attached to it. He restored also the fortifications of the city, and by way of precaution against the armaments of the Venetians and other Western nations, which he had some reason to dread, he constructed the famous castle of the Dardanelles as the entrance of the Hellespont. This conquest was followed by that of Servia, Bosnia, Albania, Greece, and the whole Peloponnesus, or Morea, as well as most of the islands of the archipelago. The Greek Empire of Trebizond, on the coast of Asia Minor, submitted in like manner to the law of the conqueror of 1466. David Comensis, the last emperor, fell by the swords of the Mohammedans, and with him perished many of his children and relations. Such a rapid succession of conquests created an alarm among the powers of Christendom. In an assembly which Pope Pius II held at Mantua, 1459, he proposed a general association among the powers of the West against the Turks. A crusade was published by his orders, and he was on the point of setting out in person at the head of this expedition, when he was suddenly cut off by the death at Ancona, 1464, where he had appointed the general rendezvous with the Confederate troops. This event added to the terror which the arms of Muhammad had created among the nations of the West, disconcerted the plans of the Crusaders, and was the means of dissolving their confederacy. The Turkish Empire thus became firmly established in Europe, and the Tartars of the Crimea put themselves at the same time under the protection of the Porte. End of section 23. Section 24 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. translated by Maximilian Schell. From the taking of Constantinople by the Turks to the Peace of Westphalia, A.D. 1453 to 1648, Part 1. The revolution which happened in the 15th century entirely changed the face of Europe and introduced a new system of politics. This revolution was not achieved by any combination of profound policy, nor by the operation of what physical force which generally subverts thrones and governments. It was the result of those progressive changes which have been produced in the ideas and understandings of the nations of Europe by the improvements and institutions of preceding times, as well as by the invention of paper and printing, of gunpowder, and the mariner's compass. By means of these, the empire of letters and arts was greatly extended, and various salutary improvements made in the religion, manners, and governments of Europe. The people by degrees shook off the yoke of barbarism, superstition, and fanaticism, which the revolution of the 5th century had imposed on them. And from that time, the principal states of Europe began to acquire the strength and gradually to assume the form which they have since maintained. Several extraordinary events, however, conspired to accelerate these happy changes. The belles letters and the fine arts shone out with new splendor. After the downfall of the Greek Empire, the celebrated Petrarch and his disciples, Boccaccio and John of Ravenna, were the first that made the Italians acquainted with ancient literature as the true source and standard of good taste. They prepared the way for a vast number of Grecian literati who, to escape the barbarity of the Turks, had fled into Italy, where they opened schools and brought the study of Greek literature into considerable repute. The most celebrated of these Greek refugees were Manuel Chrysolaus, Cardinal Bessarion, Theodore Gaza, George of Trebizond, John Agarophilus, and Demetrius Chalcondylas. Protected by the family of the Medicis at Florence, they assisted in forming those fine geniuses which arose in Italy during the 15th century, such as Leonard Aretin, the two Guarini, Poggio of Florence, Angelo Politan, and many others. Academies or free societies were founded at Rome, Naples, Venice, Milan, Ferrara, and Florence for the encouragement of ancient literature. From Italy, the study of the ancient arts passed to the other states of Europe. They soon diffused their influence over every department of literature and science, which by degrees assumed an aspect totally new. The scholastic system, which till then had been in vogue in the pulpits and universities, lost its credit and gave place to a more refined philosophy. Men learned to discriminate the vices of the feudal system and sought out the means of correcting them. The sources of disorder and anarchy were gradually dried up and gave place to better organized governments. Painting, sculpture, and the arts in general cleared from the Gothic rust, which they had contracted during the barbarous ages, and finished after the models of the ancients, shone forth with renewed luster. Navigation, under the direction of the compass, reached a degree of perfection which attracted universal attention, and while the ancients merely coasted along their own shores in the pursuit of commerce or maritime exploits, we find the modern Europeans extending their navigation over the whole globe and bringing both hemispheres under their dominion. America, unknown to the ancients, was discovered during this period, as well as the route to India and the East, round the continent of Africa. The notion of a fourth quarter of the world had long been prevalent among the ancients. We all recollect the Atlantis of Plato, which, according to the assertion of that philosopher, was larger than Asia and Africa. And we know that Aelian, the historian, who lived in the reign of Adrian, affirmed in like manner the existence of a fourth continent of immense extent. This opinion had got so much into fashion during the 4th and 5th centuries of the Christian era that Lactantius and St. Augustine thought themselves bound in duty to combat it in their writings, inveighing against the Antipodes by reasons and arguments, the frivolousness of which is now very generally admitted. But whatever were the notions which the ancients might have entertained as to the fourth quarter of the globe, it is very certain that they knew it only from conjecture, and that their navigation never extended so far. The honor of this important discovery belongs to modern navigators, more especially to Christopher Columbus, a native of Genoa. From the knowledge which this celebrated man had acquired in the sciences of navigation, astronomy, and geography, he was persuaded that there must be another hemisphere lying to the westward and unknown to Europeans, but necessary to the equilibrium of the globe. These conjectures he communicated to several of the courts of Europe, who all regarded him as a visionary, and it was not till after many solicitations that Isabella, Queen of Castile, granted him 3 vessels with which he set sail in quest of the new continent, 3rd August 1492. After a perilous navigation of some months, he reached the island Guanahani, or Cat Island, one of the loakes or Bahamas, to which he gave the name of St. Salvador. This discovery was followed soon after by that of the islands of Santo Domingo and Cuba, and in the 2nd and 3rd voyages, which that navigator undertook to America, 1493 to 1498, he discovered the mainland or continent of the New World, especially the coast of Paria, as far as the point of Araya, making part of the province known at present by the name of Cumana. The track of the Genoese navigator was followed by a Florentine merchant named America Vespucci, under the conduct of a Spanish captain called Alfonso de Ojeda. He made several voyages to the New World after the year 1497. Different coasts of the continent of South America were visited by him, and in the maps of his discoveries which he drew up, he usurped a glory which did not belong to him by applying his own name to the new continent, which it has since retained. The Spaniards conquered the islands and a great part of the continent of America, extending their victories along with their discoveries. Stimulated by the thirst of gold, which the New World offered to them in abundance, they committed crimes and barbarities which make humanity shudder. Millions of the unfortunate natives were either massacred or buried in the sea, in spite of the efforts which their Spanish bishop, Bartholomew de la Casa, vainly made to arrest the fury of his countrymen. Footnote: Las Casas is generally reproached for having advised the employing of African slaves in the Antilles instead of the natives, while he was zealously supporting the liberty of the Americans, and that it was by his advice that Charles V in 1517 authorized the Belgian merchants to import 14,000 Africans into these islands, which gave rise to the Treaty on the Slave Trade. End of footnote. In the year after the first discovery of Columbus, Ferdinand the Catholic, King of Spain, obtained a bull from Pope Alexander VI, by which that pontiff made him a gift of all the countries discovered, or to be discovered, towards the west and the south, drawing an imaginary line from one pole to the other, at the distance of 100 leagues westward of Cape Verde and the Azores. This decision having given offense to the King of Portugal, who deemed it prejudice to his discoveries in the East, an accommodation was contrived between the two courts, in virtue of which the same Pope, by another bull, 1494, removed the line in question farther west, to the distance of 470 leagues, so that all the countries lying to the westward of this line should belong to the King of Spain, while those which might be discovered to the eastward should fall to the possession of the King of Portugal. Footnote: The kings of Portugal had already obtained similar commissions for their discoveries in the East, from Pope Nicholas V, Calixtus III, and Sextus IV. End of footnote. It was on this pretended title that the Spaniards founded their right to demand the submission of the American nations to the Spanish crown. Their principal conquest in the New World commenced from the reign of the Emperor Charles V. It was in his name that Ferdinand Cortez, with a mere handful of troops, overthrew the vast empire of Mexico, 1521, the last emperors of which, Montezuma and Guatemala, were slain, and a prodigious number of the Mexicans put to the sword. The conqueror of Peru was Francis Pizarro, 1533. He entered the country at the head of 300 men, at the very time when Atahualpa, or Atahualpa, was commencing his reign as Incas, or sovereign of Peru. That prince was slain, and the whole of Peru subdued by the Spaniards. The Spaniards founded various colonies and establishments in that part of America, which they had subjected to their dominion. The character of these colonies differed from that of the establishments which the Portuguese had founded in India, and the Dutch, the English, and the French in different parts of the world. As the Spaniards were by no means a commercial nation, the precious metals alone were the object of their cupidity. They applied themselves in consequence to the working of mines. They imported Negroes to labor in them and made slaves of the natives. In process of time, when the number of Europeans had increased in these countries and the precious metals became less abundant, the Spanish colonists were obliged to employ themselves in agriculture and in raising what is commonly called colonial produce. What we have now said accounts for the limitations and restrictions which were imposed on the trade of these colonies by the Spanish government. They wished to reserve to themselves exclusively the profits of the mines. Commerce, which at first had been confined to the single entrepot of Seville, fell into the hands of a small number of merchants, to the entire exclusion of foreigners. As for the Spanish possessions in America, they were planted with episcopal and metropolitan sees, missions, convents, and universities. The Inquisition was also introduced, but the hierarchy, which was founded there, instead of augmenting the power of the popes, remained in a state of complete dependence upon the sovereigns. The discovery of Brazil belongs to the Portuguese. Alvarez Cabral, the commander of their fleet, while on his route to India, was driven by contrary winds on the coast of Brazil, 1500, and took possession of the country in name of the King of Portugal. This colony in the course of time became highly important from the rich mines of diamonds and gold which were discovered there. The Spaniards and Portuguese were at first the only masters of America, but in a short time establishments were formed there by some of the other maritime nations of Europe. The first English colony was that of Virginia, which was conducted to North America by Sir Walter Raleigh, 1584, but it did not gain a permanent settlement till the reign of James I. This was afterwards followed by several other colonies, which had settled in that part of the American continent on account of the persecution carried on by the Stuart kings against the nonconformists. The first settlements of the English in the Antilles were those which they formed in the islands of Barbados and St. Christopher, 1629. To these they added the island of Jamaica, which they took from the Spaniards, 1655. The date of the French establishments in Canada is as old as the reigns of Francis I and Henry IV, in the years 1534 and 1604. The city of Quebec was founded in 1608. It was at a later period when the French established themselves in the Antilles. The origin of their colonies in Martinique and Guadeloupe is generally referred to the year 1635. They gained a footing in San Domingo, as early as 1630, but the flourishing state of that remarkable colony did not begin, properly speaking, till 1722. All the establishments which the English and French had formed in America were purely agricultural, and in this respect they were distinguished from the Spanish colonies. The discovery of a passage by sea to the East Indies round Africa belongs also to the Portuguese. It forms one of those great events which often take their first impulse from very slender causes. John I, surnamed the Bastard, the new founder of the Kingdom of Portugal, being desirous of affording to his sons an opportunity of signalizing themselves and earning the honor of knighthood, planned an expedition against the Moors in Africa. He equipped a fleet, with which he landed in the neighborhood of Ceuta, 1415, of which he soon found himself master, and created his sons knights in the grand mosque of that city. After this event, the Portuguese began to have a taste for navigation and maritime discoveries. In this, they were encouraged by the infant Don Henry, Duke of Viseu, and one of the sons of King John, who had particularly distinguished himself in the expedition of which we have just spoken. That prince, who was well skilled in the mathematics and the art of navigation, established his residence at Cape St. Vincent, on the western extremity of Algarve. There, he ordered vessels to be constructed at his own expense, and sent them to reconnoiter the coasts of Africa. From that time, the Portuguese discovered in succession the islands of Madeira, 1420, the Canaries, 1424, the Azores, 1431, and Cape Verde, 1460. There they founded colonies, and advancing by degrees along the southern shores of Africa, they extended their navigation as far as the coasts of Guinea and Nigretia. The islands which they had newly discovered were confirmed to the kings of Portugal by several of the popes. The Canaries, however, having been claimed by the Spaniards, a treaty was negotiated between the two kingdoms, in virtue of which these islands were abandoned to Spain, 1481. It was under the reign of John II that the Portuguese extended their navigation as far as the most southerly point of Africa. Bartholomew Diaz, their admiral, was the first who doubled the Cape, which he called the Stormy Cape, a name which King John changed into that of Good Hope. At length, after 12 years of toils, Vasco da Gama, another Portuguese admiral, had the glory of carrying his national flag as far as India. He landed at the port of Calicut, 1498, on the Malabar coast in the third year of the reign of Emmanuel. Several other celebrated Portuguese navigators, such as Almeida, Albuquerque, Acunga, Silveira, and de Castro, following the tract of Vasco da Gama, laid the foundation of the power of the Portuguese in India. Francis Almeida defeated the fleet of the Mameluke Sultan of Egypt in conjunction with that of the kings of India, 1509. Alfonso Albuquerque conquered Goa, 1511, and made it the capital of all the Portuguese settlements in that part of the world. About the same time, the Portuguese established themselves in the Molucca Islands, with some opposition on the part of the Spaniards. Anthony Silveira signalized himself by his able defense of Diu, 1535, repulsed the Turks, and ruined the fleet which Solomon the Great had sent to the siege of that place, 1547. The king of Cambay, having resumed the siege, he experienced likewise a total defeat from John de Castro, who then conquered the whole kingdom of Diu. The Portuguese found powerful kingdoms of India, and nations rich and civilized. There, nature and the industry of the natives produced or fabricated those articles of commerce and merchandise, which have since become an object of luxury to Europeans, at least until the activity of the Venetians had furnished the inhabitants of this part of the world with them in such abundance as to make them regarded as articles of absolute necessity. This circumstance was the reason why the Portuguese never formed any other mercantile establishments in India, which they erected on the coast, without extending them into the interior. The working of the mines and the cares of agriculture were abandoned entirely to the natives. This era produced a total change in the commerce of the East. Formerly, the Venetians were the people that carried on the principal traffic to India. The Jewish or Mohammedan merchants purchased at Goa, Calicut, and Cochin, those spiceries and other productions of the East, which they imported into Syria by the Persian Gulf and into Egypt by the Red Sea. They were then conveyed by a laborious and expensive land carriage, either to the port of Alexandria or that of Beirut in Syria. Thither the Venetians repaired in quest of the luxuries of India. They fixed their price and distributed them over all Europe. This commerce proved a source of vast wealth to these republicans. It furnished them with the means of maintaining a formidable marine, and of very often dictating the law to the other European powers. But after the discovery of the new passage round the Cape and the conquest of the Portuguese in India, the Venetians saw themselves compelled to abandon a traffic in which they could not compete with the Portuguese. This was a terrible blow to that republic, and the principal cause of its downfall. The Portuguese, however, did not profit by this exclusive commerce as they might have done. They did not, like other nations, constitute companies with exclusive commercial privileges. They carried it on by means of fleets, which the government regularly dispatched at fixed periods. In this manner, the commodities of the East were imported to Lisbon, but the indolence of the native merchants left to other nations the care of distributing them through the markets of Europe. The Dutch were the people that profited most by this branch of industry. They cultivated with so much success and under such favorable circumstances that they at length succeeded in excluding the Portuguese themselves from this lucrative traffic by dispossessing them of their colonies in the East. If the events which we have now briefly detailed proved fatal to the Venetians and afflicting to humanity by the wars and misfortunes which they occasioned, it is nevertheless certain that commerce and navigation gained prodigiously by these new discoveries. The Portuguese, after having maintained for some time the exclusive possession of the navigation and trade of the East, found afterwards powerful competitors in the Spaniards, the Dutch, English, French, and Danes, who all established mercantile connections both in India and America. Hence, innumerable sources of wealth were open to the industry of the Europeans, and their commerce, formerly limited to the Mediterranean, the Baltic, and the northern seas, and confined to a few cities in Italy, Flanders, and Germany, was now, by means of their colonies in Africa and the East and West Indies, extended to all parts of the globe. Footnote: Magellan, in his voyage, discovered a new route to India by the Straits, to which he gave his name. The Moluccas and the Philippines were then visited by him. He was killed in the Isle of Matan, one of the Philippines, April 27, 1521. End of footnote. The intercourse of the Portuguese with China was as early as the year 1517, and with Japan it began in 1542. Ferdinand Magellan undertook the first voyage round the world in 1519, and his example found afterwards a number of imitators. Footnote: Henry IV conceived the project and concerted with Elizabeth of England for securing the equilibrium and the peace of the continent by humbling Austria. End of footnote. By degrees, the maritime power of Europe assumed a formidable aspect. Arts and manufactures were multiplied, and states formerly poor became rich and flourishing. Kingdoms at length found in their commerce resources for augmenting their strength and their influence, and carrying into execution their projects of aggrandizement and conquest. Among the causes of this revolution which took place in commerce, it is necessary to take into account a discovery apparently of trivial importance, but which exercised a most extraordinary influence over the civilization of Europe, viz., that of horse posts for the conveyance of letters. Before the 16th century, the communications between distant countries were few and difficult. Messengers traveling on short journeys on foot or in horseback were their only couriers. About the beginning of the 17th century and during the reign of Maximilian I, an Italian gentleman of the name of Francis de la Torre at Taxis established the first posts in the Low Countries. Their object at first was merely for the conveyance of letters by post, for which he provided regular relays. By and by, for the sake of dispatch, the use of horses was introduced, placed at certain distances. From the Low Countries, this system found its way into Germany, where its profits were secured to the family of taxes by imperial grants, and from thence it spread over every civilized country in the world. End of section 24. Section 25 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the taking of Constantinople by the Turks to the Peace of Westphalia, A.D. 1453 to 1648, Part 2. A revolution not less important is that which took place in religion about the beginning of the 16th century. The abuses which disgraced the court of Rome, the excess of the power, and the depravity of the morals of the clergy had excited a very general discontent. A reformation had for a long time been deemed necessary, but there was a difference of opinion as to the method of effecting it. The common notion was that this task could be legally accomplished only by general councils convoked under the authority of the popes. It was easy, however, to perceive the inefficacy of any remedy left at the disposal of those very persons from whom the evil proceeded, and the unsuccessful results of the councils of Constance and Basel had taught the people that, in order to obtain redress for the abuses of which they complained, it was necessary to have recourse to some other scheme than that of general councils. This scheme was attempted by the reformers of the 16th century, who were persuaded that, in order to restrain the exorbitant power of the clergy, they ought to reject the infallibility of the Pope, as well as that of the general councils, admitting no other authority in ecclesiastical matters than that of the sacred scriptures, interpreted by the lights of reason and sound criticism. The immediate and incidental cause of this change in religion was the enormous abuse of indulgences. Pope Leo X, who was of the family of the Medicis, and well known for his extensive patronage of literature and the fine arts, had exhausted the treasury of the church by his luxury and his munificence, had recourse to the expedient of indulgences, which several of his predecessors had already adopted as a means of recruiting their finances. The ostensible reason was the Basilica of St. Peter's at Rome, the completion of which was equally interesting to the whole of Christendom. Offices for the sale of indulgences were established in all the different states of Europe. The purchasers of these indulgences obtained absolution of their sins and exemption from the pains of purgatory after death. The excesses committed by the emissaries who had the charge of those indulgences, and the scandalous means which they practiced to extort money, brought on the schism to which we are about to advert. Two theologians, Martin Luther and Ulrich Zwingli, opposed these indulgences and inveighed against them in their sermons and their writings, the former at Wittenberg in Saxony, the other first at Einsiedeln, and afterwards at Zurich in Switzerland. Leo X at first held these adversaries in contempt. He did not attempt to allay the storm until the minds of men, exasperated by the heat of dispute, were no longer disposed to listen to the voice of calmness and conciliation, the means which he subsequently tried to induce Luther to retract. Having proved abortive, he issued a thundering bull against him, 1520, which, so far from abating the courage of the reformer, tended, on the contrary, to embolden him still more. He publicly burnt the Pope's bull, together with the canon law, at Wittenberg, 10th December, in presence of a vast concourse of doctors and students from different nations, whom he had assembled for the purpose. From the moment that Luther and Zwingli never ceased to preach against the abuses of the indulgences, they completely undermined this system of abomination and even attacked various other dogmas and institutions of the Roman Church, such as monastic vows, the celibacy of the priests, the supremacy of the Pope, and the ecclesiastical hierarchy. These two celebrated men, who agreed in the greater part of their opinions, soon attracted a number of followers. The people, long ago prepared to shake off a yoke which had been so oppressive, applauded the zeal of the reformers, and the new opinions, promptly and easily diffused by means of the press, were received with enthusiasm throughout a great part of Europe. John Calvin, another reformer, trod nearly in the footsteps of Zwingli. He was a native of Noyon in Picardy, and began to distinguish himself at Paris in 1532. Being compelled to leave that city on account of his opinions, he withdrew to Switzerland, 1538. Thence he passed to Strasbourg, where he was nominated to the office of French preacher. His erudition and his pulpit talents gained him disciples, and gave the name of Calvinist to those who had first been called Zwinglians. The Lutherans, as well as the Zwinglians, or Calvinists in Germany, were comprehended under the common appellation of Protestants, on account of the protest which they took against the decrees of the Diet of Speyer, 1529, which forbade them to make any innovations in religion, or to abolish the Mass until the meeting of a general council. The name of Lutherans was applied more particularly to those who adhered to the Confession of Augsburg, that is, the Confession of Faith, which they presented to the Emperor Charles V at the famous Diet of Augsburg, held in 1530. In this manner, a great part of Europe revolted from the Pope and the Roman Church, and embraced either the doctrines of Luther or those of Zwingli and Calvin. The half of Germany, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Prussia, and Livonia adopted the Confession of Augsburg, while England, Scotland, and the United Provinces, and the principal part of Switzerland, declared themselves in favor of the opinions of Zwingli and Calvin. The new doctrines made likewise great progress in France, Hungary, Transylvania, Bohemia, Silesia, and Poland. This revolution did not convulse merely the Church. It influenced the politics and changed the form of government in many of the states of Europe. The same men who believed themselves authorized to correct abuses and imperfections in religion undertook to reform political abuses with the same freedom. New states sprung up, and princes took advantage of these commotions to augment their own power and authority, constituting themselves heads of the church and of religion of their country. They shook off the fetters of priestly influence, while the clergy ceased to form a counteracting or controlling power in the state. The freedom of opinion which characterized the Protestant faith awoke the human mind from its intellectual lethargy, infused new energy into it, and thus contributed to the progress of civilization and science in Europe. Even the systems of public instruction underwent a considerable change. The schools were reformed and rendered more perfect. A multitude of new seminaries of education, academies, and universities were founded in all the Protestant states. This revolution, however, was not accomplished without great and various calamities. A hierarchy such as that of the Church of Rome, supported by all that was dignified and venerable, could not be attacked or shaken to its foundation without involving Europe in the convulsion. Hence we find that wars and factions arose in Germany, France, the Low Countries, Switzerland, Hungary, and Poland. The march of Reformation was everywhere stained with blood. The means that were employed to bring the quarrels of the Church to an amicable conclusion tended rather to exasperate than allay the mischief. And if the conferences among the clergy of different persuasions failed, it was not to be expected that a better agreement or a union of parties could be founded on the basis of a general council. The Protestants demanded an uncontrolled liberty for the council. They wished it to be assembled by order of the emperor in one of the cities of the empire, and that the divine should have a voice and a seat in its meetings. The Pope was to submit to its authority, and all matters should there be decided according to the rule of the sacred scriptures. These terms were by no means agreeable to the Catholics. Paul III summoned a council at Mantua, 1537, and another at Vicenza, 1538. But both of these convocations were ineffectual, as was also the proposed reform in the court of Rome, made by the same pontiff. It was resolved at last at the instance of the Catholic princess, 1542, to convoke the Council of Trent, though the opening of it was deferred till 1545. This famous council met with two interruptions. The first took place in 1547, when the Pope, who had become alarmed at the success of the imperial arms, transferred the council to Bologna, on pretense that an epidemic distemper had broken out at Trent. All the prelates of the emperor's party remained at Trent, in obedience to the command of their master, who protested loudly against the Assembly of Bologna, which nevertheless held its 9th and 10th sessions at that city. This latter council having been dissolved by Paul III, 1548, its affairs continued in a languid state for the next 2 years, when Pope Julius III, the successor of Paul, revived it and transferred it once more to Trent, 1551. Another interruption took place at the time when Maurice, a lector of Saxony, had made himself master of Augsburg and was marching against the emperor towards Innsbruck. It was then agreed to prorogue the council, now in its 16th session, for 2 years, and to assemble again at the end of that period, if peace should happen in the meantime to be established. At length, in 1560, Pius IV summoned the council for the third and last time to meet at Trent. The session, however, did not commence until 1562, and next year its sittings were finally terminated. In this council, matters were not treated in the same way as they had been at Constance and Basel, where each nation deliberated separately and then gave their suffrage in common, so that the general decision was taken according to the votes of the different nations. This form of deliberation was not at all palatable to the court of Rome, who, in order to gain a preponderance in the assembly, thought proper to decide by a majority of the votes of every individual member of the council. The Protestant princes rejected entirely the authority of this council, which, far from terminating the dispute, made the schism wider than ever. Its decisions were even condemned by several of the Catholic sovereigns, in France more especially. It was never formally published, and they expressly excluded such of its acts of discipline as they considered contrary to the laws of the kingdom, to the authority of the sovereign, and the maxims of the Catholic Church. It is nevertheless certain that this council was instrumental in restoring the tottering power of the Roman pontiffs, which received at the same time a new support by the institution of the Order of the Jesuits. The founder of this order was Ignatius Loyola, who was born at the castle of Loyola in Guipuscoa. He made the declaration of his vows in the church of Montmartre at Paris, 1534, and obtained from Paul III the confirmation of his new society. This order was bound by a particular vow of obedience more intimately to the court of Rome, and became one of the main instruments of its enormous power. From Spain, the society was speedily propagated in all the other Catholic states. They filled cities and courts with their emissaries, undertook missions to China, Japan, and the Indies, and under the special protection of the See of Rome, they soon surpassed in credit and wealth every other religious order. In the midst of these changes which took place in civil and ecclesiastical matters, we find a new system arising in the political government of Europe, the consequence of those new ties and relations which had been established amongst the different powers since the close of the 15th century. Prior to this date, most of the European states were feeble because insulated and detached. Occupied with their own particular interests and quarrels, the nations were little acquainted with each other and seldom had any influence on their mutual destinies. The faults and imperfections inherent in the feudal system had pervaded all Europe and crippled the power and the energies of government. The sovereigns, continually at war with their factious and powerful vassals, could neither form plans of foreign conquest nor carry them into execution, and their military operations were in general without unity or effect. Hence it happened that in the Middle Ages, changes were produced in the different states, which so little alarmed their neighbors that it may be said they were scarcely conscious of their existence. Such were the conquests of the English in France, which might certainly have compromised the independence of Europe. A combination of causes and circumstances, both physical and moral, produced a revolution in the manners and governments of most of the continental states. The disorders of feudal anarchy gradually disappeared. Constitutions better organized were introduced. The temporary levies of vassals were succeeded by regular and permanent armies, which contributed to humble the exorbitant power of the nobles and feudal barons. The consequence was that states formerly weak and exhausted acquired strength, while their sovereigns, freed from the turbulence and intimidation of their vassals, began to extend their political views and to form projects of aggrandizement and conquest. From this period, the reciprocal influence of the European states on each other began to be manifest. Those who were afraid for their independence would naturally conceive the idea of a balance of power, capable of protecting them against the inroads of ambitious and warlike princes. Hence those frequent embassies and negotiations, those treaties of alliance, subsidies and guarantees, those wars carried on by a general combination of powers, who deemed themselves obliged to bear part in the common cause, and hence, too, those projects for establishing checks and barriers on each other, which occupied the different courts of Europe. The system of equilibrium, or the balance of power, originated in Italy. That peninsula, separated from the rest of the continent by the sea and the Alps, had outstripped the other countries in the career of civilization. There, a multitude of independent states had been formed, unequal in point of power and extent, but none of them had sufficient strength to resist the united power of the rest, or usurp dominion over them, while at the same time none of them was so contemptible in point of weakness as not to be of some weight in the scale. Hence that rivalry and jealousy among them, which was incessantly watching over the progress of their neighbors, and hence, too, a series of wars and confederacies, whose object was to maintain some degree of equality among men, or at least a relative proportion, which might inspire the weaker with courage and confidence. The popes, who were exceedingly active in these transactions, employed all their policy to prevent any foreign power from interfering or establishing itself in Italy. The doctrine of political equilibrium passed the Alps about the end of the 15th century. The House of Austria, which had suddenly risen to a high pitch of grandeur, was the first against which its efforts were directed. This house, which derived its origin from Rodolph of Habsburg, who was elected Emperor of Germany towards the end of the 13th century, owed its greatness and elevation chiefly to the imperial dignity and the different family alliances which the same dignity procured it. Maximilian of Austria, son of the Emperor Frederick III, married Mary of Burgundy, 1477, daughter and heiress of Charles the Rash, last Duke of Burgundy. This alliance secured to Austria the whole of the Low Countries, including Franche-Comté, Flanders, and Artois. Philip the Fair, the son of this marriage, espoused the Infanta of Spain, daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella of Castile. They had two sons, Charles and Ferdinand, the former of whom, known in history by the name of Charles V, inherited the Low Countries in right of his father Philip, 1506. On the death of Ferdinand, his maternal grandfather, 1516, he became heir to the whole Spanish succession, which comprehended the kingdoms of Spain, Naples, Sicily, and Sardinia, together with Spanish America. To these vast possessions were added his patrimonial dominions in Austria, which were transmitted to him by his paternal grandfather, the Emperor Maximilian I. About the same time, 1519, the imperial dignity was conferred on this prince by the electors, so that Europe had not seen, since the time of Charlemagne, a monarchy so powerful as that of Charles V. This emperor concluded a treaty with his brother Ferdinand, by which he ceded to him all his hereditary possessions in Germany. The two brothers thus became the founders of the two principal branches of the House of Austria, viz., that of Spain, which began with Charles V, called Charles I of Spain, and ended with Charles II, 1700, and that of Germany, of which Ferdinand I was the ancestor, and which became extinct in the male line in the Emperor Charles VI, 1740. These two branches, closely allied to each other, acted in concert for the advancement of their reciprocal interests. Moreover, they gained each their own separate advantages by the marriage connections which they formed. Ferdinand I of the German line married Anne, 1521, sister of Louis, King of Hungary and Bohemia, who, having been slain by the Turks at the Battle of Mohacs, 1526, these two kingdoms devolved to Ferdinand of the House of Austria. Finally, the marriage which Charles V contracted with the infant Isabella, daughter of Emmanuel, King of Portugal, procured Philip II of Spain, the son of that marriage, the whole Portuguese monarchy, to which he succeeded on the death of Henry, called the Cardinal, 1580. So vast an aggrandizement of power alarmed the sovereigns of Europe, who began to suspect that the Austrian princes of the Spanish and German line aimed at universal monarchy. The unbounded ambition of Charles V and his son Philip II, as well as that of Ferdinand II, grandson of Ferdinand I, tended to confirm these suspicions, and all felt the necessity of uniting to oppose a barrier to this overwhelming power. For a long time, the whole policy of Europe, its wars and alliances, had no other object than to humble the ambition of one nation, whose preponderance seemed to threaten the liberty and independence of the rest. The system of political equilibrium, which from this period became the leading object of every European cabinet, until it was undermined by unjust and arbitrary interferences, and threatened to bury the independence of Europe in its ruins, did not aim at maintaining among the different states an equality of power or territorial possession. This would have been chimerical. The object of this system was to maintain a perfect equality of rights, in virtue of which the weaker might enjoy in security all that they held by a just claim. It was purely a defensive and preservative system, nor did it affect to put an end to all wars. It was directed solely against the ambition and usurpation of conquerors. Its fundamental principle was to prevent any one state from acquiring sufficient power to resist the united efforts of the others. France was the leading power that undertook the task of regulating the balance against the House of Austria. Francis I and Henry II used every effort to excite combinations against Charles V. Francis was the first sovereign in Europe that entered into treaties of alliance with the Turks against Austria, and in this way the Porte was, to a certain extent, amalgamated with the political system of Europe. So long as their object was to subvert the feudal aristocracy and the Protestant religion in France, Francis and Henry were strenuous defenders of the Germanic system and extended their protection to the sovereigns of the Protestant states of the empire, under the persuasion that all Europe would bend to the Austrian yoke if the emperors of that house should succeed in rendering their power absolute and hereditary in the empire. Henry IV, Louis XIII, and the Cardinals Richelieu and Mazarin adopted the same line of policy. The assassin was called Balthasar Gerardi. He is said to have bought the pistols with which he committed the deed, with the money which the prince had given him a few days before. End of footnote. They joined in league with the Protestant princes and armed by turns the greater part of Europe against Austria and the Emperor Ferdinand II, whose ambitious designs threatened to subvert the constitution of the empire. This was the grand motive for the famous 30 Years' War, which was put an end to by the treaties of Westphalia, 1648, and of the Pyrenees, 1659. France succeeded, not however without prodigious efforts, in supporting the balance against Austria, while the federative system of the empire, consolidated by the former of these treaties and guaranteed by France and Sweden, became a sort of artificial barrier for preserving the equilibrium and the general tranquility of Europe. It was during this period that almost every kingdom in Europe changed their condition and assumed by degrees the form which they have still retained. The German Empire continued to experience those calamities to which every government is exposed, when its internal springs have lost their vigor and activity. Private wars and feuds, which the laws authorized, were then regarded as the chief bulwark of the national liberty. The noblesse and the petty states in general knew no other justice than what the sword dispensed. Oppression, rapine, and violence were become universal. Commerce languished, and the different provinces of the empire presented one melancholy scene of ruin and desolation. The expedients that would try to remedy these disorders, the truces, the treaties, called the peace of God, and the different confederacies of the imperial states, served only to palliate, but not to cure the evil. The efforts which some of the emperors made to establish the public tranquility on some solid basis proved equally abortive. It was not until near the end of the 15th century that the states of the empire, impressed with juster notions of government and civil subordination, consented to the total and entire abolition of feuds and intestine wars. This was accomplished under the reign of Maximilian I by the perpetual public peace, drawn up at the Diet of Worms in 1495. All violent means of redress among the members of the Germanic body were rigorously interdicted, and all who had any complaints to make against each other were enjoined to apply to the regular courts of justice. This ordinance of the public peace, which was afterwards renewed and enlarged in several diets, has been regarded since that time as one of the principal and fundamental laws of the empire. The establishment of the public peace rendered a reformation necessary in the administration of justice, which had long been in a languid and disordered state. For this purpose, the imperial chamber, which sat at first at Speyer and was afterwards transferred to Wetzlar, was instituted at the Diet of Worms, 1495. Its object was to judge of any differences that might arise among the immediate members of the Germanic body, as also to receive any appeals that might be referred to them from the subordinate tribunals. It was composed of a chief or head, called the judge of the chamber, and of a certain number of assessors chosen from among the jurists, and independent nobility. The institution of the Audit Council, another sovereign court of the empire, followed soon after that of the imperial chamber. Its origin is generally referred to the Diet of Cologne, 1512. Of the same date also is the plan which they adopted of dividing the empire into 10 circles as a proper expedient for maintaining the public peace and facilitating the execution of the sentences of the 2 imperial courts. Of each of these circles were placed princes, directors, and colonels, whose duty it was to superintend and command the troops of their respective districts. The custom of imperial capitulations was introduced at the time of the accession of Charles V to the imperial throne, 1519. The electors, apprehensive of the formidable power of that prince, thought proper to limit it by a capitulation, which they made him sign and solemnly swear to observe. This compact between the new emperor and the electors, renewed under every subsequent reign, has been always considered as the grand character of the liberties of the Germanic body. The dissensions on the score of religion that happened about the beginning of the 16th century gave rise to a long series of troubles and civil wars, which proved of advantage to the House of Austria by the confirmation of their powers in the empire. The first of these is known by the name of the War of Schmalkalden, of which the following is a brief sketch. The Emperor Charles V in the First Diet, which he held at Worms, 1527, had issued an edict of proscription against Luther and his adherents, ordaining that they should be treated as enemies of the empire and prosecuted to the utmost rigor of the law. The execution of this edict was incessantly urged by the emperor and the pope's legates, until the whole empire was in a state of combustion. The Catholic princes, at the instigation of Cardinal Campeggio, assembled at Ratisbon, 1524, and their adopted measures of extreme rigor for putting the edict into execution within their respective states. The case was by no means the same with the princes and states who adhered to the Reformation or who gave it their protection. To apply the conditions of the edict to them, it would have been necessary to come to a civil war, which the more prudent members of the Germanic body sought to avoid. This religious schism was still more aggravated at the Diet of Augsburg, where the emperor issued a decree condemning the confession of faith, which the Protestant princes had presented to him. This decree limited the time within which they were commanded, insofar as regarded the articles in dispute, to conform to the doctrines of the Catholic Church. Thus urged to extremities, the Protestant leaders determined to assemble at Schmalkalden before the end of this very year, 1530, where they laid the foundation of a union, or defensive alliance, which was afterwards renewed at different times. John Frederick, Elector of Saxony, and Philip, Landgrave of Hesse, declared themselves chiefs of this union. In opposition to this confederacy, the Catholic princes instituted the Holy League, so called because its object was the defense of the Catholic religion. Everything seemed to announce a civil war, when a new eruption of the Turks into Hungary and Austria induced the Catholics to sign at Nuremberg, 1530, a truce or accommodation with the princes of the Union, in virtue of which a peace between the states of the two religions was concluded, and approved by the emperor, to continue till the General Council or some new assembly should decide otherwise. This peace was renewed in various subsequent assemblies. The Protestant princes, however, still persisted in their refusal to acknowledge the authority of councils convoked by the popes, and their confederacy daily receiving new accessions. The emperor, after having made peace with France at Crepy, 1544, and concluded an armistice of 5 years with the Turks, resolved to declare war against these schismatics, who, presuming on their union and their amicable relations with foreign powers, thought themselves capable of dictating laws to the empire. He issued an edict of proscription 1546 against the Elector of Saxony and the Landgrave of Hesse, the two chiefs of the Union, and having entered into a secret alliance with Duke Maurice, a younger branch of the family of Saxony, and a near relation of the Elector, he succeeded in transferring the theater of war from the Danube to the Elbe, the Elector being defeated by the Emperor in an action which took place at Mecklenburg 1547, fell into the hands of the conqueror, and the Landgrave of Hesse met with the same fate 2 months after. The Union of Smalkalden was then dissolved, and the Emperor, who now saw himself master of Germany, assembled a diet at Augsburg, in which he acted the part of a dictator. A large detachment of his troops, billeted on the city, served as his bodyguard, while the rest of his army was encamped in the neighborhood. At this diet, he conferred on Duke Maurice the Electorate of Saxony, of which he had deprived his prisoner John Frederick. The investiture of the new elector took place at Augsburg 1548, and what deserves to be particularly remarked in this diet is that the emperor entered into a scheme for the entire ruin and extirpation of Protestantism by compelling the princes and states of the Reformation to rejoin the Catholic Church by means of a formula which he made them adopt, known by the name of the interim, and which, by its preliminary arrangement, allowed them only the use of the communion in both kinds, and the marriage of their priests, until the whole matter should be decided by a council. End of section 25. Section 26 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the taking of Constantinople by the Turks to the Peace of Westphalia, A.D. 1453 to 1648, Part 3. The victories of Charles V, which seemed to have made him absolute master of the empire, were soon followed by reverses, which eclipsed all the former glory of his reign. The Elector Maurice, though indebted to him for his new dignity, thought he might take advantage of the distressed condition to which that prince was reduced by the low state of his finances to make a new attempt to limit his authority and restore the Protestant religion. With this view, having enlisted some of the princes of the empire in his cause, and concluded a secret treaty with Henry II of France at Chambord, he marched with such rapidity against the emperor that he nearly surprised him at Innsbruck, and obliged him to have recourse to the mediation of his brother Ferdinand, when a treaty was concluded with Maurice, which was passed at Passau 1552. There the liberty of the Protestant worship was sanctioned, and it was agreed that a general council should be summoned to draw up the articles of a solid and permanent peace between the states of both religions. This diet, which was long retarded by political events, did not assemble at Augsburg till the year 1555. There a definitive peace was concluded on the subject of religion, and it was ordained that both Protestant and Catholic states should enjoy a perfect liberty of worship, and that no reunion should ever be attempted by any other than amicable means. The secularizing of the ecclesiastical revenues, which the Protestant princes had introduced into their states, was ratified. But there was one of the articles of the treaty which expressly provided that every prelate or churchman who renounced his ancient faith to embrace the Confession of Augsburg should lose his benefice. This latter clause, known by the name of ecclesiastical reserve, did not pass, but with the most determined opposition. Differences of more kinds than one sprung from this treaty of peace, the articles of which each party interpreted to their own advantage. Hence those stratagems which at length occasioned a new war, that of the 30 Years. The Protestant princes and states, wishing to provide for their own security, and to put an end to those arbitrary measures of which they thought they had reason to complain, assembled at Heilbronn, 1594, and there laid the foundation of a new union, which was confirmed in the assemblies held at Halle, in Swabia, in the years 1608 and 1610. A chief promoter of this union was Henry IV of France, who designed to use it as a check on the ambition of the House of Austria, and as a means for carrying into execution the grand project which he mediated with regard to the pacification of Europe. He concluded an alliance with the princes of the Union, and determined the number of troops to be furnished by each of the contracting parties. The Catholic princes and states, afraid of being taken unawares, renewed their league, which they signed at Würzburg, 1609. The rich duchy of Juliers, which had become vacant this same year, was contested by several claimants, and as Austria was equally desirous of possessing it, this was made the occasion of raising powerful armies in France, Germany, Italy, and the Low Countries. A considerable number of troops had already taken the field. About the beginning of the year 1610, when the unexpected death of Henry IV disconcerted all their measures, this changed the politics of the French court, and also induced the princes of the Union to conclude a treaty with the League, the articles of which were signed at Munich and Willstadt, 1610. In this manner, the resentment of both parties was suspended for the moment, but the clause of their disunion still remained, which at length, 1618, kindled a war that extended from Bohemia over all Germany, and involved in course of time a great part of Europe. The history of this tedious war, in which politics had as great a share as zeal for religion, may be divided into 4 principal periods, namely the Palatine, the Danish, the Swedish, and the French War. Frederick V, Elector Palatine, and head of the Protestant Union, having been raised to the throne by the Bohemian States, 1619, which had rebelled against the Emperor Ferdinand II, engaged in a war with that prince, but being deserted by his allies and defeated at the Battle of Prague, 1620, he was driven from Bohemia and stripped of all his dominions. The victorious arms of Austria soon extended their conquests over a great part of the empire. Christian IV, King of Denmark, who was in alliance with most of the Protestant princes, next undertook the defense of the federal system. But he was not more fortunate than the Elector Palatine had been, being defeated by Tilly at the famous Battle of Lutter, 1626. He was compelled to abandon the cause of his allies and to sign a separate peace with the Emperor at Lubeck, 1629. Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden, pursued the career of the Danish monarch. Encouraged by France, he put himself at the head of the Protestant princes, with the view of checking the ambitious projects of Ferdinand II, who by means of his general Wallenstein, whom he had created Duke of Friedland, and invested in the Duchy of Mecklenburg, was dictating the law to the whole empire, and even threatening the kingdoms of the north. Nothing could be more splendid than the campaigns of the Swedish hero in Germany, and the victories which he obtained at Leipzig, 1631, and Lutzen, 1632. But having been slain in the latter action, the affairs of the Swedes began to decline, and they were totally ruined by the defeat which they sustained at Nordlingen, 1634. From that time, the Elector of Saxony, John George I, renounced the alliance of Sweden, and in yielding up Lusace to the Emperor, he consented to a separate treaty of peace, which was signed at Prague, 1635. It was at this period that France, which till then had but feebly supported the Swedes and the Protestant princes, thought it of advantage to her interest to undertake their defense against Austria. Having declared war against Spain, she marched numerous armies at once into Italy, Spain, Germany, and the Low Countries. Bernard, Prince of Saxe-Weimar, and the 3 French generals, Guebriant, Turenne, and the Duc de Hehman, signalized themselves by their exploits in the Imperial War, while the disciples of Gustavus Adolphus, Bania, Torstenson, and Wrangel, distinguished themselves at the head of the Swedish armies in the various campaigns which took place from the year 1635 till the conclusion of the peace. Never was negotiations more tedious or more complicated than those which preceded the Treaty of Westphalia. The preliminaries were signed at Hamburg in 1641, but the opening of the Congress at Munster and Osnaburg did not take place till 1644. The Counts de Vaux and Severin, the plenipotentiaries of France, shared with Oxenstern and Salvius, the Swedish envoys, the principal glory of this negotiation, which was protracted on purpose as the belligerent powers were daily expecting to see the events of the war change in their favor. It was not until the 24th of October, 1648, that the peace was finally signed at Munster and Osnaburg. This peace, which was renewed in every subsequent treaty and made a fundamental law of the empire, fixed definitively the constitution of the Germanic body, the territorial rights of the states, known by the name of superiority, the privilege of making alliances with each other and with foreign powers, and advising with the emperor at the diets in everything that concerned the general administration of the empire, were confirmed to them in the most authentic manner and guaranteed by the consent of foreign powers. As to ecclesiastical affairs, the religious peace of 1555 was confirmed anew and extended to those who were known by the name of the Reformed or Calvinist. The state of religion, the forms of public worship, and the enjoyment of ecclesiastical benefices throughout the whole empire were regulated according to the decree called Udi Placiditas of the 1st of January 1624, which was termed the normal or decretory year. In this treaty, France obtained by way of indemnity the sovereignty of the 3 bishoprics, Metz, Toul, and Verdun, as well as that of Alsace. The compensation of the other parties interested was settled in a great measure at the expense of the Church, and by means of secularizing several bishoprics and ecclesiastical benefices. Besides Pomerania and the city of Weimar, Sweden got the Archbishop of Bremen and the Bishopric of Verden. To the House of Brandenburg they assigned Upper Pomerania, the Archbishopric of Magdeburg, the Bishoprics of Halberstadt, Minden, and Kamen. The House of Mecklenburg received, in lieu of the city of Weimar, the bishoprics of Schwerin and Ratzeburg. The princely abbey of Hirschfeld was adjudged to the Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel, and the choice of the bishopric of Osnaburg to the House of Brunswick-Lunenburg. An 8th electorate was instituted in favor of the Elector Palatine, whom the emperor during the war had divested of his dignity, which, with the Upper Palatinate, he had conferred on the Duke of Bavaria. The greater part of the provinces known by the name of the Low Countries made part of the ancient kingdom of Lorraine, which had been united to the German Empire since the 10th century. The principal of these had been acquired by the Dukes of Burgundy, who made them over with other estates to the House of Austria, 1477. Charles V added the provinces of Friesland, Groningen, and Guelders to the states to which he had succeeded in Burgundy. He united the 17 provinces of the Low Countries into one and the same government, and ordered by the pragmatic decree which he published in 1549 that they should never henceforth be disunited. This same prince at the Diet of Augsburg, 1548, entered into a negotiation with the Germanic body, in virtue of which he consented to put these provinces under their protection under condition of their observing the public peace and paying into the exchequer of the empire double the contribution of an electorate. He guaranteed to the princes of the Low Countries a vote and a seat at the Diet, as chiefs of the Circle of Burgundy. These provinces, moreover, were to be considered as free and independent sovereignties, without being subject to the jurisdiction either of the empire or of the imperial chamber, who were not authorized to proceed against them, except when they were found in arrears with the payment of their contingent, or when they infringed the law of the public peace. Charles V, having transferred these countries to his son, Philip II of Spain, they were then incorporated with the Spanish monarchy, and it was under the reign of this latter prince that those troubles began which gave rise to the Republic of the United Provinces of the Low Countries. The true origin of these troubles is to be found in the despotism of Philip II, and in his extravagant and fanatical zeal for the Catholic religion. This prince, the declared enemy of the rights and liberties of the Belgic provinces, was mortified to witness the religious privileges which they enjoyed, under favor of which the doctrines of the Reformation were daily making new progress. Being resolved to extirpate this new faith, together with the political liberties which served to protect it, he introduced the Tribunal of the Inquisition, 1559, as the most sure and infallible support of despotism. With the consent and authority of Pope Paul IV, he suppressed, for this purpose, the metropolitan and diocesan rights which the archbishops and bishops of the empire and of France had exercised in the Low Countries. He instituted 3 new bishoprics at Utrecht, Cambrai, and Mechlin, and under their jurisdiction he put 13 new bishoprics which he had erected, besides those of Arras and Tournai, having in this way augmented the number of his satellites in the Assembly of the States General. He suppressed a great multitude of abbeys and monasteries, the revenues of which he applied to the endowment of his newly made bishoprics. These innovations, added to the publication of the decree of the Council of Trent, according to his orders, excited a very general discontent. The repeated remonstrances on the part of the states having produced no effect on the inflexible mind of Philip, the nobility took the resolution of forming a confederacy at Breda, known by the name of the Compromise. The confederates drew up a request which was addressed to Margaret of Austria, the natural daughter of Charles V, and regent of the Low Countries, under the King of Spain. 400 gentlemen, headed by Henry de Broderick, a descendant of the ancient Counts of Holland, and Louis of Nassau, brother to the Prince of Orange, repaired to Brussels, 1566, and they have presented this request, which may be considered as the commencement of the troubles in the Low Countries. It was on this account that the name of Goeths, or beggars, was given to the Confederates, which has become so famous in the history of these wars. About this time, the populace collected in mobs in several towns of the Low Countries, and fell upon the churches and monasteries, and having broken down their altars and images, they introduced the exercise of the Protestant religion by force. The storm, however, was calmed, the Catholic worship was re-established everywhere, and the confederacy of the nobles dissolved, several of whom, distrustful of this apparent tranquility, retired to foreign countries. William, Prince of Orange, Louis of Nassau, the Counts de Culemborg and Berg, and the Count de Broderick were in the number of these emigrants. Philip II, instead of adopting measures of moderation and clemency, according to the advice of the regent, was determined to avenge, in the most signal manner, this outrage against his religion and the majesty of his throne. He sent the famous Duke of Alba, or Alva, into the Low Countries at the head of an army of 20,000 men, 1567. The regent then gave in her resignation. A general terror overspread the country. Vast numbers of manufacturers and merchants took refuge in England, carrying along with them their arts and their industry. Hence the commerce and manufactures of the Low Countries, which had formerly been the most flourishing in Europe, fell entirely into decay. The Duke of Alva, immediately on his arrival, established a tribunal of court for investigating the excesses that had been committed during these commotions. This council, which the Flemings called the Council of Blood, informed against all those who had been in any way concerned with the Turks or beggars, who had frequented their preachings, contributed to the support of their ministers or the building of their churches, or harbored and protected these heretics either directly or indirectly. Before this council, whose only judges were the Duke of Alva and his competent John de Vargas, were cited high and low without distinction, and all those whose wealth excited their cupidity. There they instituted proceedings against the absent and the present, the dead and the living, and confiscated their goods. 18,000 persons perished by the hands of the executioner, and more than 30,000 others were entirely ruined. Among the numbers of those illustrious victims of Alva's cruelty were the Counts Egmont and Horn, who were both beheaded. Their execution excited a general indignation and was the signal of revolt and civil war throughout the Low Countries. The beggars, who seemed almost forgotten, began to revive, and were afterwards distinguished into three kinds. All the malcontents, as well as the adherents of Luther and Calvin, were simply called by this name. Those were called beggars of the woods, who concealed themselves in the forests and marshes, never sallying forth but in the night to commit all sorts of excesses. Lastly, the maritime or marine beggars were those who employed themselves in piracy, infesting the coasts and making descents on the country. It was in this situation of affairs that the Prince of Orange, one of the richest proprietors of the Low Countries, assisted by his brother the Counts of Nassau, assembled different bodies of troops in the empire, with which he attacked the Low Countries in several places at once. 1668. Failing in these first attempts, he soon changed his plan, and associating the marine beggars in the cause, he ventured to attack the Spaniards by sea. The beggars, encouraged by that prince and William Count de la Marck, surnamed the Boar of Ardennes, took the city of Brill by surprise, 1572, situated in the Isle of Born, and regarded as the stronghold of the new Republic of the Belgic provinces. The capture of the port of Brill caused a revolution in Zealand. All the cities of that province, except Middelburg, opened their gates to the beggars, and their example was followed by most of the towns in Holland. An assembly of the states of this latter province met this same year at Dort, where they laid the foundation of their new republic. A Prince of Orange was there declared stadtholder, or governor of the provinces of Holland, Zealand, Friesland, and Utrecht, and they agreed never to treat with the Spaniards, except by common consent. The public exercise of the Reformed religion was introduced, according to the form of Geneva. This rising republic became more firmly established in consequence of several advantages, which the Confederates had gained over the Spaniards, whose troops, being badly paid, at length mutinied, and breaking out into the greatest disorders, they pillaged several cities, among others Antwerp, and laid waste the whole of the Low Countries. The States General, then assembled at Brussels, implored the assistance of the Prince of Orange and the Confederates. A negotiation was then opened at Ghent, 1576, between the states of Brussels and those of Holland and Zealand, where a general union known by the name of the Pacification of Ghent was signed. They engaged mutually to assist each other, with the view of expelling the Spanish troops, and never more permitting them to enter the Low Countries. The Confederates, who were in alliance with Queen Elizabeth of England, pursued the Spaniards everywhere, who soon saw themselves reduced to the single provinces of Luxembourg, Limburg, and Namur. They were on the point of being expelled from these also, when the government of the Low Countries was entrusted to Alexander Farnese, Prince of Parma. Equally distinguished as a politician and a warrior, this prince revived the Spanish interests, taking advantage of the dissensions which had arisen among the Confederates from the diversity of their religious opinions. He again reduced the provinces of Flanders, Artois, and Hainault under the Spanish dominion. He took the city of Maastricht by assault and entered into a negotiation with the States General of the Low Countries at Cologne, under the mediation of the Emperor Rodolph II, the Pope, and some of the princes of the empire. This negotiation proved unsuccessful, but the Prince of Orange, foreseeing that the General Confederacy could not last, conceived the plan of a more intimate union among the provinces, which he regarded as the most fit to make head against the Spaniards. He fixed on the maritime provinces, such as Holland, Zeeland, and Friesland, and above all on those whom the same religious creed, viz. The Calvinistic, had attached to the same interests. The commerce of Holland and Zeeland and Friesland began to make new progress daily. Amsterdam was rising on the ruins of Antwerp. The flourishing state of their marine rendered these provinces formidable by sea, and gave them the means not only of repelling the efforts of the Spaniards, but even of protecting the neighboring provinces which might join this union. Such were the motives which induced the Prince of Orange to form the special confederacy of the 7 provinces, the basis of which he laid by the famous Treaty of Union, concluded at Utrecht, 1579. That union was there declared perpetual and indissoluble, and it was agreed that the 7 provinces, viz., those of Guelders, Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht, Oversel, Friesland, and Groningen, should henceforth be considered as one and the same province. Each of these, nevertheless, was guaranteed in the possession of their rights and privileges, that is, their absolute superiority in everything regarding their own internal administration. We may remark, however, that these insurrectionary provinces had not originally the design of forming a republic. Their intention at first was only to maintain their political privileges, and they did not absolutely shake off the Spanish authority until they despaired of reconciliation. Moreover, they repeatedly offered the sovereignty of their states to the different foreign princes, and it was not till the Union of Utrecht that the 7 provinces became a federal republic. Consequently, everything remained on its ancient footing, and some of the provinces even retained their stadtholders and governors at the head of their administration. Hence, that mixture of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy which prevailed in these countries, and hence, too, the feeble tie which united them with each other, and which would probably have speedily broken if Holland had not, by its riches and its power, obtained an influence and preponderance which maintained the Union. The declaration of the independence of the United Provinces did not take place till 1581, when the Prince of Orange induced the States General to make a formal proclamation of it, out of revenge for the furious edicts of proscription which the court of Spain had issued against him. The prince, however, was assassinated at Delft in 1584. Footnote: the assassin was called Balthazar Gerardi. He is said to have bought the pistols, with which he committed the deed, with the money which the prince had given him a few days before. End of footnote. And the Spaniards took advantage of the consternation which this event had spread among the Confederates to reconquer most of the provinces of the Low Countries. The general confederacy languished away by degrees, and the Union of Utrecht was the only one maintained among the 7 provinces. This new republic, which was in strict alliance with England, not only made head against the Spaniards, but gained a considerable increase of strength by the vast number of refugees from the different Belgic provinces, who took shelter there, as well as from France, where the persecution still raged violently against the Protestants. It is calculated that after the taking of Antwerp by the Prince of Parma in 1585, above 100,000 of these fugitives transported themselves to Holland and Amsterdam, carrying with them their wealth and their industry. From this date, the commerce of the Confederate States increased every day, and in 1595 they extended it as far as India and the Eastern Seas. The Dutch India Company was established in 1602, besides the exclusive commerce of India, which was guaranteed to them by their charter. They became likewise a political body, under the sovereignty of the States General of the United Provinces. Supported by a formidable marine, they acquired vast influence in the East by their conquests over the Portuguese, whom they dispossessed by degrees of all their principal establishments in India. The Spaniards, finding their efforts to reduce the Confederates by force of arms ineffectual, set on foot a negotiation at Antwerp, 1609, under the mediation of France and England, in consequence of which a truce of 12 years was concluded between Spain and the United Provinces. It was chiefly during this time that the Confederates extended their commerce over all parts of the globe, while their marine daily increased in strength and importance, which soon raised them to the rank of being the second maritime power, and gave them a decisive influence over the political affairs of Europe. At the expiration of this truce, hostilities were renewed with Spain. The Dutch carried on the war for 25 years with great glory, under the auspices of their stadtholders, Maurice and Henry Frederick, Princes of Orange, who discovered great military talents. One event which proved favorable for the Republicans was the war that broke out between France and Spain, and which was followed by a strict alliance between France and the States General. The partition of the Spanish Netherlands was settled by this treaty, and the Allied powers entered into an engagement never to make peace or truce with Spain, except by common consent. This latter clause, however, did not prevent the States General from concluding at Munster a separate peace with Spain, to the exclusion of France, 1648. By this peace, the King of Spain acknowledged the United Provinces as free and independent states. He gave up to them all the places which they had seized in Brabant, Flanders, and Limburg, viz., Bois-le-Duc, Bergen op Zoom, Breda, and Maastricht, as also their possessions in the East and West Indies, in Asia, Africa, and America. The closing of the Scheldt, which was granted in favor of the United Provinces, entirely ruined the city of Antwerp, and shut out the Spanish Netherlands from all maritime commerce. End of section 26. Section 27 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the taking of Constantinople by the Turks to the Peace of Westphalia, A.D. 1453 to 1648, Part 4. The feudal system of the Swiss, which had originated in the 14th century, acquired a new importance towards the end of the 15th, by reason of the success of the Confederates in their war with Charles, Duke of Burgundy. This prince, who was a hot and turbulent spirit, was constantly occupied with projects of conquest. Taking advantage of the ruinous state of the finances of the Archduke Sigismund of Austria, he induced him to sell him the territories of Brisgau and Alsace, with the right of repurchase, 1469. Peter de Hagenbach, a gentleman of Alsace, who had been appointed governor of these countries by the Duke, had oppressed the Austrian subjects and harassed the whole neighboring states, especially the Swiss. The complaints which were made on this score to the Duke, having only rendered Hagenbach still more insolent, the Swiss, with the concurrence of several states of the empire, paid down at Basel the sum stipulated in the contract for repurchasing the two provinces, and by force of arms they re-established the Austrian prince in the possession of Alsace and Brisgau. They even went so far as to institute legal proceedings against Hagenbach, who was in consequence beheaded at Brissac in 1474. The Duke, determined to avenge this insult, assembled an army of 100,000 men, with which he penetrated through Franche-Comté into Switzerland. He was defeated in the first action, which took place at Granson, 1476, after which he reinforced his troops and laid siege to Murat. Here he was again attacked by the Swiss, who killed 18,000 of his men and seized the whole of his camp and baggage. The Duke of Lorraine, an ally of the Swiss, was then restored to those states of which the Duke of Burgundy had deprived him. This latter prince, in a great fury, came and laid siege to Nancy. The Swiss marched to the relief of this place, where they fought a third and last battle with the Duke, who was here defeated and slain, 1477. These victories of the Swiss over the Duke of Burgundy, one of the most powerful princes of his time, raised the fame of their arms, and made their friendship and alliance courted by the first sovereigns in Europe, especially by France. Their confederacy, which had formerly been composed of only 8 cantons, was augmented by the accession of 2 new states, Freiburg and Solaire, which were enrolled in the number of cantons. From this time, the Swiss were no longer afraid to break the ties that bound them to the Germanic body, as members of the ancient kingdom of Arles. The Diet of Worms in 1495, having granted the Emperor Maximilian succors against the French and the Turks, the Swiss alleged their immunities and their alliance with France as a pretext for refusing their contingent of supplies. This demand, however, was renewed at the Diet of Lindau in 1496, which required them to renounce their alliance with France and accede to the League of Swabia, as also to submit themselves to the imperial chamber and the law of the public peace, and to furnish their quota for the support of the chamber and the other contributions of the empire. All these demands were resisted by the Helvetic body, who regarded them as contrary to their rights and privileges. Meantime, the Croissants had allied themselves with the Swiss in order to obtain their protection under the existing differences between them and the Tyrolese. The Emperor Maximilian seized this pretext for making war against the cantons, being desirous of vindicating the dignity of the empire, which had been outraged by the Swiss, and of avenging the insults offered to his own family. He stirred up the League of Swabia to oppose them, and attacked them in different points at once. 8 battles were fought in succession in course of that campaign, all of which, with one solitary exception, were in favor of the Swiss, while the Imperial lost more than 20,000 men. Maximilian and his allies, the Swabian League, then came to the resolution of making their peace with the cantons, which was concluded at Basel, 1499. Both parties made a mutual restitution of what they had wrested from each other, and it was agreed that the differences between the Emperor, as Count of Tyrol, and the Grisons should be brought to an amicable termination. This peace forms a memorable era in the history of the Helvetic Confederacy, whose independence, with regard to the German Emperor, was from that time considered and decided, although no mention of this was made in the treaty, and although the Swiss still continued for some time to request from the emperors the confirmation of their immunities. 2 immediate cities of the empire, those of Basel and Schaffenhausen, took occasion from these latter events to solicit their admission into the Confederacy. They were received as allies under the title of cantons, 1501, and the territory of Appenzell, which was admitted in like manner 1513, formed the 13th and last canton. The alliance which the Swiss had kept up with France since the reigns of Charles VII and Louis XI tended greatly to secure the independence of the Helvetic body. Footnote: the first alliance of the Swiss with France was in 1453. It was renewed in 1474 and 1480. In virtue of this latter treaty, the Swiss engaged to furnish for that prince a body of 6,000 auxiliaries, the first regular Swiss troops that had been received into the service of France, with consent of the Confederation. End of footnote. This alliance, which Louis XI had made an instrument for humbling the power of the Duke of Burgundy, was never but once broken in the reign of Louis XII, on account of the Holy League into which the Swiss were drawn by the intrigues of the Bishop of Sion, 1512. The French were then expelled from the Milanese territory by the Swiss, who placed there the Duke Maximilian Sforza. It was in gratitude for this service that the Duke ceded to the Swiss by a treaty which concluded at Basel the 4 bailiwicks of Lugana, Lucarna, Mendrisio, and Val Maggio, which he dismembered from the Milanois. Though conquerors at the Battle of Novara, the Swiss experienced a sanguinary defeat at Marignano, when they judged it for their interest to renew their alliance with France, 1513. A treaty of perpetual peace was signed at Freiburg between these two states, 1516, which was soon after followed by a new treaty of alliance, concluded with Francis I at Lucerne, 1521, and regularly renewed under the subsequent reigns. The change which took place in religion at the beginning of the 16th century extended its influence to Switzerland, where it kindled the flame of civil discord. 4 cantons, those of Zurich, Bern, Schaffhausen, and Basel, renouncing entirely the Romish faith, had embraced the doctrines of Zwingli and Calvin, while 2 others, viz. Glarus and Appenzell, were divided between the old and the new opinions. The Reformation having likewise found its way into the common bailiwicks, the Catholic cantons rose in opposition to it, 1531, denying liberty of conscience to the inhabitants. Hence, a war arose between the cantons of the 2 religions, which, however, was terminated the same year by a treaty of peace, guaranteeing to such parishes within the bailiwicks as had been embraced the new doctrines the liberty of still adhering to them. The same revolution extended to Geneva, whose inhabitants had declared solemnly in favor of the Reformed worship and erected themselves into a free and independent republic, 1534. The Church of Geneva, under the direction of Calvin, became the center and citadel of the Reformation, while the academy founded in that city produced a vast number of theologians and celebrated scholars. It was at this time that the Duke of Savoy planned the blockade of Geneva to enforce certain ancient rights which he claimed over that city. But the Bernese espoused the cause of the Genevans in virtue of the treaties of common citizenship which subsisted between them. This canton, having entered into alliance with Francis I, declared war against the Duke of Savoy, 1536, and in less than 3 months took from him the pays de vote. Being desirous of interesting their neighbors, the Freiburgers, in their cause, they invited them to take possession of all those places that might suit their convenience, and it was on this occasion that the city of Freiburg acquired the principal part of its territory. These acquisitions were confirmed to the 2 cantons by the treaty which the Bernese concluded at Lucerne with the Duke of Savoy, 1564. The German Empire from time to time renewed its pretensions on Switzerland, and the imperial chamber usurped an occasional jurisdiction over one or other of the cantons. Negotiations for a general peace having commenced at Munster and Osnaburg, the 13 cantons sent their minister or envoy to watch over the interests of the Helvetic body at that Congress, and they obtained, through the intervention of France and Sweden, that in one of the articles of the treaty it should be declared that the city of Basel and the other Swiss cantons were in possession of full liberty and independent of the empire, and in no respect subject to its tribunals. In Italy, the authority of the Emperor of Germany which had silently declined during the preceding centuries, languished more and more under the long and feeble reign of Frederick III. At length it was reduced to the mere ceremony of coronation, and the simple exercise of some honorary and feudal rights, such as the investitures which the imperial court continued to grant to the vassals of Lombardy. Although the imperial dignity implied the royalty of Italy, which was considered as indissolubly united to it, nevertheless it was the custom that the kings of Germany should have themselves crowned separately, kings of Italy at Milan, and emperors at Rome. Frederick III, having had certain reasons for avoiding his coronation at Milan, received from the hands of Pope Nicholas V, in his own capital, the two crowns of Italy and Rome. Maximilian I, being prevented by the Venetians from repairing to Italy for his coronation, 1508, was content to take the title of Emperor-elect, which his successors in the empire had retained till the present time. Charles V was the last emperor to whom the Pope, Clement VII, administered that double coronation of King of Italy and Emperor at Bologna in 1530. The popes, the kings of Naples, the dukes of Milan, and the republics of Venice and Florence were the principal powers that shared among them the dominion of Italy towards the end of the 15th century. The continual wars which these states waged with each other, added to the weakness of the German emperors, encouraged foreign powers to form plans of aggrandizement and conquest over these countries. The kings of France, Charles VIII, Louis XII, and Francis I, led away by a mania for conquest, undertook several expeditions into Italy for enforcing their claims either on the Kingdom of Naples or the Duchy of Milan. They were thwarted in their schemes by the kings of Spain, who, being already masters of Sicily and Sardinia, thought it behoved them also to extend their views to the continent of Italy. Ferdinand the Catholic deprived the French of the Kingdom of Naples 1500. His successor, Charles V, expelled them from the Malinois, and obliged Francis I by the treaties of Madrid 1526, Cambrai 1529, and Crevy 1544, to give up his pretensions on the Kingdom of Naples and the Duchy of Milan. From this time, the Spaniards were the predominating power in Italy for more than 100 years. In the midst of these revolutions, there arose three new principalities within the kingdom, those of Florence, Parma, and Malta. The Republic of Florence held a distinguished rank in Italy during the 15th century, both on account of the flourishing state of its commerce and the large extent of its territory, which comprehended the greater part of Tuscany, and gave to this republic the means of holding the balance between the other powers of Italy. The opulent family of the Medici here exercised a high degree of influence. They ruled not by force but by their munificence, and the judicious use which they made of their great riches. The credit and popularity of the Medici excited envy and persecution against them, and caused them to be several times banished from Florence. They were expelled from this latter place at the same time that Pope Clement VII, who was of this family, was besieged by the imperialists in Rome, 1527. That pontiff, in making his peace with Charles V, obtained his consent that the Medici should be re-established in Florence, in the state in which they were before their last banishment. The emperor even promised the Pope to give Alexander de' Medici his natural daughter in marriage, with a considerable dowry. The Florentines, however, having shown some reluctance to receive the Medici, their city was besieged by the imperial army and compelled to surrender by capitulation 1530. The emperor, by a charter dated at Augsburg on the 28th of August following, preserved to the city of Florence its ancient republican forms. Alexander de' Medici was declared governor-in-chief of the state, but this dignity was vested in himself and his male descendants, who could only enjoy it according to the order of primogeniture. He was authorized, moreover, to construct a citadel at Florence, by means of which he afterwards exercised an absolute power over his fellow citizens. As for the ducal dignity with which the new Prince of Florence was vested, it properly belonged to the Duchy of Parma, in the Kingdom of Naples, which the Emperor had conferred on him. Alexander de' Medici did not long enjoy his new honors. He was universally abhorred for his cruelties, and assassinated by Lorenzo de' Medici, one of his own near relations, 1537. His successor in the duchy was Cosmo de' Medici, who annexed to the territory of Florence that of the ancient Republic of Siena, which the Emperor Charles V had conquered, and conferred on his son Philip II, in the name of the Empire, 1554. This latter prince, being desirous of seducing Cosmo from his alliance with the Pope and the King of France, with whom the Spaniards were at war, granted him the investiture of the territory of Siena as a men tenure holding of the crown of Spain, by way of equivalent for the considerable sums which he had advanced to Charles V while he was carrying on the siege of Siena. In transferring the Siennois to the Duke, Philip preserved for himself the ports of Tuscany, such as Porto Ercole, Orvietello, Telamone, Monte Arcantero, Saint Stefano, Langono, Piombino, and the whole island of Elba, with the exception of Porto Ferrara. By the same treaty, Cosmo engaged to furnish supplies to the Spaniards for the defense of Milan and the Kingdom of Naples. At length the Medici obtained the dignity of Grand Dukes, on occasion of the difference that had risen between them and the Dukes of Ferrara, on the subject of precedency. The Pope terminated this dispute by granting to Cosmo the title of Grand Duke of Tuscany, with the royal honors, 1569. The Emperor, however, took it amiss that the Pope should undertake to confer secular dignities in Italy, thus encroaching on a right which he alleged belonged only to himself, in virtue of his being King of Italy. The quarrels which this affair had occasioned between the court of Rome and the Empire were adjusted in 1576, when the Emperor Maximilian II granted to Francis de' Medici, the brother and successor of Cosmo, the dignity of Grand Duke, on condition that he should acknowledge it as a tenure of the Empire, and not of the Pope. Among the number of those republics which the Visconti of Milan had subdued and overthrown in the 14th century were those of Parma and Palencia. They had formed a dependency on the Duchy of Milan until 1512, when Louis XII, having been expelled from the Villenois by the allies of the Holy League, these cities were surrendered by the Swiss to Pope Julius II, who laid some claim to them as making part of the dowry of the famous Countess Matilda. The Emperor Maximilian ceded them to the Pope by the treaty of peace which he made with him in 1512. Francis I took these cities again from the court of Rome when he reconquered the Duchy of Milan, 1515. But this prince having also been expelled from the Villenois, 1521, the Pope again got possession of Parma and Palencia, in virtue of the treaty which he had concluded with Charles V for the re-establishment of Francis Sforza in the Duchy of Milan. These cities continued to form part of the ecclesiastical states until 1545, when they were dismembered from it by Paul III, who erected them into duchies and conferred them on his son Peter Louis Farnese and his heirs male in the order of primogeniture, to be held under the title of fiefs of the Holy See, and on condition of paying an annual tribute of 9,000 ducats. This elevation of a man whose very birth seemed a disgrace to the pontiff gave universal offense. The new Duke of Parma soon rendered himself so odious by his dissolute life, his crimes and scandalous excesses, that a conspiracy was formed against him, and he was assassinated in the citadel of Valencia in 1547. Ferdinand Gonzaga, who was implicated, as is alleged in this assassination, then took possession of Plasencia in name of the emperor, and it was not till 1557 that Philip II of Spain restored that city with its dependencies to Octavius Farnese, son and successor of the murdered prince. The house of Farnese held the Duchy of Parma as a fief of the ecclesiastical states until the extinction of the male line in 1731. The Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, after their expulsion from the Holy Land, had retired to the Isle of Cyprus, and from thence to Rhodes in 1310, of which they had dispossessed the Greeks. They did not maintain possession of this place longer than 1523, when Solomon the Great undertook the siege of Rhodes with an army of 200,000 men and a fleet of 400 sail. The knights boldly repulsed the different attacks of the Turks, but being entirely dependent on their own forces and receiving no succor from the powers of Christendom, they were compelled to capitulate after an obstinate defense of 6 months. Leaving Rhodes, these knights took shelter in Viterbo, belonging to the States of the Church, where they were cordially received by Pope Clement VII. There they remained until the Emperor Charles V granted them the Isle of Malta, which became their principal residence 1530. That prince ceded to them the islands of Malta and Gozo, with the city of Tripoli in Africa, on condition of holding them from him and his successors in the kingdom of Sicily, as noble fiefs, frank and free, without any other obligation than the annual gift of a falcon, in acknowledgment of their holding under the crown, and presenting to the king of Sicily 3 of their subjects, of whom he was to choose one on each vacancy of the bishopric of Malta. Charles V added another clause, that if ever the order should leave Malta and fix their residence elsewhere, that island should revert to the king of Sicily. The Knights of St. John continued in the sovereignty of Malta and Gozo till 1798, but they lost Tripoli in 1551, which was taken from them by the Turks. A memorable revolution happened at Genoa about the beginning of the 16th century. That republic, after having for a long time formed part of the Duchy of Milan, recovered its ancient independence about the time when the French and Spanish disputed the sovereignty of Italy and the conquest of the Mille-Noix. Expelled by the imperialists from the city of Genoa in 1522, the French had found means to repossess it 1527 with the assistance of the celebrated Andrew Doria, a noble Genoese, who had been in the service of Francis I. This distinguished admiral, supplanted by favorites and maltreated by the court, abandoned the cause of France in the following year and espoused that of the Emperor Charles V. The French then laid siege to the city of Naples, which was reduced to the last extremity, and on the point of surrendering when Doria, having hoisted the imperial flag, set sail for Naples with the galleys under his command, and threw abundance of provisions into the besieged city. The French army, now cut off from all communication by sea, soon began to experience these calamities from which the imperialists had just been delivered, their whole troops being destroyed by famine and contagious disease. The expedition to Naples fell to the ground, and the affairs of the French in Italy were totally ruined. It is alleged that Charles V, to recompense Doria for this important service, offered him the sovereignty of Genoa, and that, instead of accepting this honor, that great man stipulated for the liberty of his country, whenever it should be delivered from the yoke of France. Courting the glory of being the liberator of his native city, he sailed directly for Genoa, of which he made himself master. In a single night, without shedding one drop of blood, 1528, the French garrison retired to the citadel and were obliged to capitulate for want of provisions. This expedition procured Doria the title of Father of his country, which was conferred on him by a decree of the Senate. It was by his advice that a committee of 12 persons was chosen to organize a new scheme of government for the Republic. A register was drawn up of all these families who were to compose the Grand Council, which was destined to exercise the supreme power. The Doge was to continue in office 10 years, and great care was taken to remove those clauses which had previously excited factions and intestine disorders. Hence the establishment of the Genoese aristocracy, whose forms have since been preserved, with some few modifications which were introduced afterwards, in consequence of certain dissensions which had arisen between the ancient and the new nobility. Venice, the eldest of the European republics, had reached the zenith of its greatness about the end of the 15th century. The vast extent of its commerce, supported by a powerful marine, the multiplied sources of its industry, and the monopoly of the trade in the East, had made it one of the richest and most formidable states in Europe. Besides several ports on the Adriatic and numerous settlements which they had in the archipelago, and the trading towns on the Levant, they gained ground more and more on the continent of Italy, where they formed a considerable territory. Guided by an artful and enterprising policy, this republic seized with marvelous avidity every circumstance which favored its view of aggrandizement. On the occasion of their quarrels with the Duke of Ferrara, they obtained possession of the province of Polissino di Rovigo by a treaty which they concluded with that prince in 1484. Afterwards, having joined the league which the powers of Italy had opposed to Charles VIII and his projects of conquest, they refused to grant supplies to the King of Naples for the recovery of his kingdom, except by his consenting to yield up the cities of Trani, Otranto, Brindisi, and Gallipoli. Louis XII, being resolved to enforce his claims on the Duchy of Milan, and wishing to gain over this republic to his interest, gave up to them, by the Treaty of Blois, 1499, the town of Cremona, and the whole country lying between the Oglio, the Adda, and the Po. On the death of Pope Alexander VI, 1503, they took that favorable opportunity of wresting from the ecclesiastical states several towns of Romagna, among others Rimini and Faenza. End of section 27. Section 28 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the taking of Constantinople by the Turks to the Peace of Westphalia A.D. 1453 to 1648, Part 5. Of all the acquisitions which the Venetians made, the most important was that of Cyprus. That island, one of the most considerable in the Mediterranean, had been conquered from the Greeks by Richard Coeur de Lion, King of England, who surrendered it to Guy of Lusignan, 1192, the last king of Jerusalem, in compensation for the loss of his kingdom. From Guy of Lusignan descended a long line of Cypriot kings, the last of whom, John III, left an only daughter named Charlotte, who succeeded him in that kingdom, and caused her husband, Louis of Savoy, to be also crowned king. There still remained a bastard son of John III, called James, who was protected by the Sultan of Egypt, to whom the kings of Cyprus were tributaries, and who succeeded in expelling Charlotte and her husband, the Prince of Savoy, from the throne 1460. James, who was desirous of putting himself under the protection of the Venetians, married Catherine Cornaro, daughter of Marco Cornell, a patrician of Venice. The Senate, in honor of this marriage, adopted Catherine and declared her daughter of St. Mark or the Republic. James died in 1473, leaving a posthumous son, who died also in the second year of his age. The Republic then, considering the kingdom of Cyprus as their own inheritance, took possession of the natural children of James, and induced Queen Catherine by various means to retire to Venice, and there to resign her crown into the hands of the Senate, who assigned her a pension, which the castle of Azzolo in Trevisano for her residence, and obtained for themselves the investiture of that island from the Sultan of Egypt, 1490. A career so prosperous was eventually followed by a reverse of fortune, and several circumstances concurred to accelerate the decline of this flourishing republic. They received a terrible blow by the discovery of the new passage to India, round the Cape, which deprived them of the commerce of the East, thus drying up the principal source of their wealth, as well as of their revenue and their marine. In vain did they put in practice all the arts of their policy to defeat the commercial enterprises of the Portuguese in India, exciting against them first the sultans of Egypt, and afterwards the Turkish emperors, and furnishing these Mohammedan powers with supplies. The activity of the Portuguese surmounted all these obstacles. They obtained a firm settlement in the East, where in course of time they became a very formidable power. Lisbon, in place of Venice, became the emporium for the productions of India, and the Venetians could no longer compete with them in this field of Eastern commerce. Besides, the good fortune which so longer attended the undertakings of the Republic had inspired them with a passion for conquest. They took every opportunity of making encroachments on their neighbors, and sometimes forgetting the counsels of prudence, they drew down upon themselves the jealousy and resentment of the principal states of Italy. To this jealousy must be attributed the famous league, which Pope Julius II, the Emperor Maximilian, Louis XII, Ferdinand of Spain, and several of the Italian states concluded at Cambrai, 1508, for the partition of the Venetian territory on terra firma. Louis XII gained a signal victory over the Republicans near Agudelo, which was followed by such a rapid succession of conquests that the Senate of Venice was struck with consternation, and the Republic must have been infallibly lost had Louis been supported by his allies. But the Pope and the King of Spain, who dreaded the preponderance of the French in Italy, suddenly abandoned the league and concluded separate treaties of peace with the Republicans. Nor was the Emperor Maximilian long in following their example. In consequence of this, the Venetians, after having been menaced with a total overthrow, lost only in course of the war the territory of Cremona and Guerra d'Ada, with the cities and ports of Romagna and Apulia. But this loss was far surpassed by that which they experienced in their finances, their commerce and manufactures, on account of the expensive efforts which they were obliged to make in resisting their numerous enemies. The ruin of this republic was at length completed by the prodigious increase of the power of the Ottomans, who took from them by degrees their best possessions in the archipelago and the Mediterranean, dragged as it were in spite of themselves into the war of Charles V against the Turks. They lost 14 islands in the archipelago, among others Chios, Patmos, Aegina, Neo, Stampalia, and Paros, and were obliged by the Peace of Constantinople 1540 to surrender to the Turks Malvasia and Napoli di Romana, the only two places which remained to them in the Morea. The Turks also took from them the Isle of Cyprus, the finest of their possessions in the Mediterranean. The Sultan Selim II, being determined to conquer that place, attacked it with a superior force 1570, although the Venetians had given him no ground for hostilities. He made himself master of the cities of Nicosia and Famagusta, and completed the conquest of the whole island before the succors which the King of Spain and the Pope had granted to the Venetians could join their fleet. On the approach of the Christian army, the Turkish fleet retired within the Gulf of Lepanto, where they were attacked by the Allies under the command of Don John of Austria, a natural son of Charles V. The Christians gained a complete victory 1571. The whole Turkish fleet was destroyed, and the Confederates took immense booty. The news of this defeat struck terror into the city of Constantinople and made the Grand Seigneur transfer his court to Adrianople. The Christians, however, reaped no advantage from their victory. A misunderstanding arose among the Confederates, and their fleets dispersed without accomplishing anything. The Venetians did not return to the Isle of Cyprus, and knowing well that they could not reckon on any effectual aid on the part of their allies, they determined to make peace with the Turks, 1573. By this treaty, they left the port in possession of Cyprus and consented to pay it a sum of 300,000 ducats to obtain the restitution of their ancient boundaries in Dalmatia. From this epoch, the Republic of Venice dates its entire decay. It was evident that it must thenceforth resign its pretensions as a leading power and adopt a system of neutrality which might put it in condition to maintain peace with its neighbors. England, as we have mentioned above, had been the rival of France, while the latter now became the rival of Austria. This rivalry commenced with the marriage of Maximilian of Austria to Mary, daughter and heiress of Charles, last Duke of Burgundy, by which the House of Austria succeeded to the whole dominions of that prince. The Low Countries, which at that time were the principal emporium for the manufactures and commerce of Europe, formed a part of that opulent succession. Louis XI, King of France, was unable to prevent the marriage of the Austrian prince with the heiress of Burgundy, but he took advantage of that event to detach from the territories of that princess whatever he found convenient. He seized on the Duchy of Burgundy as a vacant fief of his crown, as well as the seigneuries of Auxerre, Maconoy, Bar-sur-Seine, and the towns on the Somme, and these different countries were preserved to France by the treaties of peace concluded at Arras, 1482, and Senlis, 1493. Such was the origin of the rivalry in bloody wars between France and Austria. The theater of hostilities, which under Louis XI had been in the Low Countries, was transferred to Italy under Charles VIII, Louis XII, and Francis I. From thence it was changed to Germany in the reign of Henry II. In Italy, besides this rivalry between the two powers, there was another motive or pretext for war, viz. The claims of France of the Kingdom of Naples and the Duchy of Milan. The claim of Louis XI on the Kingdom of Naples had devolved to him with the County of Provence, which he inherited in virtue of the will of Charles, Count of Provence, and the last male descendant of the House of Anjou, 1481. Charles VIII, the son and successor of Louis XI, urged on by youthful ambition, was determined to enforce this claim. He undertook an expedition into Italy, 1494, and took possession of the Kingdom of Naples without striking a blow. But being opposed by a formidable confederacy of the Italian princes, with Maximilian at their head, he was obliged to abandon his conquests with the same facility he had made them, and he was fortunate in being able to effect his retreat by the famous victory which he gained over the Allies near Portanova in the Duchy of Parma. The claim of the Duchy of Milan was founded on the contract of marriage between Louis, Duke of Orleans, the grandfather of Louis XII, and Valentine of Milan. That contract provided that failing heirs male of John Gallius, Duke of Milan, the duchy should fall to Valentine and the children of her marriage with the Duke of Orleans. Louis XII claimed the rights of Valentine, his grandmother, in opposition to the princes of the family of Sforza, who had taken possession of the Duchy of Milan. On the extinction of the male heirs of the Visconti, which happened in 1447, the different expeditions which he undertook into Italy, both for the conquest of Milan and the Kingdom of Naples, met with no better success than that of his predecessor had done. In consequence of a new league, called the Holy League, which Pope Julius II raised against him and into which he drew the Emperor Maximilian, the kings of Aragon and England, with the Venetians and the Swiss. Louis XII lost all the advantages of his conquest. The kingdom of Naples fell under the power of Ferdinand the Catholic, and the family of Sforza were reinstated in the Duchy of Milan. These Italian wars, which were renewed at different times under the reign of Francis I, caused France much blood and immense sums. In this struggle she was forced to succumb, and Francis I bound himself by the Treaty of Crepy to abandon his claims on Italy in favor of Charles V. The Kingdom of Naples and the Duchy of Milan remained incorporated with the Spanish monarchies. Francis I nevertheless had the glory of arresting the progress of his rival and effectually counterbalancing a power which, at that time, made all Europe tremble. Henry II, the son and successor of Francis I, adopted a new line of policy. He attacked the House of Austria in Germany, having entered into a league with Maurice, Elector of Saxony, and the Protestant princes of the empire, to oppose Charles V. That league, which was ratified at Chambord, 1552, procured for Henry II possession of the bishoprics of Metz, Toul, and Verdun, and he even succeeded in forcing the emperor to raise the siege of Metz, which that prince had undertaken about the year 1552. A truce of 5 years was agreed on between these two sovereigns at Vaucelles, but in the course of a few months the war was renewed, and Philip II, who had succeeded his father Charles V, induced his queen, Mary of England, to join in it. Among the events of this war, the most remarkable are the victory of St. Quentin, gained by the Spaniards 1557, and the conquest of the city of Calais by Francis, Duke of Guise, the last possession of the English in France 1558. The death of Queen Mary prepared the way for peace, which was signed at Chateau Cambresis 1559 between France, England, and Spain. The Duke of Savoy obtained there the restitution of his estates, of which Francis I had deprived him in 1536. Calais remained annexed to France. A series of wars, both civil and religious, broke out under the feeble reigns of the three sons and successors of Henry II. The great influence of the Guises and the factions which distracted the court and the state were the true source of hostilities, though religion was made the pretext. Francis II, having espoused Mary Stuart, Queen of Scotland, the whole power and authority of the government passed into the hands of Francis, Duke of Guise, and the Cardinal de Lorraine, his brother, who were the Queen's maternal uncles. The power which those noblemen enjoyed excited the jealousy of Anthony, King of Navarre, and his brother Louis, Prince of Condé, who imagined that the presidencies in this respect was due to them as princes of the blood, in preference to the Lorraine family, who might be considered as strangers in France. The former being Calvinists, and having enlisted all the leaders of that party in their cause, it was not difficult for the Lorraine princes to secure the interest of all the most zealous Catholics. The first spark that kindled these civil wars was the conspiracy of Amboise. The intention of the conspirators was to seize the Guises, to bring them to trial, and throw the management of affairs into the hands of the princes of the blood. The conspiracy having been discovered, the Prince of Condé, who was suspected of being at its head, was arrested, and he would have been executed had not the premature death of Francis II happened in the meantime. The Queen Mother, Catherine de' Medici, who was entrusted with the regency during the minority of Charles IX, and desirous of holding the balance between the two parties, set Condé at liberty, and granted the Calvinists the free exercise of their religion in the suburbs and parts lying out of the towns. This famous edict, January 1562, occasioned the First Civil War, the signal of which was the massacre of Assy in Champagne. Of these wars, there have been commonly reckoned 8 under the family of Valois, viz., 4 in the reign of Charles IX and 4 in that of Henry III. The 4th under Charles IX began with the famous massacre of St. Bartholomew, authorized and directed by the king in 1572. It is of some importance to notice here the Edict of Pacification of Henry III of the month of May 1576. The new privileges which this edict granted to the Calvinists encouraged the Guises to form a league this same year, ostensibly for the maintenance of the Catholic religion, but whose real object was the dethronement of the reigning dynasty and the elevation of the Guises. The Duke of Alençon, only brother of Henry III, being dead, and the King of Navarre, who professed the Calvinistic faith, having become presumptive heir to the throne. The chiefs of the Catholic League no longer made a secret of their measures. They concluded a formal alliance 1584 with Philip II of Spain, excluding the Bourbons from the throne of France. Henry III was obliged by the Leaguers to recommence the war against the Calvinists, but perceiving that the Duke of Guise and the Cardinal, his brother, took every occasion to render his government odious, he caused them both to be assassinated at Blois, 1588, and threw himself on the protection of the King of Navarre. In conjunction with that prince, he undertook the siege of Paris, during which he was himself assassinated at St. Cloud by a Jacobin of the name of James Clement, 1589. The dynasty of Valois ended with Henry III, after having occupied the throne for 261 years. Under this dynasty, the royal authority had gained considerably, both by the annexation of the great fiefs of the crown lands and by the introduction of regular armies which put an end to the feudal power. Louis XI was chiefly instrumental in bringing the grandees under subjection and putting an end to the cruelties and oppressions of anarchy. If these changes, however, contributed to public order, it is nevertheless true that the national liberty suffered by them, that the royal authority daily received new augmentations, and that so early as the reign of Louis XII, it was considered as high treason to speak of the necessity of assembling the States General. The practice of these assemblies, however, was renewed under the successors of that prince. They even became frequent until the last kings of the House of Valois, who convoked them chiefly with the view of demanding supplies. Francis I augmented his influence over the clergy by the Concordat, which he concluded with Leo XII, 1516, in virtue of which he obtained the nomination to all vacant privileges, leaving to the Pope the confirmation of the prelates and the liberty of receiving the homage. The race of Valois was succeeded by that of the Bourbons, who were descended from Robert Count of Clermont, youngest son of St. Louis. Henry IV, the first king of this dynasty, was related in the 21st degree to Henry III, his immediate predecessor. That prince, who was a Calvinist, more easily reduced the party of the League by publicly abjuring his religion at St. Denis. He concluded a peace with the Spaniards, who were allies of the League, at Valence, and completely tranquilized the kingdom by the famous Edict of Nantes, which he published in favor of the Reformed religion. By that edict he guaranteed to the Protestants perfect liberty of conscience and the public exercise of their worship, with the privilege of filling all offices of trust, but he rendered them at the same time a piece of disservice by granting them forfeited places under the name of places of security. By thus fostering a spirit of party and intestine faction, he furnished a plausible pretext to their adversaries for gradually undermining the edict and finally proscribing the exercise of the Reformed religion in France. That great prince, after having established the tranquility of his kingdom at home and abroad, encouraged arts and manufactures, and put the administration of his finances into admirable order, was assassinated by Ravaillac, 1610, at the very moment when he was employed in executing the grand scheme which he had projected for the pacification of Europe. Cardinal Richelieu, when he assumed the reins of government under Louis XIII, had nothing so much at heart as the expulsion of the Calvinists from their strongholds. This he accomplished by means of the 3 wars which he waged against them, and by the famous siege of Rochelle, which he reduced in 1628. That great statesman next employed his policy against the House of Austria, whose preponderance gave umbrage to all Europe. He took the opportunity of the vacant succession of Mantua to espouse the cause of the Duke of Nevers against the courts of Vienna and Madrid, who supported the Duke of Guastalla, and maintained his protege in the Duchy of Mantua by the treaties of peace which were concluded at Ratisbon and Kursk, 1631. Having afterwards joined Sweden, he made war against the 2 branches of Austria, and on this occasion got possession of the places which the Swedes had seized in Alsace. Louis XIV was only 4 years and 7 months old when he succeeded his father, 1643. The Queen Mother, Anne of Austria, assumed the regency. She appointed Cardinal Mazarin her prime minister, whose administration during the minority of the king was a scene of turbulence and distraction. The same external policy which had directed the ministry of Richelieu was followed by his successor. He prosecuted the war against Austria with vigor, in conjunction with Sweden and the Confederates in Germany, by the peace which was concluded with the Emperor at Munster. Besides the 3 bishoprics of Lorraine, France obtained the Landgrave VIII of Lower and Upper Alsace, Sungau, and the prefecture of the 10 imperial cities of Alsace. Spain was excluded from this treaty, and the war continued between that kingdom and France until the Peace of the Pyrenees, by which the counties of Roussillon and Conflans were ceded to France, as well as several cities in Flanders, Hainault, and Luxembourg. Spain, which had long been divided into several states, and a stranger, as it were, to the rest of Europe, became all of a sudden a formidable power, turning the political balance in her own favor. This elevation was the work of Ferdinand the Catholic, a prince born for great exploits, of a profound and fertile genius, but tarnishing his bright qualities by perfidy and unbounded ambition. He was heir to the throne of Aragon, and laid the foundation of his greatness by his marriage with Isabella, 1469, sister to Henry VI, last king of Castile. That match united the kingdoms of Castile and Aragon, which were the 2 principal Christian states in Spain. Henry of Castile had left a daughter named Jane, but she being considered as illegitimate by the Castilians, the throne was conferred on Isabella and her husband Ferdinand, 1474. The Infanta Jane, in order to enforce her claims, betrothed herself to Alfonso V, King of Portugal, but that prince being defeated by Ferdinand at the Battle of Toro, 1476, was obliged to renounce Castile and his marriage with the Infanta. At the accession of Isabella to the throne of Castile, that kingdom was a prey to all the miseries of anarchy. The abuses of the feudal system were there maintained by violence and injustice. Ferdinand demolished the fortresses of the nobles who infested the country. He gave new vigor to the laws, liberated the people from the oppression of the great, and under pretense of extirpating the Jews and Mohammedans, he established the Tribunal of the Inquisition, 1478, which spread universal terror by its unheard-of cruelties. Torquemada, a Dominican, who was appointed Grand Inquisitor 1483, burnt in the space of 4 years nearly 6,000 individuals. The Moors still retained the Kingdom of Granada. Ferdinand took advantage of their dissensions to attempt the conquest of it, in which he succeeded after a vigorous war of 18 years. Abu Abdallah, the last king of Granada fled to Africa. An edict which was published immediately after ordered the expulsion of all the Jews, about 100,000 of whom fled from Spain, and took shelter, some in Portugal and others in Africa. Ferdinand did not include the Moors in this proscription, whom he thought to gain over to Christianity by means of persecution. But having revolted in the year 1500, he then allowed them to emigrate. It was this blind and headlong zeal that procured Ferdinand the title of the Catholic King, which Pope Alexander III conferred on him and his successors, 1493. That prince also augmented his power by annexing to his crown the Grand Mastership of the military orders of Calatrava, Alcantara, and St. James of Compostela. Everything conspired to aggrandize Ferdinand, and, as if the old world had not been sufficient, a new one was opened to him by the discovery of America. He was heir by the father's side to the kingdoms of Aragon, Sicily, and Sardinia. He got possessions of Castile by his marriage and of Granada by force of arms, so that nothing was wanting except Navarre to unite all Spain under his dominion. The Holy League, which Pope Julius II had organized against Louis XII, 1511, furnished him with the pretext for seizing that kingdom. Entering into an alliance with the Pope, he concerted with the King of England to invade Guyenne, on which the English had some ancient claims. They demanded of the King of Navarre that he should make common cause with the allies of the Holy League against Louis XII. That prince, however, wishing to preserve neutrality, they prescribed conditions so severe that he had no other alternative left than to seek protection in France. Ferdinand then obtained possession of all that part of Navarre which lay beyond the Pyrenees. 12 years before that time, Ferdinand had, by the Treaty of Granada, planned with Louis XII the conquest of the Kingdom of Naples. Frederick of Aragon was then deprived of that kingdom, and his states were divided between the two allied kings. But Ferdinand, having soon quarreled with Louis XII as to their respective boundaries, this was made a pretext for expelling the French from Naples, which was again united to the Spanish monarchy in the years 1503 and 1505. Charles I of Austria, grandson of Ferdinand, and his successor in the Spanish monarchy, added to that crown the Low Countries and Franche-Comté, which he inherited in right of his father Philip of Austria and his grandmother, Mary of Burgundy. He added likewise the kingdoms of Mexico and Peru on the continent of America, and the Duchy of Milan in Italy, in which he invested his son Philip after having repeatedly expelled the French in the years 1522 and 1525. These were all the advantages he derived from his wars against Francis I, which occupied the greater part of his reign. Blinded by his animosity against that prince, and by his ruling passion for war, he only exhausted his kingdom and impaired his true greatness. Charles resigned the Spanish monarchy to his son Philip II, which then comprehended the Low Countries, the kingdoms of Naples, Sicily, and Sardinia, the Duchy of Milan, and the Spanish possessions in America. The Peace of Chateau Cambresis, which Philip II signed in 1559, after a long war against France, may be regarded as the era of Spanish greatness. To the states which were left by his father, Philip added the Kingdom of Portugal, with the Portuguese possessions in Africa, Asia, and America. But this was the termination of his prosperity. His reign after that was only a succession of misfortunes. His revolting despotism excited the Belgians to insurrection and gave birth to the Republic of the United Provinces. Elizabeth of England having joined with the Confederates of the Low Countries, Philip, out of revenge, equipped a formidable fleet, known by the name of the Invincible Armada, which was composed of 130 vessels of enormous size, manned with 20,000 soldiers, exclusive of sailors, and armed with 1,360 pieces of cannon. On entering the Channel, they were defeated by the English 21st of July 1588, and the greater part of them destroyed by a storm. From this calamity may be dated the decline of the Spanish monarchy, which was exhausted by its expensive wars. Philip at his death left an enormous debt, and the whole glory of the Spanish nation perished with him. The reigns of his feeble successors are only remarkable for their disasters. Philip III did irreparable injury to his crown by the expulsion of the Moors or Moriscos. 1610, which lost Spain nearly 1 million of her industrious subjects. Nothing can equal the misfortunes which he experienced under the reign of Philip IV. During the war which he had to support against France, the Catalans revolted and put themselves under the protection of that crown. 1640. Encouraged by their example, the Portuguese likewise shook off the yoke and replaced the House of Braganza on their throne. Lastly, the Neapolitans, harassed by the Duke d'Olivares, Prime Minister of Philip IV, revolted and attempted to form themselves into a republic. 1647. These reverses on the part of Spain added to the number of her enemies. The famous Cromwell, having entered into an alliance with France, 1655, dispossessed the Spaniards of Jamaica, one of their richest settlements in America. End of section 28.
Section 29 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch, translated by Maximilian Schurl. From the taking of Constantinople by the Turks to the Peace of Westphalia, A.D. 1453 to 1648, Part 6. Towards the end of the 15th century, Portugal had reached a high pitch of elevation, which she owed to the astonishing progress of her navigation and her commerce. John II, whose fleets first doubled the Cape of Good Hope, augmented the royal authority by humbling the exorbitant and tyrannical power of the grandees. In the diet which was assembled at Evora, he retracted the concessions which his predecessors had made to the nobles, to the prejudice of the crown. He abolished the power of life and death which the lords exercised over their vassals, and subjected their towns and their territories to the jurisdiction of officers appointed by the king. The nobles, who were displeased at these innovations, having combined in defence of their privileges and chosen the Duke of Braganza for their leader, John, without being disconcerted by this opposition, had the Duke brought to a trial and his head cut off, while his brother was hanged in effigy. This example of severity intimidated the grandees and made them submit to his authority. The most brilliant era of Portugal was that of Emmanuel and John III, who reigned between the years 1495 and 1557. It was under these two princes that the Portuguese formed their powerful empire in India, of which nothing now remains but the ruins. The glory of Portugal suffered an eclipse under the feeble reign of Sebastian, grandson and immediate successor of John. That prince, who came to the throne at the age of 3 years, had been brought up by the Jesuits, who, instead of instructing him in the important arts of government, had given him the education of a monk. They had inspired him with a dislike for matrimony, but with a decided attachment for the Crusades. Muley Mohammed, king of Morocco, having requested his assistance against his uncle Moloch, who had dethroned him, Sebastian undertook an expedition into Africa in person, carrying with him the flower of his nobility. A bloody battle was fought near Alcazar in the kingdom of Fez, 1578, where the Portuguese sustained a complete defeat. Sebastian was slain, and, what is sufficiently remarkable, his enemy Moloch died a natural death during the action, while Muley Mohammed was drowned in the flight. During the reign of this king, everything had fallen into decay. Even the character of the nation had begun to degenerate. The spirit of chivalry which had distinguished them was exchanged for mercantile adventures, which even infected the higher classes, while avarice, luxury, and effeminacy brought on a universal corruption. The governors of their colonies indulged in all sorts of violence and injustice. They seized the more lucrative branches of commerce. The military force, which Emmanuel and John III had kept up in India, was neglected. The clergy usurped the whole wealth of the colonies and exercised an absolute power by means of the Inquisition, which was nowhere more terrible than at Goa. As Sebastian had never been married, the throne passed at his death to Henry the Cardinal, his grand uncle by the father's side, who was already far advanced in life. Perceiving his end approach, and that his death would involve the kingdom in confusion, he summoned an assembly of the states at Lisbon, 1579, in order to fix the succession. The states appointed 11 commissioners who were to investigate the claims of the different candidates for the crown. Philip II of Spain, who was one of this number, did not pay the least regard to the decision of the states. No sooner had he learned the death of Henry, 1580, than he sent the Duke of Alva at the head of an army to take possession of Portugal. The Duke defeated the troops of his opponent, Anthony, Prior of Crato, one of the claimants, who had proclaimed himself king, pretending that he was the legitimate son of the infant Don Louis, son of Emmanuel. Anthony had no other alternative left than to take shelter in France, and the whole of Portugal yielded to the yoke of the Spaniards. An inveterate antipathy, however, subsisted between the two nations, which made the Portuguese detest their Spanish masters. This hatred was still more increased, on account of the losses which the Portuguese sustained, in the meantime, in their commerce and possessions in the East Indies. The lucrative traffic which the confederates in the Low Countries, called the Dutch, carried on by importing the merchandise of the East from Portugal and hawking them over the north of Europe, having enabled them to support the war against Spain, Philip II thought to strike a fatal blow at their prosperity by forbidding them all commerce with Portugal. That prince, however, was deceived in his expectation. The confederates, deprived of this lucrative branch of their industry, and after having made some unsuccessful attempts to find a northwest passage to India, took the resolution of sailing directly thither, 1595, under the conduct of Cornelius Houtman and Molinar, in order to seek, at the fountainhead, those commodities which were refused them in Portugal. No sooner had they attempted to form settlements in India than the Portuguese determined to prevent them, and fought with them near Bantam, a town in Java, a naval battle which ended in favour of the Confederates. Encouraged by this first success, the Dutch undertook to deprive the Portuguese of their principal possessions in India. The conquest which they made of the Moluccas procured them the spice trade. They likewise formed settlements in the island of Java, where they founded the city of Batavia, which became the capital and emporium of their settlements in India. At length, Goa and Diu were the only places that remained to the Portuguese of their numerous possessions in India. These important losses greatly exasperated the Portuguese against the Spaniards. What added still more to their resentment was that in the court of Madrid they saw a premeditated design to make vassals of the Portuguese, and to cut off the most likely means of enabling them, sooner or later, to recover their ancient independence. It was with this view that their army and their marine were disorganized, their crown revenues dissipated, their nobility precluded from the management of affairs, and the nation exhausted by exorbitant assessments. The revolt of the Catalans, which happened in 1640, at length determined the Portuguese to shake off the Spanish yoke. a conspiracy was entered into by some of the grandees in concert with the Duke of Braganza, which broke out on the 1st of December that same year. On that day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the conspirators, to the number of about 400, repaired by different routes to the Palace of Lisbon, where the Vice-Queen, Margaret of Savoy, and Dowager of Mantua resided, with Vasconcelos, the Secretary of State, who exercised the functions of Prime Minister of the kingdom. Part of them disarmed the guard of the palace, while others seized Vasconcelos, who was the only victim that fell a sacrifice to the public vengeance. They secured the person of the Vice-Queen and took measures to protect her from insult or violence. The conspirators then proclaimed the Duke of Braganza king, under the title of John IV. That prince arrived at Lisbon on the 6th of December, and his inauguration took place on the 15th. It is not a little surprising that this revolution became general in 8 days' time, and that it was not confined merely to Portugal, but extended even to India and Africa. Everywhere the Portuguese expelled the Spaniards and proclaimed the Duke of Braganza. The city of Ceuta in Africa was the only town of which the Spaniards found means to retain possession. John IV was descended in a direct line from Alfonso, natural son of John the Bastard, who was created Duke of Braganza. The first care of this new King of Portugal, on his accession to the throne, was to convene an assembly of the states at Lisbon, in order to make them acknowledge his right to the crown. The states, conformably to the fundamental laws of the kingdom, declared that Catherine, daughter of the infant Don Edward and grandmother of King John, having become the true and legitimate heiress to the throne on the death of Henry the Cardinal, her grandson John IV was entitled to the repossession of those rights of which that princess had been unjustly deprived by the Spaniards. The better to establish himself on the throne, John concluded treaties of peace with France, the United Provinces, the Netherlands, and Sweden. But confining his whole ambition to maintaining the ancient limits of the kingdom, he remained completely inactive with regard to Spain, which, being overpowered by numerous enemies, was quite incapable of carrying on the war with vigour against Portugal. The truce and alliance which that prince had entered into with the Dutch did not prevent these republicans from continuing their conquests in India, where, in process of time, they stripped the Portuguese of their finest settlements. England, long before this time, had emerged from the state of turbulence and desolation in which she had been plunged by the destructive wars of the Two Roses. A new family, that of the Tudors, had mounted the throne. Henry VII, who was its founder, claimed the crown in right of his mother, Margaret Beaufort, alleged heiress to the House of Lancaster, or the Red Rose, and raised an insurrection against Richard III, the last king of the House of York. This prince being defeated and slain at the Battle of Bosworth, 1485, Henry, who was then proclaimed King of England, united the titles or claims of the Two Roses by his marriage with Elizabeth, daughter of Edward IV, and heiress of York, or the White Rose. The country being thus restored to tranquillity after 30 years of civil war, everything assumed a more prosperous appearance. Agriculture and commerce began to flourish anew. Henry applied himself to the restoration of order and industry. He humbled the factious nobles and raised the royal authority almost to a state of absolute despotism. The reformation of religion in England began in the reign of his son, Henry VIII. That prince, who was of a very capricious character, vacillating continually between virtue and vice, appeared at first as the champion of popery, and published a treatise against Luther, which procured him, from the court of Rome, the title of Defender of the Faith. But a violent passion which he had conceived for Anne Boleyn, having induced him to attempt a divorce from Catherine of Aragon, daughter of Ferdinand the Catholic, he addressed himself for this purpose to Pope Clement VII, alleging certain scruples of conscience which he felt on account of his marriage with Catherine, who was within the degrees of affinity prohibited in the sacred scriptures. The Pope, being afraid to displease the Emperor Charles V, who was the nephew of Catherine, thought proper to defer judgment in this matter. But the king, impatient of delay, caused his divorce to be pronounced by Thomas Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, 1532, and immediately married Anne Boleyn. The sentence of the Archbishop was annulled by the Pope, who published a threatening bull against Henry. This incensed the king, who caused the papal authority in England to be abrogated by the Parliament, and installed himself in the capacity of supreme head of the English Church, 1534, a title which was conferred on him by the clergy and confirmed by the Parliament. He also introduced the oath of supremacy, in virtue of which all who were employed in offices of trust were obliged to acknowledge him as head of the Church. A court of high commission was established to judge ecclesiastical causes in name of the king, and from whose sentence there was no appeal. The convents or monasteries were suppressed, and their revenues confiscated to the crown, 1536 to 1539. Henry even became a dogmatist in theology, and, discarding the principles of Luther, as well as those of Calvin and Rome, he framed a religion according to his own fancy. Rejecting the worship of images, relics, purgatory, monastic vows, and the supremacy of the Pope, he gave his sanction, by the law of the 6 Articles, to the doctrine of the real presence, the communion in one kind, the vow of chastity, the celibacy of the priests, the Mass, and auricular confession, inflicting very severe penalties on all who should deny or disobey one or other of these articles. This monarch, who was the first of the English kings that took the title of King of Ireland, 1542, was involved in the disputes which then embroiled the continental powers. But instead of holding the balance between France and Austria, he adhered in general to his friend and ally, Charles V, against France. This conduct was regulated less by politics than by passion, and the personal interest of his minister, Cardinal Wolsey, whom the emperor had attached to his cause by the hope of the papal tiara. The religion which Henry had planted in England did not continue after his death. Edward VI, his son and immediate successor, introduced pure Calvinism or Presbyterianism. Mary, daughter of Henry VIII by Catherine of Aragon, on her accession to the throne, restored the Catholic religion, 1553, and likewise received the new legate of the Pope into England. She inflicted great cruelties on the Protestants, many of whom were burnt at the stake, among others Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, and the bishops of London and Worcester. With the view of more firmly establishing the Catholic religion in her dominions, she espoused Philip, presumptive heir to the Spanish monarchy, 1554. The restrictions with which the English Parliament fettered his contract of marriage with the Queen so displeased that prince that, finding himself without power or authority, he speedily withdrew from England. Mary's reign lasted only 5 years. She was succeeded by her sister Elizabeth, 1558, daughter of Henry VIII, by Anne Boleyn. This princess once more abrogated the authority of the Pope and claimed to herself the supreme administration, both spiritual and temporal, within her kingdom. Though she adopted the Calvinistic principles in everything regarding the doctrines of the Church, she retained many of the Romish ceremonies and the government of bishops. It was this that gave rise to the distinction between the English or High Church and the Calvinistic or Presbyterian. About the time when the High Church party rose in England, a change of religion took place in Scotland, protected by Queen Elizabeth. The regency of that kingdom was then vested in the Queen Dowager, Mary of Lorraine, the widow of James V and mother of Mary Stuart, Queen of Scotland and France. That princess, who was guided solely by the counsels of her brothers of Lorraine, had introduced a body of French troops to repress the followers of the new doctrines, who had formed a new league under the name of the Congregation. These, reinforced by the Catholic malcontents, who were apprehensive of falling under a foreign yoke, took the resolution of applying for assistance to the English Queen, which it was by no means difficult to obtain. Elizabeth readily foresaw that so soon as Francis became master of Scotland, he would attempt to enforce Mary's claims to the throne of England, grounded partly on the assumption of her being illegitimate. A considerable number of English troops were then marched to Scotland, and having formed a junction with the Scottish malcontents, they besieged the French in the town of Leith, near Edinburgh. The latter was soon obliged to capitulate. By the articles signed at Leith, 1560, the French and English troops were to evacuate Scotland. Francis II, King of France, and his wife Mary Stuart were to renounce the titles and arms of the sovereigns of England, which they had assumed, while a parliament was to be assembled at Edinburgh for the pacification of the kingdom. The parliament, which met soon after, ratified the Confession of Faith drawn up and presented by the Presbyterian ministers. The Presbyterian worship was introduced into Scotland, and the Parliament even went so far as to prohibit the exercise of the Catholic religion. Mary Stuart, on her return to Scotland, 1561, after the death of her husband Francis, was obliged to acquiesce in all these changes, and it was with difficulty she was allowed the liberty of having a Catholic chapel attached to her court. This unfortunate princess was afterwards accused of having caused the assassination of Henry Darnley, her second husband, and being obliged to fly the country, she took shelter in England, 1568, where she was arrested and imprisoned by order of Queen Elizabeth. After a captivity of 19 years, she was sentenced to death and beheaded, 18th of February, 1587, as an accomplice in the different plots which had been formed against the life of her royal relative. The troubles which the Reformation of religion had excited in Scotland extended also to Ireland. A kind of corrupt feudal system had prevailed originally in that island, which Henry II had not been able to extirpate. The English proprietors, who were vassals of the crown and governed by the laws of England, possessed nearly 1/3 of the whole country, while the rest of the island was in the hands of the Irish proprietors, who, although they acknowledged the sovereignty of the English kings, preserved nevertheless the language and manners of their native land, and were inclined to seize every opportunity of shaking off the English yoke, which they detested. Hence, a continued series of wars and feuds, both among the Irish themselves and against the English, who on their part had no other object than to extend their possessions at the expense of the natives. The kings of England, guided by an injudicious policy, for several centuries exhausted their resources in perpetual wars, sometimes against France, sometimes against Scotland, and sometimes against their own subjects, without paying the least attention to Ireland, of which they appear to have known neither the importance nor the effectual advantages which they might have reaped from it by means of a wise administration. The progress of agriculture and industry became thus completely impracticable. A deep-rooted hatred was established between the islanders and the English, who in fact seemed two distinct nations, enemies of each other, and forming no alliances either by marriage or reciprocal intercourse. The resentment of the Irish against the English government was aggravated still more, at the time of the Reformation, by the vigorous measures that were taken, subsequently to the reign of Henry VIII, to extend to Ireland the laws framed in England against the court of Rome and the Catholic clergy. A general insurrection broke out in the reign of Elizabeth, 1596, the chief instigator of which was Hugh O'Neill, head of a clan in the province of Ulster and Earl of Tyrone. Having gained over the whole Irish Catholics to his cause, he planned an extensive conspiracy with the design of effecting the entire expulsion of the English from the island. Philip II, King of Spain, supplied the insurgents with troops and ammunition, and Pope Clement VIII held out ample indulgences in favour of those who should enlist under the banners of O'Neill to combat the English heretics. This insurgent chief met at first with considerable success. He defeated the English in a pitched battle and maintained his ground against the Earl of Essex, whom Elizabeth had dispatched to the island with a formidable army. The rebels, however, ultimately failed in their enterprise after a sanguinary war which lasted 7 years. Charles, Lord Mountjoy, Governor of Ireland, drove the insurgents to their last recesses and had the glory of achieving the entire reduction of the island. The maritime greatness of England began in the reign of Elizabeth. That princess gave new vigour to industry and commerce, and her efforts were seconded by the persecuting zeal of the French and Spanish governments. The numerous refugees from France and the Netherlands found a ready asylum in England under the protection of Elizabeth, and her kingdom became, as it were, the retreat and principal residence of their arts and manufactures. She encouraged and protected navigation, which the English by degrees extended to all parts of the globe. An Englishman, named Richard Chancellor, having discovered the route to Archangel in the Icy Sea, 1555, the Tsar, John Basilovich II, granted to an English company the exclusive privilege of trading with Russia, 1569. The commerce of the English with Turkey and the Levant, which began in 1579, was likewise monopolized by a company of merchants. Francis Drake, a distinguished navigator and the rival of Magellan, was the first Englishman that performed a voyage round the world between 1577 and 1580. The intercourse between England and the East Indies began in 1591, and the East India Company was instituted in 1600. Attempts were also made, about the same time, to form settlements in North America, and Walter Raleigh, who had obtained a charter from the Queen, 1584, endeavoured to found a colony in that part of the American continent, now called Virginia, in compliment to Elizabeth. That colony, however, did not, properly speaking, take root or flourish till the reign of James I. The competition with Spain and the destruction of the invincible armada of Philip II by the combined fleets of England and Holland gave a new energy to the English marine, the value of which they had learned to appreciate, not merely in guarding the independence of the kingdom, but in securing the prosperity of their commerce and navigation. End of section 29.